the special effects scientist of the world of American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Dead Pilot. He is Rocket Raccoon. Gao Li immediately recalled that there should be only one talking raccoon in the Marvel universe. If I remember correctly, he seems to be a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. As a member of the main cast, he should be a good guy. He has met a savior. Gao Li quickly patted the glass and signaled to save it. Rocket was also shocked. He suddenly bumped into a humanoid object in space. According to common sense, he thought it was a corpse. Unexpectedly, it can still move. So Rocket looked for the cleaning brush button faster. Damn, why don't you save it? Gao Li twitched his mouth. It was obvious that this little raccoon completely ignored him. This is bad. Gao Li racked his brains to think of countermeasures. Rocket Raccoon, Rocket Raccoon, Rocket Raccoon. Is there any related plot or background setting? He tried to think about it and only remembered that Rocket seemed to be a modified animal. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? I'm also half a modified person. Gao Li immediately took out Faiz's phone, typed "save me, I'm also a modified creature" on it, and crawled to Rocket to show it to him. Rocket was stunned again, took out a device from his pocket, and pointed it at Faiz's phone, automatically converting the text on it into a version he could understand. A modified creature? After reading this message, Rocket couldn't help but tremble. Extremely bad memories emerged in his mind. Pain, sadness, despair, those memories he didn't want to remember exploded together. However, hidden in it, there was also the beautiful past between him and his modified friend, which made Rocket's eyes gentle again. After thinking about it, Rocket opened the hatch and motioned Gao Li to crawl in. The spaceships in the Marvel universe can open their doors directly in the space environment because they generally have a barrier technology that can isolate the space inside and outside the ship, which will automatically start and ensure the safety of the people in the cabin. In Gao Li's eyes, it was a translucent barrier with a half yellow and half orange color. After entering, he was finally able to speak normally. It would be better if there was no gun muzzle of Rocket against his forehead. Okay, little Iron Man, why don't you introduce yourself? Rocket's voice was a little shrill, like a child's, and he seemed very young. But his vigilance was not low at all. Although he was soft-hearted and let Gory in, he was not at all on guard. Relax. My name is Gory Parker. As I just said, I'm a modified human from Earth. I have no ill intentions. Gory was not sure about the power of the alien weapons and whether they could penetrate the protection of Faiz's armor. He could only give a French salute to show that he was not a threat. Rocket continued to ask, how did you appear here? Actually, I don't know too much, Gory said uncertainly. A space device in my hometown went out of control, and when I came to my senses, I was already here. You just said that you are a modified creature? Rocket said concisely. Prove it. Do you have a scanner? Scan my body and you will know. Gory said again, but you have to move the muzzle away, otherwise I will not take off my armor. Rocket thought about it, retreated to a safe distance, and lowered the gun in his hand. Gao Li also secretly prepared to release magic at any time, and slowly cancelled the transformation of Kamen Rider Faiz. A dazzling light flashed, and the entire armor disappeared, and then the belt turned into ashes, and fell to the ground. Wow. Rocket subconsciously whistled. It's pretty cool. What kind of technology is this? This is not technology, it's the art of waste. Gao Li sighed and followed Rocket to the medical room. Immediately, two round flying objects scanned Gao Li in a circle. Rocket flipped through the data report on the screen, looking a little surprised. There are indeed traces of modification in the body. It has really been modified? Although the modified parts are not much, and the technology seems very strange to Rocket, it at least proves that Gao Li is not lying. Suddenly, Rocket's vigilance in his heart naturally dropped a level, and he actually felt like he had found a kindred spirit. Having said that, Rocket is not a fool, and he raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at Gao Li again. Although you are quite honest, For the sake of safety, I'm afraid you have to get used to the feeling of being pointed at by a gun before I send you to the next planet. I've already told you. Gao Li said lightly, don't point a gun at me. Rocket was stunned, and then he felt his hand lighten, and the rifle was taken away by a hand from behind. What? Rocket was shocked and looked back quickly. It turned out to be a magic circle suspended in the air, and the hand was also sticking out from it. Show you some connection magic. Gao Li took Rocket's weapon and pointed the gun at him. Do you understand my feelings now? Okay, I understand. Don't get excited. Rocket was sweating slightly, and just as he raised his hands, he saw Gao Li throwing the rifle back to him. Of course, he secretly added a protective magic to himself. Little guy who is afraid of everything. Is this enough to prove that I really have no ill intentions? Rocket was stunned, pulled the safety of the gun, and put it behind his back, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Rocket wiped his nose and said, indeed, you are right. I hereby declare you an honorary passenger of the Lyra. Lyra? Gao Li looked around. Is that the name of the ship? It sounds nice. Of course, it belongs to my friend. Rocket stopped talking here, and his expression became much more depressed. The atmosphere became very awkward for a while, and Gao Li coughed to smooth things over. Okay, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Rocket. Oh, then. Captain Rocket, can you take me back to Earth? Gao Li successfully diverted Rocket's attention. He felt that being called captain was quite nice, and he no longer thought about those sad things. Why, do you want me to send you back to Earth? A little bit, but on second thought, there aren't many opportunities to come into contact with alien technology, and I'm actually quite interested. Gao Li touched his chin and said, I'll forget it. I won't go back to Earth for the time being. Anyway, I can handle things on Earth here. Even if you want to go to Earth, I haven't included the coordinates of Earth. Wait, what did you say? You can handle it here too? Rocket looked at him in confusion, and Gao Li spread his hands. Didn't you see me just now? Actually, I'm a magician. Magic? Rocket looked blankly. He was a super genius in science, but he had never come into contact with any magic. But thinking about Gao Li's method of seizing the gun just now, Rocket was a little doubtful again. Can I learn it? I'm sorry, no. Gao Li refused straightforwardly, and then began to perform connection magic in front of Rocket. Let me see. Let's see if I can connect to the Hydra base first, but it seems useless to connect back, and the cosmic cube can't be brought over. Gao Li scratched his head in distress, and decided to open the magic circle in the air. In addition to preventing people on the ground from being seen, it is also more convenient to observe the whole scene. Soon, Gao Li's connection magic connected to the Hydra headquarters base. He looked inside and saw the big pit caused by the cosmic cube. However, the cosmic cube disappeared. I don't know if it has also gone to a different space or has been recovered by someone. When Gao Li was thinking, he didn't realize that a faint blue light was slowly shining in the depths of his soul. Gao Li made a specialization for the barrier bullet of the Victory Hyper Gun, which can diffusely reflect the energy of the cosmic cube, or the space gem, that is, like a wall. Gao Li used a barrier to cover the cosmic cube before, just like covering a stone with a box. When the box moves horizontally, the stone will also move with it, so the cosmic cube that would have stayed in place was also carried through space. Due to the secret method of the soul of the giant beast, Gao Li's soul has unprecedented characteristics of being able to accommodate extremely high-level alien energy. At the moment of crossing, it is like a sponge absorbing water, causing the space gem to directly merge into it. Gao Li's soul has a system of protection that can cross the two worlds. The barrier bullet also wraps the space gem. The secret method of the giant beast also has the effect of protecting the soul from being harmed by the injected energy. The layers are equivalent to a triple package. TSK, there is no way. Let's take a look at the United States. Gao Li gritted his teeth unhappily and cast a magic to connect to the New York residence again. Logically, the replica Gao Li would not allow anyone to enter here. The magic power in the replica is almost gone. It is essentially a continuous running magic, so once the magic power filled in it is exhausted, it will disappear on the spot. Considering that the World Tree Consortium really needs someone to sit in, Gao Li recharged some magic power into the replica. However, there is not much magic power left specifically for casting magic, so it must be used as sparingly as possible. High consumption magic such as copy magic is basically not considered by Gao Li. After finishing the chores on Earth, Gori quickly retreated back to the Lyra. The first thing he saw was Rocket, who was hesitant to speak. What? I have to say. Rocket took a deep breath. It was really scary when only your lower body was visible just now. But, PFFT, it looks like a creature with only a butt and legs. Very, very funny. Ha 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 ha. Rocket couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, almost making Gori angry. Are you a professional bad-mouthed bastard? I don't know. Rocket shrugged, but I think you should be quite professional. Gori clapped his hands. More than professional, you are simply an expert professor. Rocket thought for a moment. Huh? Is this a compliment to me? Just take it as it is. You're welcome. Listen to me say thank you. Rocket scratched his head. Well, it's not important. I want to ask what the little Iron Man armor you just wore is. I haven't seen similar technology on other planets. Can you give me one? Rocket likes these new things by nature, such as the metal arm of the Winter Soldier, or the mechanical eye of a certain predator. Now he likes the Faiz armor even more. It's called Kamen Rider, but it has turned into grey. If you want, I can grab some and sprinkle it in your eyes. Gao Li said woodenly. But at this point, Gao Li thought again. Before it was always limited by the era of the Earth. Now we are in outer space. There should be no such problem, right? The research environment is definitely the best. If you really want Kamen Rider, it's not impossible. Gao Li laughed, a bit like the big bad wolf who deceived Little Red Riding Hood. I have a set of research and development data for astronomical switches here, but I still lack a central control console. After it is completed, it can transform into Kamen Rider. Are you interested in studying it together? Rocket swallowed his saliva subconsciously, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of Kamen Rider. Then, let me see. Gao Li had a lot of free time when he was slacking off in Hydra. Of course, he would also study how to make Force Driver every now and then. After all, no matter how many methods are available, there is no such thing as too much. And when he planned to leave Hydra, he would naturally bring the research materials with him and just threw them to Rocket at this time. When Rocket took it to check, Gao Li flipped through the system panel. Huh. There is a new SS level reward. Gao Li was surprised and happy. What was the reason? Was it because of the explosion of the Hydra base? Or was it because of the Cosmic Cube? Speaking of which, where did the Cosmic Cube go? Forget it. Thinking so much won't solve the problem. Let's draw the lottery first. Gao Li summoned the SS level lottery machine on the spot and even carefully considered who should be more useful this time. No matter what, worship them all. Start drawing. After Gao Li gave an order, the lottery machine rotated and decomposed in one go and finally condensed into a small light dot and merged into Gao Li's body. This time it was another new skill. This skill is called. Gao Li closed his eyes and felt the effect of the skill. Dead pilot? HMM. Is Tigger's human body actually me? Or do I have another name called New City team member? After a few seconds, Gao Li opened his eyes and his pupils were shaking with shock. It's because the skill effect of Dead Pilot is simply the ultimate killer weapon at the level of causality in this era of the universe. PS1. Thank you 1,000 years ago Aching Iron for the 100-point reward. PS2. A reader asked, is Rocket that old? In fact, the movie did not mention how old Rocket is. Although Rocket said, fortunately, my lifespan is not as long as yours, he did not refer to Earthlings. It is not clear how long the average lifespan of aliens is. Maybe 200 or 300 years is also possible. Rocket in the comics is very long-lived. He was also very old at the beginning of the story. He worked for a full 300 years when he first took care of the patient before officially embarking on the interstellar journey. So I played it freely and set Rocket during this period as a young child who had just escaped from the Supreme Evolution. Of course, I can also adjust it to the Space Stone to let Gori travel through time again, but on the one hand, I don't think it's necessary to use the Earthlings concept of age to measure aliens. For example, Thanos is more than 1000 years old, but no one will regard him as a super grandfather. Secondly, the only thing left on Earth is to fight Ancient One, and Ancient One has basically always been there, so there is no difference. It depends on everyone's opinions. Chapter 77, a story that rises from the hometown. Dead Pilot is very simple, but it is very powerful because of its simplicity. There is no cooldown limit for Gao Li to use this skill, but after turning on the skill, it will last for 24 hours and cannot be turned off. During this period, Dead Pilot will remain in effect. If Dead Pilot is activated, interference will occur at the level of causality, causing any flying vehicle that Gao Li is riding to crash unexpectedly. Yes, any flying vehicle, maybe on Earth. This skill looks ordinary, but in the interstellar era, there are even planetary vehicles as large as planets. It would take a lot of effort to destroy such a huge and large-scale spacecraft, but now there is no such problem. No matter how big the flying vehicle is, as long as I, Gao Li, am riding, I will crash it. And in the crash event triggered by the skill, Gao Li will have the highest survival rate of the entire aircraft at the level of causality. It is very likely that all the people on the ship will die, and Gao Li will still be alive. However, this is not without limitations. First of all, this is only the highest probability of survival, not a 100% guarantee of survival. If there is a crash with a survival probability of 0.01%, then the skill can only help Gao Li to a 1% survival probability, and there is still a great possibility of death. Secondly, in the 24-hour continuous activation time, Gao Li can theoretically trigger the crash infinitely, but the probability of survival will be smaller each time. Even so, Gao Li is already very satisfied, just right to use it to deal with those interstellar overlords. At the same time, this is also a kind of magic skill to clear troops. No matter whether there are tens of millions or hundreds of millions of troops on the planetary spacecraft, as long as there is a crash, they will all be gone. It can be regarded as the ultimate trump card trick. Gao Li is very excited, and so is Rocket. He has never seen the technology that can freely use cosmic energy and materialize it even in the Supreme Evolution. This is also natural. The real source of astronomical switch technology, the introducer, is not inferior to the Supreme Evolution in terms of scientific and technological strength. After all, the introducer will collect data and knowledge from the major, civilized planets in the universe, so it can be said to be the crystallization of the technology of the entire universe. I have a rough idea of how to make the console, but we need to discuss the details. Rocket hurriedly found Gory and enthusiastically described his idea. Gory was more and more surprised. He didn't expect that this little raccoon was really a super genius. He even had the illusion that Tony was standing in front of him and talking. Unconsciously, Gory also entered the scientific research mode. Your idea is very interesting and valuable, but I have thought about this route before. I think in its construction, we need to focus on the complexity related to space-time relaxation. Because within this framework, the space-time distortion gradient will be used to achieve stable focusing and release of energy. This is a phenomenon I observed in my previous research on energy manipulation in 9. Rocket frowned and thought for a while, then said, why not introduce a graviton tuning device to effectively guide the flow of cosmic energy and achieve spatial quasi-phase resonance? In this way, the energy texture can be encoded into a stable information carrier. That makes sense. Gao Li touched his chin. Then let's try your solution first. In addition, I think we should be able to use hyperspace co-state gratings to achieve local intervention in the energy field. Rocket was surprised and said, it can be done this way. I almost didn't expect this. This can indeed achieve precise selective filtering and manipulation in the transmission of cosmic energy. It seems that it's not the Earth's technology that is powerful but this gives me new inspiration. Why not make some microcrystalline matrices on the hardware to achieve directional guidance of energy flow and conversion of energy states? What do you think? Gao Li nodded in agreement. I think it's okay. This will definitely strengthen the information exchange and interaction between the Shappa shifters and the cosmic energy. As long as we can perceive the state of cosmic energy more intuitively, it will be easier for the console to dynamically reconstruct the cosmic energy, thereby achieving more refined materialization and real-time adjustment. The stability and flexibility of the console will be improved, and the force driver will also be able to accurately measure and analyze the cosmic energy field. The man and the bear discussed enthusiastically for most of the night. For the first time, Rocket felt the satisfaction and excitement of fully displaying his talents. Geniuses are always lonely, and Rocket's experience makes him much lonelier than other geniuses. He is an animal transformed by the Supreme Evolution. Due to an accident that the Supreme Evolution himself is not aware of, he has gained an amazing IQ, and even his intelligence has surpassed the Supreme Evolution himself to some extent. However, in the past, when he was with the Supreme Evolution basically unilaterally instilled knowledge into Rocket in the early stage. When Rocket first showed his talent, tragedy happened. The Supreme Evolution could not accept the problem that he could not solve, and Rocket easily solved it with one word. Finally, under a series of tragedies, the Supreme Evolution killed Rocket's only 3 good friends, and Rocket drove the spaceship away in pain and sadness. From then on, Rocket found it difficult to truly trust anyone, and did not want to establish new relationships with anyone. He felt a bit like PTSD from emotional trauma. Therefore, Rocket had never experienced such joy and pleasure as he had just experienced. The time of scientific research passed quickly, and 3 or 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. Gao Li and Rocket were completely obsessed with it, and they were obsessed with making the latest breakthroughs every day. However, Gao Li did not just develop the force drive, he also took the time to build many sets of phase systems. There was no way the phase system was still a disposable product, and he could only rely on the number. This also made Gao Li feel fortunate. If the system had directly given him a finished phase system, it would probably have been destroyed in an unexpected battle before he could analyze it. And after mastering its core technology, it was another story. It was disposable, so Gao Li could make as many sets as he wanted, and he turned the disposable belt into a permanent belt. Of course, when 2 geniuses do research together, quarrels are inevitable. Especially Rocket's bad mouth is extremely bad, often increasing the intensity of the gunpowder. Gao Li even feels that his bad mouth is even worse than Tony's. Although I'm very happy that the force drive was successfully developed, the stupid theory you proposed makes me very unhappy. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot that your furry brain may not be able to understand this theory, but don't worry, I won't bother with a raccoon. You hairless monkey, try calling me a raccoon again. I'm me, I'm Rocket, I'm unique. What is a raccoon after all? Okay, little bear trash can. Then in order to make it easier for you to understand, I will repeat it again. Switch number 10 and switch number 20, switch number 30 and switch number 31 are the key information nodes. Gao Li slammed the force drive on the table with a pop and emphasized, although the information data between the switches are complementary, the corresponding nodes cannot be missing. Little bear trash can. Is this name a better name? Rocket scratched his head in confusion, but quickly put his attention back on the force drive. Listen carefully, you are a fool who can only be called a genius on Earth at best. Even if those switches are advanced switches, it doesn't mean that we can't combine the data of the other astronomical switches together. Then, he spoke non-stop for more than 2 hours, and only stopped when his saliva ran dry. Wait for me to drink some water, then. Okay. Gao Li raised his hand to stop him. If you think they can complement each other's data without keynotes, just give it a try. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Rocket snorted, then you can just wait to lick Rocket's wisdom. Gao Li sneered in response, but he already knew what the result would be. Indeed, when the information data of the 39 astronomical switches are combined with each other, the final cosmic switch number 40 will be born, but that must use 4 node switches. Otherwise, there is no possibility of success. Having said that night, while Rocket was asleep, Gao Li sneaked into the laboratory like a thief. If you think about it carefully, what Rocket said seems to make a little sense. Why not try it in advance to avoid being slapped in the face later? Gao Li secretly used the existing astronomical switch data to synthesize a silver switch that looked like nothing. He didn't dare to test it on the spot and sneaked back. After all, the failure of the experiment would make a lot of noise. If there was a big explosion, it would be too embarrassing to alarm Rocket and laugh at him. The next day, while Gao Li was asleep, Rocket sneaked into the laboratory like a thief. If you think about it carefully, what Gao Li said seems to make a little sense. Why not try it in advance to avoid? Hey, no, why should I be sneaky? I just want to synthesize the switch to slap him in the face. Rocket realized it later and began to synthesize the astronomical switch with confidence. Just like Gao Li, Rocket finally got a silver switch that looked like nothing. After hesitating for a long time, he didn't test it on the spot. After all, Gao Li was sleeping in a daze now. Even if he succeeded in the end, it would be difficult to appreciate his 100% shocked face. It would be better to transform on the spot tomorrow. Anyway, Rocket has enough confidence in himself. The next day, Rocket called Gao Li to take out a force driver that was miniaturized to fit his body. With the joint research of two super geniuses and more advanced alien knowledge, Gao Li and Rocket certainly did more than just develop a driver. They even miniaturized the console and the astronomical switch, allowing Rocket to use the force driver to transform into Kamen Rider Faiz. Watch out, Rocket will transform into an unprecedented new form next. Get ready to worship. Rocket stood in the center of the laboratory, Gao Li holding a fire extinguisher beside him, expressing his response with action. 3, 2, 1. As Rocket inserted the astronomical switches one by one, the force driver also broadcast a mechanical countdown. Transform. Rocket pushed the lever, and then, bang, the force driver exploded on the spot. Fortunately, it was only a small explosion. Strictly speaking, it was a short circuit fire, and it didn't even have time to damage the astronomical switch, and was put out by Gao Li with a fire extinguisher. How could this be? Rocket looked at the charred force driver on one side in a daze. Although it was not difficult to repair the damage, it was difficult to repair the psychological trauma to him. Not to mention that Gao Li was gloating and mocking him. Hey, what did I say? I said it was impossible. Phew, it was a close call. Gao Li was secretly thankful while verbally attacking Rocket. Fortunately, he did not take out the synthetic switch he made, otherwise he would have been laughed at. After all, what kind of person Rocket is, Gao Li now knows it very well. He feels that, after being with Rocket for a long time, his temper has become much worse, and his character seems to have been lowered by a level. This is unscientific. Rocket, who suffered a Waterloo, couldn't recover for a while. Fortunately, thanks to Gao Li's wicked firepower, he quickly recovered. Stop cursing. If you have the ability, just make the advanced switch yourself. Gao Li choked, but thought this was a good opportunity, and said, actually, I'm not without ideas, but there is still a problem. We only rely on the facilities and equipment on the spacecraft for research. After all, there is a limit. Why not find a planet with high-tech civilization to supplement it? The facilities and equipment on the Lyra are by no means bad. At least they are more advanced than those in Wakanda. But Gao Li is not satisfied. After finally coming to outer space, how can we not see more of the other high-tech of interstellar civilization? However, Rocket refused without a second thought. That would require a long jump, which would consume a lot of energy and money. You don't make money, so how would you know how hard it is to make money? This was exactly why Gao Li couldn't raise his request with confidence. He scratched his hair in distress and asked, is there no planet with high-tech civilization nearby? No. Rocket was halfway through answering when he was suddenly stunned. Wait, it seems that there are not none at all. It is true that Bister has heard that the technology level is very impressive. But unfortunately, although Bister is quite close, it is not on my route. The place that Captain Rocket wants to go does not pass through Bister at all. Captain. As soon as Rocket finished speaking, he saw Gao Li put his hand on his shoulder with a serious face and said with emotion, actually, I have always had an unsolvable pain in my heart. That's my cyborg body. I have been looking for opportunities to use more high-tech equipment so that I can no longer be the monster I'm today. Would you like to listen to my story? Monster appearance? Rocket looked at Gao Li in confusion. Do people on Earth look very different from him? Well, it's not impossible. What do you want to say? Gao Li looked profound. The story begins with a young man named Hango Takashi. P.S. Thanks to ZHU Shine Talent Dispatcher for the 588-point reward. Chapter 78 The Real Kamen Rider. Under the deception of Gory, Rocket was taken to the small bar inside the Lyra to drink and chat. Because of the sadness and pain in the past, Rocket learned to drink to relieve his sorrow at a young age, which is what people say is a bad thing. Of course, Gory's purpose is not simple. Why is it easier to talk business at the wine table? First, it is convenient to close the distance, and second, as long as you find an opportunity to get someone drunk, it is easier to persuade them in a drunken state. After all, Rocket is young. How can he know the sinister intentions of adults? What I want to tell is the story of a Kamen Rider, the very first Kamen Rider. He is Kamen Rider number 1 Hango Takashi. Wait, why is it another Kamen Rider? Rocket took a sip of wine. The little iron man at the beginning was a Kamen Rider. Faiz was also a Kamen Rider. How many Kamen Riders are there? Gao Li thought for a while and said, you can think of Kamen Rider as a name, or a title, or similar to a profession. So there are many different Kamen Riders. They are different from each other, even very different, but they often have some similarities. If you think about it this way, it may be more appropriate to call it a spirit. Rocket said indifferently, huh, is it that complicated? In my opinion, a drive is a drive. You can't be called a Kamen Rider before you can use the drive to transform, right? That's not the case. Gao Li pondered. Even as long as you can transform, you can be called a Kamen Rider, but that's just a Kamen Rider in a broad sense. The real Kamen Rider was initially a retrograde among the refugees, a hero who silently protected humanity, but later there were also Kamen Riders who simply wanted to satisfy their own desires. But in my opinion, they all have one thing in common, that is, to use their own power. Even if they are crushed to pieces, they will unswervingly carry out their beliefs to the end. Wanting to protect people and sacrificing one's own life for this is a belief. Wanting to achieve a goal, such as wanting to save important people, is also a belief. The life of a Kamen Rider is a life of walking on the road of implementing one's own ideas and concepts. So, what does this have to do with what you want to say? Rocket was silent for a while and took another sip of wine. Is that Takashi Hango also a cyborg? Gao Li nodded and said, yes, Takashi Hango is a locust cyborg, but before that, he was a pure human being, living a normal life every day, until, as the supreme commander of Shocker, Gao Li described Shocker's evil plan. As a righteous Kamen Rider, Gao Li described the evil plan of the evil old Shocker. Holy cut. In short, although some unnecessary plots were simplified, Gao Li still spoke for an hour or two, and Rocket successfully got drunk during this time. I see. In short, what you want to express is the sadness of the cyborgs, right? Rocket burped, and it seemed that Gao Li had several shadows. Then, burp. Okay. Captain Rocket will be merciful and take you to the best planet. After all, burp, I was also forced to be transformed. I can understand this feeling. Gao Li had never heard Rocket talk about his life experience, as if he was particularly reluctant to talk about it. At this time, he couldn't help but ask curiously, so, who transformed you? Is there an organization similar to Shocker in the universe? Even in a drunken state, Rocket's face quickly became gloomy. He swept the table hard, and bottles and jars fell all over the floor. The supreme evolution, that bastard. And, he killed my friend, Wu. Rocket burst into tears on the spot halfway through his vague speech, and the rest of his words were even more unclear. Fortunately, he drank a lot of alcohol. He cried for a while, and then fell to the ground, and fell asleep with snot and tears all over his face. Rocket. Gao Li was also stunned by Rocket's sudden emotional outburst for a while, and murmured apologetically, sorry, I shouldn't ask. By the way, I want to drive the Lyra to Beast. At this time, Rocket suddenly jumped up, and his mind was full of thoughts like a broken machine. Seeing him rushing to the cockpit with his head down, Gao Li hurriedly hugged Rocket. No, don't drink and drive. If you fly irregularly, your relatives will cry. When Rocket sobered up, it was too late to regret. What? I said I wanted to go to Beast? Not true. I didn't say I didn't. Rocket's first reaction was to play tricks, and refuse to admit it. Fortunately, Gao Li knew him too well and recorded the holographic image in advance. Then, hiccup, okay. Captain Rocket will be merciful and take you to Beast. Then, hiccup, okay. Captain Rocket will be merciful and take you to Beast. Gory followed Rocket and repeated the song. Rocket. After being tortured for most of the day, Rocket finally gave in. Stop. Enough. Stop it. I'll go. Okay. Rocket's face twisted and wrinkled. Gory smiled triumphantly. Oh, if you want to fight me, you're still 20,000 years too early. Rocket hummed and groaned as he entered the coordinates of Beast on the star map, and the Lyra jumped in that direction. When they arrived at the destination, they saw a planet that was greener overall. It looked much larger than the Earth, but it was also very beautiful. A habitable planet completely different from the Earth. It seems that the proportion of land and ocean is not much different. It's really amazing. Gory sighed in his heart, and soon the Lyra landed in the gathering place, where there were many life reactions. However, just in midair, when Gory gradually saw the ground clearly, he was stunned. Rocket. What's the matter? Are you sure this is Beast? What are you asking? Rocket rolled his eyes. Of course I'm sure, otherwise how could we get here? Then, Gory pointed to the buildings on the ground. Where are the skyscrapers? Why are there only mud houses, thatched houses and wooden houses like those of primitive tribes? Could they have come to some indigenous settlement? Rocket said disdainfully. So you are an narrow-minded earthen. Who said that the embodiment of high technology should be skyscrapers? The architectural style on Beast is like this. Okay. Gory nodded. When the Lyra descended closer to the ground, it attracted many Beast people to come and watch. Gory finally couldn't hold it anymore. Wait a minute. Are you lying to me? Is Beast really a high-tech civilization? Yeah. So what? Nothing wrong, but look. Gao Li pointed at the Beast people. They are dressed just like the indigenous people on Earth. The Beast people all have animal features, such as animal ears and tails, or long horns and wings, which are all different and varied. This is nothing. But Gao Li looked at their clothes again. Almost all of them were barefoot and shirtless, with only a piece of crotch cloth hanging around their waists. Those who wore a little more clothes only had a piece of cloth around their lower body, or a striped robe. Looking at their bodies, most of them had various kinds of ancient and mysterious tattoos, and there were rings and pendants on their noses and ears. The pendants were in the style of animal teeth beads. Many people even had scars of various sizes all over their bodies, and the overall appearance was extremely wild and wild. The civilization of Beast is a tribal civilization, so this is normal. How can you define the level of technology by the style of civilization? Rocket was still so confident that Gao Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No. How much technological expectation can I have for a civilization that can't even make shoes? Rocket corrected. The people of Beast are relatively thick-skinned and barefoot is also one of their cultures. It's not that they can't make shoes, but there is no demand to make them. Gao Li felt convinced and looked up and said, okay, since we are here, what you say is what it is. After the two tested the various indicators of the environment outside the cabin and found that they were suitable for their survival, they opened the door and walked out. At this time, several Beast people had raised their spears and pointed them at them. This gave Gao Li a sense of deja vu. Tribes, spears, high technology, barbaric style. Hey, isn't this Wakanda? Does the Marvel universe like to produce primitive tribes with high technology? Question mark? Relax, we are just here to purchase. Rocket raised his hand and pressed it, but unfortunately they couldn't understand the response of the Beast people at all. Where's your translator? Gory asked. Does it have the language of Beast built in? Rocket shook his head. No, I didn't plan to go to Beast anyway. Gory was speechless. At this time, the Beast people on the opposite side brought 2 bowls of suspicious liquid, followed by an old priest with more jingling ornaments on his body. Does this mean that we should drink it? Gory and Rocket looked at each other. You drink it? I won't drink it. You drink it? Why don't you drink it? This may be a welcome etiquette from Beast. I'm afraid this is some kind of sleepy black tea. If you drink it, you will have no power to resist. What is sleepy black tea? Is it a specialty of Earth? It doesn't matter. The key is that, even if it's not sleepy black tea, it's deadly to see the little people dancing after drinking it. When the two of them were arguing fiercely, the Beast people seemed to guess what they were thinking, and each drank a sip of the liquid in the bowl, to show that it was harmless. Well, you are sincere enough, but unfortunately I don't have the habit of sharing a bowl with men. I feel like I will drink their saliva. Stop talking nonsense and drink it. Didn't you come to Beast Planet on your own? Rocket kicked Gao Li on the butt and took the bowl and drank it. Gao Li was helpless. He muttered vaguely while drinking, maybe it's poisonous, but they have their own antidote. The liquid tasted like a mixture of various herbs. As soon as it went down his stomach, Gao Li felt that the incomprehensible discussions around him became understandable. Fuck. Drinking medicine to learn language? What kind of biotechnology is this? Gao Li was shocked and began to believe that the people of Beast Planet might really have some amazing scientific level. Are you alien visitors? It's been a long time since I last saw you. My name is Riguspa. Do you want to come to my house and sit for a while? The strong man who handed over the bowl invited enthusiastically, seeming very familiar. Or you can come to my house. Come to my place. My house is pretty big. We are not hunting today, so I'm free. The crowd around also shouted enthusiastically. Their hospitality made Gao Li start to have some social anxiety. But Gao Li thought about it and realized that they really needed a guide on the planet Beast. My name is Gao Li, and this is my friend Rocket. Thank you, Ragusilla. The old priest nodded to Ragusilla and walked away with the staff-like stick, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Ragusilla led the way in front, and Gao Li followed behind. He changed to another language that Rocket could translate and whispered, "Rocket, what do you think? Is there something fishy here? Don't think that they act so sincere and friendly. They will backstab us and sell us for money or rob us." Rocket said speechlessly, "You Earthlings are too suspicious, aren't you? According to the records of many interstellar travelers, the people of Basista are basically like this. They don't have any brains, just like small animals, after they are full and satisfied. This. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. After all, this is my first interstellar travel. How do you know what pitfalls I will fall into?" Rocket threw a communicator to Gao Li and said, "There is a positioning device on it. If you are really scared, you can go back to the Leela. I have modified the Leela with a stealth system. When it is turned on, I guarantee that no Bethesda people can see you." "That's not necessary." Gao Li put away the communicator. Thinking of the fact that he still had many Kamen Rider systems as a backup, he immediately felt relieved. Besides, if they really had any bad intentions towards him, they could have done it when they drank the medicine just now. Why wait until now? When they were heading to Ragusilla's home, a supergiant geometric spaceship with a blood red main color and black lines was flying in the universe, with clear edges and corners. It was the headquarters spaceship of the Supreme Evolution, the Evolution Throne Irita. In the throne room of Irita, the Supreme Evolution with a gloomy face was listening to the report of his subordinates. "My lord, there is an emergency. Our detection device on the planet Beast has detected the biological signal of 89P13. 89P13 has been hiding for so long. Has it finally shown its tracks? This cunning little mouse." The Supreme Evolution narrowed his eyes, and anger and hatred flashed in his eyes. A mere modified low-level animal, and his creation, dared to show wisdom beyond the creator without authorization, and finally defected. The most intolerable thing is that 89P13 scratched his face completely when escaping, causing the Supreme Evolution to be completely disfigured and have to wear a leather mask all day long. "Mobilize the troops on Beast immediately and make sure to capture 89P13. I need its brain and find out what accident gave it intelligence it shouldn't have." The Supreme Evolution gave the order in a deep voice. He has created many civilizations and races so far. Some places even worship him as a god, and the Beast people are one of the unknown works of the Supreme Evolution. Chapter 79. You are already dead. Ragusilla's house was built like a cylindrical tent. When Gao Li got closer, he found that it was much thicker and stronger than he had imagined. And when he was on the Leela, it looked small because it was flying in the air, but it actually occupied a very large area, much larger than an ordinary villa, and almost every household on the road was like this. "Please come in. Please come in. You're welcome." Ragusilla opened the door. There was a small pond in a place similar to the entrance, which always reminded Gao Li of the disinfection pool he would step into before swimming. Then Ragusilla personally demonstrated how to use it, and it was really similar to what Gao Li had guessed. Ragusilla waded directly through the small pond, the depth of which was just below his ankles, and when he walked onto the opposite floor, he did not leave any watermarks. It has the property of quick drying. Is there any device in this pool to keep it in liquid state? Gao Li was immediately very interested. He took another look and found that Ragusillah's feet became very clean after walking through the pool. The dirt and dust on the road disappeared, as if they were washed to the bottom of the pool by the liquid, and would not float up. Interesting, this. Gao Li was about to continue his research when Rocket pulled the corner of his clothes. Don't keep them waiting, it's too embarrassing. Oh. Gao Li put away his curiosity with difficulty, and waded through the pool, and followed Ragusilla into the house. Ragusilla has a family of 3, his wife Hua Yao and 2 sons, one big and one small, Yao Yao and Claw Claw. The 2 children jumped around Gao Li and Rocket, and sniffed everywhere, just like 2 huskies. What do you want to do on Beast Star? Ragusilla grabbed the back of the 2 children's necks, and threw them aside, to stop them from disturbing the guests. We want to buy some high-tech equipment. Do you know where to buy it? Looking at the tattoos and piercings on their bodies, Gao Li felt that his question was extremely awkward. Unexpectedly, Ragusilla nodded and said, "Oh, then I'll take you to buy it after dinner at my house." Hey, is there really such a thing? Gao Li was secretly surprised. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was still a little afraid that Ragusilla had misunderstood. Well, why don't you ask us what kind of equipment we want? Gao Li said tactfully. That's right, I took it for granted, because aliens generally like to come to us to buy weapons, which are very easy to use, and they often update and replace new products. Ragusilla took the spear he had taken earlier and shook it casually. The seemingly ordinary spear began to deform in an instant. The main body, that originally looked seamless, bulged and changed like a mecha, and the spearhead also lit up with deadly heat and flashes, surrounded by rune codes like void projections. Gao Li was amazed by what he saw. It was really high-tech. If you attack forward, you can shoot a pointed laser bullet from the spearhead. Of course, you can also use it as a one-time life-saving weapon when necessary. Throwing it out will exert the power of a missile. Ragusilla was still introducing enthusiastically. Gao Li listened politely and apologized. I'm sorry, we want to buy scientific research equipment, not weapons. But it would be better if you can lend it to us for research later. Haha, no problem, just take it for research. I have spare, and spares. Then Ragusilla and Hua warmly treated them to look at the photo album. It was a thick book, and every time you turned a page, a holographic image would pop up. That night, Hua prepared a large table of sumptuous meals. Yaya and Claws were drooling at the sight, and Gao Li and Rocket also smelled it. When the meal officially started, Gao Li's eyes lit up. It was a new ingredient and a new cooking method that he had never tasted before, but the taste was really good. At least according to Gao Li's experience, the taste is not inferior to those Michelin-starred restaurants on Earth. After enjoying dinner, Ragusilla sat in the yard with them. Each of them picked their teeth with a fishbone and chatted. While chatting, Ragusilla suddenly said, Wow, that seems to be the lights of the army. Why did they go out for no reason? The eyesight of the people of Beast is very good, which can be called a small telescope per person. Gao Li squinted his eyes and searched for a long time before he found the lights that Ragusilla mentioned. How could you recognize the army lights in such a dark night? Yes, because they are very distinctive. We Beast people don't have an army, so we rarely see the army. We shouldn't make a mistake. Gao Li said in surprise. The military power is very important. If it is not in the hands of the Beast people, then who is in charge? Ragusilla thought for a moment and said, when I was in school, when I was a child, my teacher seemed to have taught me that it is said to be in the hands of a supreme adult, who seems to be called Supreme Evolution. What did you say? Rocket, who had just wanted to lie down after having a good meal, suddenly shot up from his original position like a frightened bird with his hair standing on end. What's wrong? Rigusilar asked in confusion. I said the big man who controls the army is called the Supreme Evolution. I heard that our clan was created by him. Rocket's pupils lost focus and his whole body trembled. That's right. Yes, the Supreme Evolution especially likes to use animals for experiments, letting them evolve into humans across billions of years. No wonder all the people of Beast have various animal characteristics. He should have thought of this earlier. Quick, run away. He screamed subconsciously. Let's run away. The Supreme Evolution is like Rocket's nightmare. What's going on? Suddenly, Regular jumped up unbelievably, stretched out his hand, and the spear flew into his palm automatically. Gao Li didn't bother to talk to Rocket. With his transformed vision, he could also see that a missile was flying at a high speed. Fuck. Gao Li hurriedly wanted to cast a connection magic to see if he could put the missile back. Regular had already thrown the spear out at a high speed. The spear automatically generated tail flame propulsion, locked the missile, and rushed straight over. The two collided in midair and caused an amazing explosion. Boom. The spreading shockwave swept everything. Even Gao Li's side was affected, and the scene was full of smoke and dust. Rocket? Ragusilla? Are you alright? Gao Li shouted to them while installing the phase driver he carried with him. Damn. No one responded. Gao Li sighed and could only gulp down transformation one shot. At the same time, he pressed the numbers on his hand and inserted them directly into his belt. Transformation complete. The smoke and dust were illuminated by the flashing red light. Gao Li moved some collapsed walls and finally found Ragusilla and his family. At this time, Huaya was holding up a large shield to protect herself and her two children. Ragusilla was also lying not far away with blood all over his head, gasping for breath. Why? Why did the army suddenly attack us? Ragusilla had just discovered that the missile was coming, and the huge sense of crisis forced him to fight back instinctively. Now he began to think about the reason belatedly. Gao Li was silent for a few seconds, guessing that it might be because of the rocket, but he couldn't be completely sure. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not safe here. Follow me and I'll escort you to a safe place first. Having said that, Gao Li also knew that there was probably no safe place on Beast. Since Beast was controlled by the Supreme Evolution, the Ragusilla family who were mixed with them were definitely the focus of investigation. It didn't matter where they went on this planet. And from the covering attack they launched missiles just now, it can be seen that they didn't care about the life and death of the Ragusilla family. Are you Gao Li? Ragusilla looked at the unfamiliar Kamen Rider and recognized that it was Gao Li's voice. Anyway, he was also dizzy at this time, and he didn't have time to think too much, so he followed Gao Li with Huaya. Drop your arms. Repeat, drop your arms. At this time, many soldiers had already flown over in flying vehicles and surrounded them. In the temporary command room, General Nadu under the Supreme Evolution slapped his deputy in the face. You idiot. The Supreme Evolutionary wants 89P13's brain. What if it is damaged by the missile? Can you bear this responsibility? Yes, I'm very sorry. The deputy lowered his head and didn't dare to refute at all. You are really an idiot. General Nadu stopped scolding him and gave orders instead. All troops, listen to my order. Search for 89P13's traces. Except for 89P13, everyone else will be killed. As the order was issued, the soldiers who had originally shouted that they would surrender their weapons and not be killed immediately raised their lethal weapons against Gao Li and others. Hide behind the shield. Huaya shouted, and the shield automatically extended an edge-light shield, covering Ragusilla and the two children. Gao Li rushed out of the coverage area. If he just took the beating, his defense would be broken sooner or later. Exceed charge. Gao Li released the red blade slash towards the sky, and the energy of the photon blood swept across, instantly involving more than a dozen soldiers. But at the same time, Gao Li was also hit by several lasers. Although the pain was obvious, it was fortunate that it did not completely break through the defense. Gao Li gritted his teeth and injured it, and kicked a soldier in the air. Rocket. Where are you? Rocket. In the distance, Rocket trembled as Gao Li fought with the enemy, while shouting his name loudly. He was the lightest, so he was also blown away to the farthest place. Although he heard Gao Li's shouts, Rocket really wanted to go over and fight side by side but for some reason his body just wouldn't obey. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and his fearless character in the past seemed to disappear at this moment. What's wrong with me? Don't think about it, run away. Two different thoughts collided in Rocket's mind, and the painful memories of being repeatedly disassembled and reassembled and injected with drug experiments in the past filled his entire mind. Although Rocket exploded in grief when escaping and scratched the face of the Supreme Evolution, the courage driven by emotions could only last for a while. Only when he witnessed the death of his friend, Rocket's anger was unprecedented, making him temporarily lose all other emotions. But now it is different. The brain will gradually forget the painful memory, and fear will gradually take over. If Rocket is an adult, he may fight with Gao Li, but Rocket now, after all, he is just a child. I'm sorry. Rocket trembled and cried, and when he came to his senses, he found that his body had spontaneously moved further and further away from the battlefield. It was like a switch. The first step of turning around and running away is often the most difficult to take, and once you realize that you have actually started to run away, the subsequent escape will only become easier and easier. I just wisely chose to protect myself. It's just a friend I've known for a few months. There's no need to sacrifice for it. It's the most correct thing for me to run away from danger. Rocket kept persuading himself in his heart, as if he wanted to give himself an acceptable reason. Yes, he has an emergency stop device installed in his body. Once injured, no equipment can heal him, otherwise he will automatically enter a state of full body destruction. No matter how good Rocket's skills are, he can't remove the emergency stop device without the password. So he couldn't get hurt. Getting hurt meant death, and he was right to do so. Rocket fled farther and farther, and soon returned to the Lyra. Rocket turned on the stealth system and drove the Lyra away from the spot to prevent the Supreme Evolutionary Army from receiving the information that he had landed here before. However, after flying for a distance, the Lyra did not fly out of the Basister planet, but found a place to stop. The stealth system was still not released, and Rocket huddled in a corner alone, hugging his knees and keeping silent. He didn't know why he hadn't driven the spacecraft to escape from the Basister planet. Rocket felt that his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't even tell what he wanted to do and what he should do. The battle on the battlefield has reached a white-hot stage. General Nadu looked at the monitor, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Although it has been input into the database for a large number of comparisons, it is still unclear what planet this individual soldier technology belongs to. His technician reported carefully and immediately added, but according to the simulation, it will be completely destroyed in 1 minute and 27 seconds. General Nadu nodded and snorted. I didn't expect an obstacle to appear halfway, but in front of my army, it is just a stronger little bug. Just as they simulated, Gao Li was completely at a disadvantage. Seeing that Rocket couldn't shout for a long time, and the shields of Riguspa and Huaya began to show signs of damage, Gao Li gritted his teeth. There is no way. Rocket may have gone to a safe place by himself. After all, the only thing that affected him before was the residual power of the explosion, and he should not have suffered any damage. Thinking of this, Gao Li no longer used the basic form to prolong the battle. He mainly wanted to have time to find Rocket. So General Nadu and the army on the battlefield saw that Gao Li took out a watch-like device, installed it on his wrist, and inserted a memory stick. Complete. Chapter 80 The shock of 50 times the speed of sound. What is he going to do? General Nadu frowned and stared at Gao Li's changes. He saw that his outer armor was opened, and the red lines that originally ran through his body turned into silver. What made General Nadu feel a little bad was that Gao Li's whole body was emitting airwaves like an overheated engine, and even the air around him was slightly distorted. But thinking about it again, General Nadu felt that he was scaring himself. No matter how much it changes, it is still just a single soldier equipment. How powerful can it be? General Nadu shook his head with a smile, and the next second he heard a mechanical registration start up. Then, Gao Li disappeared from everyone's sight. Swoosh. As soon as he started, he felt that everything around him slowed down, even to the point of stagnation. This attack path is. Gao Li glanced at the direction where the hot bone spurs were and reached out to turn the missiles that were fired in another direction. Then it's. Gao Li turned his head back to look at the army in front of him and squatted slightly. Swish, 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 swish. In the eyes of the army, 12 light cones flashing with life-threatening red light suddenly appeared, covering their heavy weapons everywhere. Then, figures flashed by one after another, piercing through their heavy weapons mercilessly. The Crimson 12 Company. Boom. 12 pillars of fire and missiles exploded almost at the same time, and even the explosions were mixed together. The spreading shock wave overturned the ground, and all the soldiers flying in the air could not control the direction, and crashed miserably under the influence of the residual power. What? General Nadu was simply stunned, his mouth opened, so wide that his jaw almost dropped. What's going on? What's going on? He grabbed the technician's neck, and his veins popped out. How could his invincible vanguard be beaten like that by just one person? Exclamation mark. General Nadu absolutely could not accept it. According to measurements, the technician rolled his eyes because he was pinched. Cough. General Nadu panted and let go of the technician, and the technician was able to report while coughing. His speed just now was as high as 50 times the speed of sound. So in an instant, he destroyed a large number of our weapons. With a snap, General Nadu slapped him. Are you kidding? How can a mere single soldier weapon have such a fast speed? If it was a spaceship, it would be fine, but even with the most highly evolved technology, it would not be possible for a single soldier equipment to reach the terrifying speed of 50 times the speed of sound. General Nadu had never even heard of any planet whose technology could do this. It was simply too fucking unscientific. The technician said aggrievedly, although I can't believe it, this is what the measurement data shows. Of course, it is not ruled out that the instrument is damaged, but one thing can be confirmed, that is, the enemy is really very fast. General Nadu almost put his face close to the holographic image to look at it, but it was currently covered by flying dust and he couldn't see anything clearly. Timeout. Reformation. At this time, Gori had already released the acceleration mode and could not continue to use it in a short period of time. The phase armor was also almost at its limit. Fortunately, the enemy was temporarily disabled, and there was smoke to cover him. He immediately took the opportunity to escape with the Rigusilla family. After finally leaving the encirclement and the chaos, Gori began to worry about Rocket again. Where did that guy go? If he has left the battlefield, he should have returned to the Lyra, right? After all, the planet Beast was also unfamiliar to Rocket, and he had nowhere to go except the Lyra. What's more, Rocket seemed to cherish the Lyra very much, or it should be said that he cherished the spaceship with the name Lyra very much, as if he had placed some emotion on it. Is the Lyra still parked there? Gao Li thought as he ran. It's probably impossible. Otherwise, we will definitely be found by the army. We didn't hide our whereabouts when we landed. Where did the Lyra go? Thinking of this, Gao Li suddenly realized that Rocket had given him a communicator with positioning. He immediately turned on the communicator and found the Lyra's location. It was no longer there. When Gao Li led Rigusilla and his family to find the Lyra, the phase drive had already collapsed a few minutes ago and turned into ashes and officially retired. Although the Lyra entered stealth mode, the positioning signal was right in front of him. Gao Li opened the hatch after groping for a while. Wait outside for a while, I'll go in and see what's going on. Gao Li told Rigusilla and Huaya. The two who were already at a loss had no other ideas at all and nodded mechanically in agreement. Although the possibility was very small, it was not ruled out that the Lyra was occupied by the enemy. While communicating with magic power, Gao Li carefully kept alert and began to explore the Lyra. Fortunately, not long after walking, I saw Rocket curled up in the corner of the cab. Huh. So you are here. It really took me a long time to find you. Gao Li breathed a sigh of relief and teased with a smile and anger. You guy, you ran away without telling me. You are too disloyal, right? Gao Li did not blame Rocket for his behavior. Although he guessed that the army was probably going after Rocket, but thinking carefully, Gao Li, who insisted on coming to Beast Star, was also responsible, and it could even be said that it was the main reason for being discovered and hunted. Therefore, He did not need to condemn Rocket too much, but even if it was a joking tone, it was like a spark igniting a gunpowder barrel, causing Rocket to explode directly. I just made the most rational choice. Why do you blame me? I have no obligation to stay and fight alongside you, and I have no obligation to notify you. At this moment, Rocket was in a state of shame and guilt, and his mind was almost overwhelmed, and his emotions were extremely sensitive and unstable. Gao Li was also shocked by Rocket's sudden outburst, mainly because he didn't expect Rocket's reaction to be so intense. What the hell are you doing? Did you get a concussion from the explosion? I didn't say anything too extreme, at least we are friends. I was so worried and looked for you for a long time. At least you can tell me before you leave, right? Gao Li was not a good person who was scolded for nothing, not to mention that this scolding was really inexplicable. Who knew that this sentence further stimulated Rocket? Did he not think of notifying Gao Li through the communicator? No, he didn't dare. Because it was like making him face the cowardly, incompetent, and despicable self who had escaped. I never said you are my friend. You just called yourself that unilaterally. Rocket grinned. I have decided long ago that I will not establish any close relationship with anyone again. The most important thing about interstellar travel is to ensure your own safety. So it is right to be alone. In order to save your own life, what's wrong with abandoning others and leaving? If you lose your life, then everything is meaningless. Gao Li was stunned and stared at Rocket closely. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, I'm sorry, I was too self-indulgent and thought that friendships don't need to be spoken out loud. When you meet someone who shares the same interests with you, it will just happen naturally. I'm really sorry about that. His slightly sarcastic tone completely angered Rocket. Huh, you actually have the nerve to say that? How can a guy who has been full of lies from the beginning until recently be qualified to talk about friends and friendship? You have been pretending and deceiving me from the beginning to the end. You said that you were a victim of forced transformation like me, but what is the reality? I have never seen you really suffer for it. Even after coming to Beast Star, there were not many instruments and equipment that could correct biological transformation on the shopping list. Even if you were really transformed, it was definitely not what you said. Rocket became more and more excited. It is very likely that you transformed yourself. In essence, you are a mad scientist like the Supreme Evolution. You never wanted to correct your transformed body at all. You said that just to gain my sympathy, but I was stupid enough to believe it. You have never felt any pain or sadness for being transformed. You are not like me, who has been repeatedly disassembled and reassembled, and turned into a monster in the mouths of others over and over again. What a Kamen Rider. It turns out that the mask means playing with a mask. After spewing out so many words in one breath, Rocket was also dry-mouthed and panting. On the other side of Rocket, Gao Li just looked at him calmly. I admit that I didn't tell you the truth at the beginning, and I apologize to you. There is only one thing I can guarantee. I didn't have any bad intentions during the whole process. I did wear a mask, but I didn't play a mad scientist. It's very simple to play him. Just vent your desires. It's not that difficult to play a real transformation victim. Just show a little sadness and self-loathing from time to time. But, Gao Li said softly, it's difficult to play Kamen Rider. The Hango Takashi I told you about is real. Or, now I think Kamen Rider number 1 is real. After all, Gao Li himself traveled to the Marvel world and the DC world, and got the detailed scientific and technological knowledge in the Kamen Rider world and the Ultraman world, so they must also have their own completely real worlds. If you want to wear the mask of Kamen Rider, you need to cover your sad face, your painful lies, and your sad tears. As a cyborg, he has always worn such a mask to protect others. I'm also a Kamen Rider, but I wear a mask not to deceive you, but to represent the awareness of implementing my own will. I hope you don't misunderstand. Let's say this. Let's part here. Gao Li did not force it. Since Rocket has expressed his position, there is no need to force them to stay together. Rocket was stunned when he heard it. What did you say? I will take all my things away, and I will also return your things to you, and you can keep the technology developed with you, such as the force drive. Gao Li said as he began to pack up his belongings. Next, I will find other aircraft on this planet. After all, it is also a high-tech civilization, and there must be spacecraft. I will not bother you anymore. Then take care of yourself, and see you later. Whether it is to leave the Beast planet or to ensure the safety of the hot bone spur family implicated by him, Gao Li is determined to do it. Even if there might not be a place to live on Beast, Gory could just take them back to Earth. With his influence on Earth, it would be no problem for him to ensure that the Regosilla family could live and work in peace without being disturbed. Rocket was trembling all over, and for a moment he couldn't say anything. His body felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead, and he couldn't do anything to stop them. He just watched Gory take his luggage and leave. In fact, apart from data materials, Gory's largest items were only a few drives and astronomical switches, nothing else. After Gory got off the Lyra, he greeted Regosilla. "Let's go. Do you know where there are spaceships that can travel through the stars?" Regosilla was still a little confused and asked blankly, Did you provoke the army? What's going on?" "I don't know too much," Gao Li shrugged, "but I know one thing, that is, whether it is me or you, it is definitely not safe to continue staying on the Beast star. Even if you didn't do anything, you will definitely be caught and interrogated by the army because of your contact with us. You will definitely be tortured or imprisoned to silence you." Regosilla shuddered all over. He couldn't imagine the scene of his family being tortured. Thinking back to the army's attack just now, it was obvious that they didn't care about their safety at all. He immediately knew that what Gao Li said was right. "Okay, I know where the spaceship is, but the military definitely knows that it will be difficult for us to get there." Regosilla took a deep breath. It was useless to complain now. It was better to solve the actual problem quickly. "It doesn't matter." Gao Li patted the brand new Faiz driver that was tied to his waist. "I made a lot of spares. Anyway, just go ahead and kill them." Gao Li confidently took out another new Faiz phone, smoothly input 555, and inserted it into his belt. Transform. Complete. The dazzling red light covered Gao Li, and soon Kamen Rider Faiz appeared on the Beast planet again. "Oh, so handsome. Is that how it's transformed?" Regosilla, fangs and claws all opened their mouths wide, and even through their troubles behind their heads, their eyes shining with envy. Gao Li's transformation one-shot could not only maintain one transformation. After Gao Li's continuous improvement, transformation one-shot has become a long-lasting potion. After a single drink, it is effective for 20 consecutive hours, and you can transform into Kamen Rider Faiz as many times as you want. Chapter 81. Is there anyone who can control the cheating? On the Leela. After Gao Li left, Rocket seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground again. He did not drive the Leela away, and he did not even have the strength to climb into the driver's seat. Unexplainable emotions overwhelmed Rocket's brain. He did not know whether it was regret, resentment, or something else. In short, his heart was in a mess. After sitting for a long time, Rocket supported himself and clicked on the operating screen of the cockpit, sliding aimlessly. He did not know what he was doing, as if everything had no meaning. It was just that his body was moving mechanically, like a walking corpse. Gao Li had escorted the Regosilla family for a long distance, but unfortunately they were caught by the satellite launched by the army. The pursuers came in waves, but Gao Li used the Kamen Rider system to tell them who has the strongest individual technology on land. Exceed charge. After Gao Li punched over the armored tank, he turned over his mobile phone and pressed the confirmation button again. Exceed charge. Hey. Gao Li jumped up, and the crimson electric drill mercilessly penetrated the plane in the air. "You dare to fly at a low altitude in front of me? You really don't know how to live or die." Gao Li snorted coldly and observed the enemy's formation at a high altitude before landing. "Very good. They have surrounded us at a very close distance, but it is basically the limit. If they get closer, it will be difficult for me to protect the hot bone spur family." Gao Li silently calculated that the reason why he used the basic form to fight first was to induce the army to get closer. After all, the accelerated form has a time limit, and he has to destroy as many enemy troops as possible within 10 seconds. Complete. Start up. The moment he landed, Gao Li started the acceleration meter. The acceleration mode was quickly changed, and as his figure flashed, he immediately entered a state of terrifying activity at 50 times the speed of sound. In these fatal 10 seconds, Gao Li saw that everything seemed to be stagnant, and he could only let him slaughter. Next is a crimson electric drill, 15 consecutive. Boom. 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 The fully armed army was pierced by multiple life-threatening light cones, and 15 consecutive explosions shot up into the sky. No army can withstand a terrifying enemy that moves at 50 times the speed of sound, and can use special moves as ordinary attacks. Not to mention the army under the command of the Supreme Evolution. Even if Thanos' army came, it would still be useless. Damn it. Is there no way to deal with it? In the frontline command center, General Nadu slapped the operating table in frustration. When he first discovered Gao Li's trace, he was still very excited. Don't look at this unidentified little bug, who doesn't know where such terrible individual equipment came from, but it is obvious that it has reached its limit. Otherwise, the little bug would not have escaped. After all, that extreme speed is really terrifying. If it can be used all the time, it will be no problem to stay where it is and continue to fight them head on. In fact, General Nadu did see Gao Li exit the acceleration mode. Then it is obvious that this powerful speed must have its use limit. We must take it down. Crush it into pieces. Only in this way can we wash away the shame just now. General Nadu gave orders to his soldiers with a tone of confidence. It was just one person, and he could not fight against his invincible army after all. Then not long after, General Nadu saw Gao Li transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz's accelerated mode again in the surveillance. How could it be so? Question mark? Is there no limit to this kind of plug-in ability? Is there anyone who can control it? Sorry, we are really powerless for the time being. General Nadu's deputy was sweating, but he had to bite the bullet and answer him. After all, this speed is too amazing. Let alone our individual aircraft. Even our fighter planes can't reach such a speed. 50 times supersonic speed is simply outrageous. Except for interstellar spacecraft, who would make individual weapons so exaggerated. Even if it can be that fast, the user can't react at all. Hey, wait, if that's the case, the enemy's individual soldier technology can not only accelerate the surface by 1,000 times, but can even make the user's thinking also accelerate by 1,000 times. And it seems to have no side effects. This is even more outrageous than before. Absolutely outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. How can such a perverted technology exist? The deputy muttered to himself when he thought of this. I wonder if the Supreme Evolutionary can do it? Although it was disrespectful to have this thought, it was obvious that the Supreme Evolutionary probably couldn't do it. Otherwise, wouldn't they have equipped their entire army with it long ago? General, I have watched his battle records repeatedly and found a flaw. At this time, the technician suddenly came in to report, bringing good news that cheered General Nadu up. I don't know if it's because of excessive energy consumption. It seems that not long after using the acceleration, his energy field became weaker and weaker, and more unstable. He may collapse on the spot at any time. The technician presented the analysis data charts measured by various instruments. Although General Nadu didn't quite understand it, he roughly understood the meaning. Oh. In other words, that guy's individual equipment can't hold up, and is completely destroyed? General Nadu's eyes lit up. That's right. The technician nodded. When that happens, it will be our chance. General Nadu couldn't help but laugh. It was as expected. That's how it should be. Individual equipment with such exaggerated performance must be accompanied by extremely huge pressure burden, and it is estimated that it cannot support such continuous use. Damage is a foregone conclusion. Okay, keep an eye on him. General Nadu waved his hand and was full of confidence again. As the holographic image changed, it could be seen that the equipment on Gao Li's body began to be covered with cracks, and the most important thing was that the driver on his waist was also smoking. The Faiz driver can't hold up. Gao Li blinked, but did not show any panic. He just took out another Faiz driver from the box he carried with him, opened his mobile phone in advance, and entered the code 555 plus enter. Standing by. As the standby sound continued to ring, Gao Li's original belt gradually turned into ashes and fell off, and Gao Li also seamlessly connected the new belt. While buckling the new driver with his left hand, he inserted Faiz's mobile phone with his right hand. Transform. Complete. It can be seen that Gao Li's whole body was originally shrouded in a white light, which was the phenomenon of releasing the transformation. However, before the white light disappeared, it immediately turned into red light, which was the phenomenon of completing the transformation. When the light faded, the brand new Kamen Rider Faiz stood proudly in front of everyone. What a joke. General Nadu punched through the holographic projection with one punch, causing no damage to the holographic projection. He failed to vent his anger effectively and turned into a desktop cleaning master, sweeping away the things on the table in anger. There is no floor at all. How many sets of this individual equipment does that bastard have? Obviously one set is already so tricky, but there is more than one. Is there still justice? Is there still law? The technician who made the original report also became embarrassed at this time, and then he broke out in a cold sweat. Because he gave General Nadu false hope, he would become the target of General Nadu's anger. Fortunately, General Nadu's professional quality was not bad, and he did not sit on the position of general for nothing, so he barely restrained his anger. He glanced at the technician coldly and did not say much, but issued a new order. Mark out all his past routes and see where his most likely destination is. After the route map was displayed, General Nadu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Just as I expected. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight a war of attrition with us in our base camp. He is not stupid. He knows that he must find a spaceship as soon as possible and escape from us to survive. The simulated route map and the holographic image predicted as many as 3 routes, but the end of each one led to the local hangar. Divide the troops into 3 groups. General Nadu immediately ordered, divide into 3 groups, go to the hangar in advance and wait for them to fall into the trap. If you find that it is impossible to do so, then immediately destroy all the docked spaceships so that they can't fly away, and they will find that it's all in vain. After fighting so hard, General Nadu became more and more excited. Only by letting the little bug that caused him to lose face fall into despair can he relieve his hatred. As Gao Li's figure flashed by like a ghost, he forcibly cut a bloody path under the obstruction of the army. He was like a wind of destruction that brought death. Wherever he passed, heavy weapons were pierced. No one could stop him even for a second. Those heavy firepowers that were extremely powerful in the past were like plastic toys in front of Gao Li, and they had no power to fight back at all. Time out. Reformation. Gao Li reappeared, and even with his amazing physique after the transformation, he began to breathe heavily. There were so many battles along the way. Gao Li transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz more than once, and used the acceleration mode more than once. The acceleration mode is operated at ultra high power, which will bring a more severe burden to the transformer. When it was designed, it was not thought that someone would use it so frequently. It's a bit bad. Although the journey is almost over, the inventory of Faiz drivers is running low. Can we make it through successfully? Gao Li felt a little heavy. He seemed to be in high spirits and could kill gods and buddhas, but the price he paid for this was the extremely fast consumption of Faiz driver inventory. Not to mention that his physical strength was also seriously depleted. If Gao Li was just fighting, it would be fine, but he was fighting while distracted to protect the whole family of Ragusula, which would be difficult. Be careful. Thanks to the sensitive sensor, Gao Li suddenly saw from the corner of his eye that an armored tank was about to fire at the Ragusula family. There was no time to think about it. Gao Li could only rush over and just help them block the attack. Boom. Gao Li was blown away, and the flames and smoke spread like a bomb. Ragusula and Huaya also cried out in surprise. Gao Li, are you okay? Cough cough. Gao Li's voice came out from the smoke. It hurts so much. Exceed charge. Along with Gao Li's cough, there appeared an energy slash of 2 cross-photon blood gushing out, which cut the armored tank into 4 pieces on the spot. Boom. The strong wind from the explosion of the armored tank on the spot blew away the dust, revealing Gao Li's body, which was already tattered and flashing with electric sparks like a short circuit. He also half knelt on the ground. His body swayed, but he still reacted quickly to take out a new Faiz driver. changing the belt like flowing water. Gao Li trembled with one hand and entered the code, aiming several times before barely inserting it. Transform. Complete. Gao Li, who turned into Kamen Rider Faiz again, slowly stood up, and his eyes under the mask had already lit up with a dazzling golden light. There was only a little distance left to the destination, and he broke through with explosive force. With the blessing of the eternal golden eyes, Gao Li's movements were more swift and exaggerated, and the soldiers were defeated. All those who saw Gao Li fighting bloody battles all had only one word in their hearts: God of War. This scene was not only seen by the Supreme Evolutionary Army, but also by most people on Beast, after fighting for so long. Although it looks primitive and backward, in fact, Beast is indeed a high-tech civilization, and naturally there are network news media. Moreover, the people of Beast are more open-minded and thick-skinned than the people on Earth. The number of battlefield reporters is overwhelming, and they have been following behind them to broadcast this earth-shaking battle live. In fact, they don't need to get too close, and high magnification telescopic technology equipment has long been popularized in the hands of every reporter on Beast. The reason why this is a earth-shaking battle is not because Gao Li's fight is so powerful, it is simply moving mountains and filling seas to turn the world upside down, but because Gao Li's opponent is the army of the Supreme Evolution. As the creator of multiple civilizations, the Supreme Evolutionary is like the Jade Emperor in mythology, and his army is like the heavenly soldiers and generals in mythology. Today, the heavenly soldiers and generals are besieging an enemy, and the battle is so fierce. What else can this be but the legendary mythical war? For example, it is equivalent to the Sun Wukong fighting against the heavenly soldiers and generals in China, and it is guaranteed that every Chinese will pay special attention to it. At this moment, Gao Li is like the Sun Wukong of Beast. Naturally, whether it is the eastern or western hemisphere, the southern or northern hemisphere of Beast, whether it is day or night, dawn or dusk, Beast people in any time zone are calling friends, or hearing about the real version of the myth in various ways. The people in charge of the news live broadcast are almost laughing. There has never been such a topical event on Beast, and the number of online viewers has reached a new high. By now, almost half of the Beast people are watching this mythical war. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, A Hero Can't Escape. All the frequency bands and networks on the planet Beast, including some frequency bands that are common to the universe and the stars, are filled with the battle between Gory and the Supreme Evolution Army. Thanks to this, Rocket can connect to the past inadvertently, even if he manipulates it aimlessly, unless the Lyra does not receive any external information. Gory? Looking at the Kamen Rider Faiz displayed on the screen, Rocket's lifeless eyes have a little light. That was the Kamen Rider that Gory transformed into when they first met. Looking at it again at this time, it is still fresh in his memory, as if it pulled Rocket back to his memories. But soon, Rocket saw Gory transformed into a form he had never seen before. The outer armor opened, and the heat emitted distorted the surrounding air, and the whole person was full of a sense of being ready to go. Start up. Gory disappeared in a whoosh, and was replaced by a series of blood red light cones lined up in a straight line among the army intercepting in front. Boom. 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 The continuous explosions were like Moses splitting the sea, directly opening a passage for Gory in the army. Gory is so strong. Even Rocket, who was extremely disappointed at this moment, was shocked at this moment. This performance alone was enough to rank as the strongest among all the individual armed forces he had ever seen. That direction is. Rocket looked over and saw that it was a local space center of the Beast Star. Thinking back to what Gory said, it was obvious that he wanted to find a spaceship here. However, in the enemy's base camp, the intention was so obvious, how could the enemy let Gory succeed? The moment Gory appeared, the other military spacecrafts all fired missiles at the space center and blew it up on the spot. Ha 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 ha. How could we possibly let you get what you want? Despair, right? How does it feel to be completely in despair? General Nadu's triumphant laughter came from the loudspeaker, and at the same time, more troops who had removed their optical camouflage appeared. On the contrary, you have fallen into the trap I carefully set. You are completely walking into a trap. Gao Li was busy fighting with other soldiers, and he was still calm in every move, without even a trace of panic, as if he was still sure of victory. This made General Nadu, who was always keeping a close eye on the battlefield, panic for a moment, but he soon calmed down again. That little bug must have been pretending to be calm. My plan is perfect. Dear audience, the enemy looks exhausted. Can the God Army take him down? Let's wait and see. At this time, the host, the Beast Star, also inserted a statement at the right time. Rocket's heart couldn't help but rise when he heard this. At least to outsiders, the battlefield situation is already very clear. Obviously, Gao Li was in a desperate situation, and even the only chance to escape by spaceship just disappeared. He didn't know that Gao Li still had the endless style as a trump card, but he felt extremely irritable, as if his whole heart was tied together. Why am I so irritable? Damn it. Rocket scratched his hair and sat on the ground, closing his eyes and not wanting to continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. But in his mind, he couldn't help but think about Gao Li's safety again and again. The more at this time, the more Rocket hated his cowardly self. Originally, his body was what he hated the most. Rocket was forced to give him the ability to perceive the world and endure the pain that he didn't need to bear. Although he had loved before, it was taken away again. His seemingly fearless and mean character was just a forced disguise of strength to protect the fragile shell of his heart. It was wrapped in only suffering, haggardness, and world weariness. At this moment, Rocket could feel that the pain suppressed in his poor body was gushing out. Because he knew that he, who had once been freed from loneliness, would return to loneliness again. What do I want to do? What should I do? Question mark? Leela, Bangban, Daya, if you are still alive and by my side, can you tell me, what will you do? Rocket, if we are in danger, what will you do? Suddenly, Rocket looked up suddenly and seemed to have auditory hallucinations. Leela. Rocket whispered softly, and his eyes were quickly blurred by tears. There was no one in front of him, but in the hazy vision, the three good friends seemed to be smiling at him. With Rocket's current confused thoughts, it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. He just seemed to have found an emotional outlet, mumbling about his past guilt and regret. I'm sorry, I failed you, I killed you. Rocket. Leela said softly, it's not your fault. Weren't you brave enough to save us? You've always been like this, giving everything to protect your friends. We are all very grateful to you. But, Rocket said absent-mindedly, I'm no longer like that now. I lost that courage and became a cowardly rat. Even my. Gao Li's face flashed through his mind, and it was difficult to continue speaking. Leela shook her head. No, my dear Rocket. It's up to you to decide what kind of person you want to be. Just like when you were just a child, you stood up for us. You didn't retreat because of the coldness and threats of the supreme evolution, nor were you defeated by the pain and fear brought by the transformation. Rocket looked at her in a daze and suddenly recalled his initial feelings. Yes, when he had nothing in front of the supreme evolution, he was even worse and younger than himself now with spaceships and weapons. Why did he have the courage to do such a thing? It's hard to play Kamen Rider. If you want to wear the mask of Kamen Rider, you need to cover your sad face, your painful eyes, and your sad tears. Gao Li's words not long ago were still vivid in his mind. Rocket didn't have a mask to cover himself at the time, but he still overcame all of these. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't have the mind to think about fear and panic at that time. He only wanted to rescue himself and his friends. It was this emotion that filled Rocket's whole body and mind and became the driving force for his actions. Rocket, you are a good friend. You have a friendly and sincere heart. Leela's hand gently touched Rocket's chest. Don't forget it. Rocket wanted to hold Leela's hand, but grabbed nothing, as if everything was an illusion he imagined. But more importantly, he completely recalled his mood that day and what was the source of power that drove him that day. Leela, I haven't forgotten, and I will never forget. Rocket whispered to himself and slowly stood up from the ground. Masked riders all have one thing in common. That is, they use their own power, and even if they are crushed to pieces, they will unswervingly carry out their beliefs to the end. This is what Gao Li said before coming to Beast Planet. Rocket could not fully understand it at that time. Looking back now, isn't it the self who has the intention to save everyone from the supreme evolution and is working hard for this? I really don't want to admit that it really fits Gao Li's favorite mantra. Question Kamen Rider, understand Kamen Rider, and become Kamen Rider. Sure enough, even if I can't transform for the time being, Rocket looked at the damaged Force driver. I'm still Kamen Rider. He wants to save Gao Li. He wants to save Gao Li. Rocket is no longer deceiving himself. This is his truest thought and the belief he wants to realize most at this moment. Outside the ruins of the space base, Gao Li has just used the latest phase driver and once again killed all around in an accelerated form, temporarily clearing the surrounding enemy forces. In this way, Gao Li finally had a rare opportunity to breathe. You're really entangled. How badly do I have to beat you up before you lose your fighting power completely? Gao Li sighed. He had expected this to happen, but he had to take the spaceship. It seemed like an unsolvable deadlock. It should be so. At least that's what General Nadu thought. But Gao Li never had only one plan. This was just Gao Li's plan A. If that didn't work, then he would implement plan B. If he really couldn't get rid of the enemy's pursuit and the spaceship he could ride was destroyed, then he would just go straight to the enemy headquarters and forcibly seize their spaceship. After all, it was proven that in front of his acceleration mode, the army of the Supreme Evolution had no power to resist. Is the driver about to collapse again? The interface in Gao Li's vision began to flash an alarm signal, and he hurriedly searched for the next phase belt. However, when he stretched out his hand, Gao Li was stunned on the spot. It seemed that the phase drivers he had manufactured had all been consumed. Gao Li soon came to his senses. There's no other way. I'll just have to rely on the endless style to force my way through. However, Gao Li's actions and reactions were also clearly shown in the surveillance. General Nadu was simply ecstatic. Look at him. He didn't change his equipment in time. Could it be that he finally ran out of equipment? General Nadu said to himself in surprise. Yes, it must be so. He said it. How could there be too many single soldier armed forces with such abnormal combat power? Attack. Surround him and beat him hard. General Nadu immediately gave the order, and the army in the distance also surrounded Gao Li. Seeing this, Gao Li began to gather his magic power. At this time, the communication beside his ear suddenly connected to the lyra, which was a frequency band that only rockets could understand. To your left. Rockets. Gao Li looked to the left in surprise. There was nothing in the sky, but a large amount of ammunition was fired out of thin air, catching the army off guard. It was a lyra in invisible state. Although he didn't know why, Gao Li still reacted quickly. Hurry up and get on board. It's hard for me to protect you completely on the battlefield. He turned his head and shouted at the Rigusper family. Even though they were protected by Gao Li's spirit all the way, they still had many wounds on their bodies. Fortunately, they were only superficial injuries. Seeing the four people approaching the ammunition launch site, Gao Li opened his phone and finally clicked the confirmation button. Exceed charge. The light blade in his hand was charged at a very fast speed. With the last bit of durability of phase armor, Gao Li swung several slashes in all directions. Multiple red blade slashes. A large number of photon slashes flew around, setting off sky-high explosions and smoke, covering Gao Li and his team's actions. Originally, this was superpowered photon blood, which was very damaging to the phase system. Normally, it should not be used like this. But since the phase system was about to turn to ashes, Gao Li might as well let it glow as much as possible before it died on the spot. Of course, the Supreme Evolutionary Army was not puppets. They were well trained and soon launched a full power coverage attack in the approximate direction. The battlefield was in chaos for a while. Fortunately, Rocket's mission was not to defeat the enemy. As long as he could successfully pick up Gao Li and the family of Rigusilla, he would be considered a winner. Soon, Gao Li jumped up and followed closely into the cabin of the lyra. As one of the best pilots in the universe, Rocket manipulated the lyra to break through the siege and escape the gravity of the Beast Star into space. It was a close call. It was really a close call. Ugh. Gao Li, who had just released his transformation, looked pale. Rocket's various high difficulty aerobatic flights almost made him vomit. Fortunately, these costs were not in vain. They seemed to be safe for the time being. Of course, don't you look at who is driving. Rocket raised a thumb, but as soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Gao Li, and Gao Li looked at him. Neither the man nor the bear spoke again, and the scene was quite awkward. After all, they had just experienced such a fierce argument, and it was impossible to just restart the computer and pretend that nothing had happened. After a long silence, Rocket said softly, "I'm sorry, Gory." There was no complicated explanation, just one sentence was enough. Gory smiled again, walked to the side of the control panel, and patted Rocket's shoulder. "I should say sorry, but everything is over. Thank you for risking your life to save me." Rocket nodded slightly and said HMM. At this time, Gory looked at the glass of the control room with some confusion, because he could see that the inside of the glass was covered with a half yellow and half orange transparent barrier, just like the automatic security system when the Lyra opened the hatch in space. "Rocket, how come?" Gory had just asked half of his question when he felt Rocket, who was patting him, fall down softly. "Rocket? What's wrong with you?" Gory was shocked, and then he realized that Rocket's voice was much weaker than usual. He thought he was embarrassed before. "I can't hold on any longer, but I was lucky to say it before I fainted." Rocket panted hard and pointed to the bullet holes on the glass in front of him. "When the glass is penetrated, the natural barrier will fill it up. I was a little too confident. I thought I was wearing a bulletproof vest, but it seems that it can only protect me from being penetrated." Before he could finish, Gao Li immediately called the medical room suspension device to scan the rocket. Sure enough, the impact force caused serious damage to the rocket's internal organs. Military strafing is not a film or TV show. There is no possibility of human body outline. Chapter 83 Kamen Rider Kabuto. Gao Li was very anxious. "Wait, I'll get the first aid kit right away." "No." Rocket called him weakly. "I have an emergency stop device in my body. I can't use the first aid kit." "Emergency stop device?" Gao Li was stunned, and Regular, who was standing not far away and looking over here, raised his hand. "I heard that it seems that the Supreme Evolutionary will regard all creations as property with intellectual property rights and install emergency stop devices in their bodies, which can only be removed with a password." "Rocket, this is it." Gao Li couldn't finish his question because Rocket had fainted. Gao Li's body trembled, and he quickly took him to the emergency room and put him on the treatment table for a full body examination. "How much time does Rocket have left?" Gao Li asked the automatic medical AI on the Lyra. The medical AI quickly concluded, "If you keep this state, the estimated remaining lifetime is 7 hours and 50 minutes, 8 hours and 10 minutes. Gao Li heard his lips move a few times, and he was a little confused. "Less than half a day left? Question mark? What should I do?" "Wait a minute, think about it carefully. The treatment function of the first aid kit can save Rocket. But Rocket has an emergency stop device inside his body, so he can't use the first aid kit. The emergency stop device can only be disabled with a password. Only the Supreme Evolution has the password for the emergency stop device." The more Gao Li thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Although he had thought about whether to try to crack it, since Rocket had never done it, it would obviously take a lot of time, and he couldn't gamble with Rocket's life. Then the goal was clear, the Supreme Evolution. But where is the Supreme Evolution? Gao Li frowned. There was a bigger problem, which was whether the remaining time would be enough for Rocket to hold on until he found the password. Think about it carefully. Do I have any skills or equipment that can alleviate it? Is there any? Gao Li was rarely so anxious, and he kept eliminating the abilities or techniques he had in his mind. 10-meter long distance running, invincible flamehead, space street slicker, dead card pilot. None of his skills were useful. What about Kamen Rider's technology? Kamen Rider G3, Kamen Rider G3X, Kamen Rider Faiz, Kamen Rider Faiz Accelerated Mode, Kamen Rider Force, Kamen Rider Wizard. Oh, that's right, Endless Style. A flash of light flashed in Gao Li's mind, and he thought of a special ability of Endless Style. That is Endless Style, which can adjust its own time flow. Originally, this trick can only be used on himself who has transformed into Kamen Rider Wizard Endless style and cannot adjust the time flow of others, but Gao Li is very different. He has a way to take advantage of it. Don't forget Gao Li's identity. He is the master of the magic of the night magic. Although Gao Li does not have the corresponding status in the Marvel universe, the endless magic that he stuffed into his soul and brought over has the characteristics of the DC universe. Or it should be said that it is precisely because Gao Li proves the master of magic with the endless style that the endless magic will have this attribute borrowing. Gao Li can lend the endless magic to Rocket as the master of magic, so that Rocket can transform into Kamen Rider Wizard Endless style. Although Rocket would lose his exclusive ability to be immune to magic because he was not the master of magic, adjusting his own time flow was a basic technique of the endless style. Gao Li did what he said, extracting infinite magic from his soul with one hand, and tried to lend it to Rocket. Fortunately, Gao Li succeeded in the first test. A small-sized endless magician ring condensed on Rocket's finger, and a small-sized wizard driver also appeared on his waist. Transform, Rocket. Gao Li said softly. If Rocket's force driver had not been damaged in the previous experiment, he would not have been injured by the enemy's weapons. Soon, Rocket's whole body was shrouded in a diamond-like brilliance, becoming a mini version of Kamen Rider Wizard Endless style. Gao Li skillfully guided the magic in Rocket's body, and her chant suddenly rang out in the treatment room, unlimitedness. Although Rocket's body did not move at all, he could see that he felt abnormally slow. Gao Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the magic was completed successfully. The time of the rocket was slowed down by 100 times, which should provide me with a buffer period of up to 1 month. Gao Li had more time to think about countermeasures. The first thing he noticed was the extra prompts from the system. A new SS level lottery? Gao Li frowned and thought for a while and roughly guessed the specific situation. In the continuous battles just now, he also noticed that the reporters from Beast Star were hanging far behind and broadcasting live. Thinking about the special status of the Supreme Evolution on Beast Star, I'm afraid that his deeds of beating the heavenly soldiers and generals have already spread all over the world. It is equivalent to creating a myth of Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven and the Beast world. You must know that the volume of Beast Star is much larger than that of the Earth, and the population is naturally much larger. If each habitable planet is regarded as an independent alien world, then Beast Star is equivalent to a fantasy high-tech world that is larger than the Earth world, gathering the attention of the whole world, and the influence that may be passed down to future generations is worthy of an SS-level lottery. Without further ado, Gao Li quickly used the lottery. This time, I didn't even have the mood to pray to the gods, but fortunately, the result of the lottery was good. Data on the development of Kamen Rider systems based on Tachans? Gao Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly recognized what it was. This was the technology of Kamen Rider Kabuto's world. Before this, Tachans had always been a hypothetical particle that existed in theory, but had never been discovered. But Kamen Rider Kabuto's system could use Tachans at will to achieve a super acceleration called uptime. In terms of speed, it is said to be no less than the accelerated form of Kamen Rider Faiz, but it has not exceeded the accelerated mode, unless it is a further super uptime. I might be very happy at ordinary times, but now, it can't improve my combat power too much. Gao Li frowned. At first glance, it was a new Kamen Rider system, but to be honest, for him who has mastered the accelerated form technology, it didn't make much difference. Originally, Gao Li was planning to use this month to build more Kamen Rider Faiz drivers, but now it is just possible to change to research and manufacture Kabuto's night system. However, the biggest advantages that the two can bring out are not much different. Even in the time limit of the accelerated state, the two are similar. Even the upgraded time has a mechanism that it will be overloaded and must exit after a certain time. In fact, the accelerated form has an advantage over Kabuto. That is, the silver photon blood has abundant energy supply, allowing Gao Li to use the special move Crimson Drill as a normal attack at will. If it were Kabuto, it would be absolutely impossible to release more than a dozen night kicks in a row in one upgraded time. Speaking of which, the basic form of Kamen Rider technology so far corresponds to the S level. and the enhanced form, such as the accelerated mode, corresponds to the SS level. If G3X had not been developed by me, it would probably be SS level in the subsequent draw. As for the SSS level, looking at the situation of Kamen Rider Kronos, it roughly corresponds to the final form of Kamen Rider under normal circumstances. So the question is, in this research and development data, it corresponds to the basic form of Kamen Rider Kabuto. Why is it as high as SS level? After thinking for a while, Gao Li made an assumption. First of all, Kamen Riders of Kamen Rider Kabuto series do not have enhanced transition forms. Secondly, Kamen Riders without enhanced transition forms are generally very strong in their basic forms, or have their own unique skills. For example, Kamen Rider Ryuki can enter the mirror world, and Kamen Rider Kabuto can use uptime transformation. With these unique skills, they are enough to match the enhanced transition forms of other Kamen Riders. Therefore, this type of Kamen Rider is SS level in its basic form alone. If you think about it this way, uptime transformation is not weaker than acceleration mode. Although the output power is a little worse, the endurance is much stronger. Gao Li quickly analyzed the pros and cons. The output power of Kamen Rider Faiz's accelerated form is really high, and the flying kick is fired continuously, as if it is free. However, the price is that the power is too high. Basically, after each transformation, it will not be used for a long time, otherwise it will face the risk of self-explosion. Not only will it explode, but the area within a few kilometers will also be contaminated by degraded photon blood, just like a nuclear bomb explosion. However, although the duration of Kamen Rider Kabuto's uptime transformation is similar to that of the accelerated form, he can perform uptime transformation multiple times in one transformation. This alone is very attractive to Gao Li. It can only be said that these two SS level technologies have their own advantages and disadvantages. In the following time, Gao Li studied the development materials day and night. As for whether the development can be completed within a month, Gao Li never thought about this question at all. It's not whether it can be done, but it must be done. I'm a genius. I can definitely do it. Gao Li kept admonishing himself in his heart, as if he was repeatedly hypnotizing himself. At this time, he realized that the character of Dan Ladao that he pretended to be in Tony at the beginning still had its advantages. That is, he has sufficient self-confidence, and will never doubt that he can't do it. Facts have proved that Gao Li's talent is still terrifying when it is squeezed to the limit. In less than half a month, Gao Li had thoroughly studied the entire set of development materials and was able to use them skillfully. In the following week, Gao Li produced the Kamen Rider Kabuto system and found a way to obtain the certification of the insect instrument. Finally done. Gao Li's eyes were full of bloodshot and he breathed slightly while holding the Kabuto insect instrument. Now, I really have the future in my hands. The next thing to do is to have a good sleep and recuperate. Then, fight back to Beast Star. Although General Nadu failed to encircle Gao Li, the reason why they were able to move out so quickly was that they were originally stationed on Beast Star. As the direct army of the Supreme Evolution, it is reasonable to have the location coordinates of the Supreme Evolution, right? That's right. Gao Li is going to fight back to Beast Star, get the coordinates directly from the garrison, and then fight to the location of the Supreme Evolution. Attribute explosion. Sleep. The next day, a refreshed man appeared near the military base of the Supreme Evolution's God Army. I slept so well. Gao Li stretched his body, yawned, and put on his belt. Since I'm happy, I will make the enemy unhappy soon. Gao Li smiled coldly, and the armored insect instrument automatically flew around him. As Gao Li stretched his hand to the sky, the sun shone on the palm of his hand, and the armored insect instrument also reflected the sun's light and fell into his hand. Transform. A low mechanical sound rose, and countless honeycomb-like spots of light gathered on Gao Li's body surface, eventually forming a set of armor. But Gao Li did not stop. He gently raised the insect horn of the armored insect instrument, and a rapid standby sound suddenly sounded. As if announcing his arrival, Gao Li stepped on this warning to the enemy in a high-profile manner, and went straight to the gate of the base. His undisguised behavior immediately attracted a large number of soldiers to surround him, and they all pointed their guns at him and shouted loudly, "Show your identity immediately, otherwise we will." Gao Li broke off the insect horn completely before they finished speaking. Cast off. Change beetle. The armor on his body immediately bulged like a deformed mecha, and then turned into parts and shot out in all directions. With super hardness and speed, each part turned into a terrifying kinetic shell, immediately setting off a bloody storm among the surrounded soldiers. Some soldiers fell to the ground screaming with broken bones, while others died on the spot before they could react. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people fell to the ground. Ignoring the miserable wailing soldiers, Gao Li gently tapped the side buckle. Clock up. With a whoosh, Gao Li disappeared on the spot without a trace. Only the reinforcement who came later looked at each other, wondering where the enemy had gone. In the base command room, the video of what happened just now has been played over and over again in the holographic image. General Nadu's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression looked furious. Here comes another one. Here comes another one. What's going on now? How come anyone dares to step on his face? Exclamation mark. The key is that if they step on him, they step on him, but he can't do anything about it for the time being. This is the most frustrating and infuriating thing. Before it was that little bug, this time it's. General Nadu paused and suddenly felt a little confused, not knowing who this guy was. Are they in the same group? But just looking at the appearance of the equipment and the triggering method, they are almost completely different, and it is hard to imagine that they are from the same place. But they all have the same powerful speed. Maybe the intruder is invisible, not so fast that he disappears? The deputy asked cautiously, and General Nadu shook his head. I have thought about this problem a long time ago, and specially asked the technicians to do an analysis. Through ultra-high magnification slow motion, we can confirm that he is too fast, so fast that he can't be seen by the naked eye. The most infuriating thing is the swaggering attitude, as if deliberately telling them, your dad is here. P.S. Thanks to Kangling Hagen for the 800-point reward. Chapter 84 Clock Up. Clock Up. There is nothing invincible in martial arts, only speed can't break it. This principle is universal even in the interstellar era. Just like Quicksilver in Avengers 2, although he may not be able to beat the Hulk and Thor, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, such as catching Thor's hammer, he can be invincible in a single fight against the entire Avengers. This is the power of speed. Not to mention the time-honored Kamen Rider Kabuto, who is much faster than Quicksilver at that time. Damn it. Is there no way to limit him? General Nadu became more and more angry and hammered the table hard. Such a large army is helpless against a mere enemy, which is extremely aggrieved. General Nadu's staff looked at each other, and the chief of staff said, unless we can trap him in a small place, or lock him up, or create a range covering attack that he can't avoid. All of these are difficult to achieve. The latter will give the enemy enough time and speed to escape before they launch it. The former may be useful for other speed type enemies, but Kamen Rider is not just about speed. He also has a strong attack power that can penetrate most barriers. Even if they can lure the enemy into a completely closed room, they can't stop the enemy from breaking through the wall. Now this new invader looks different from the previous one. Maybe he will be easier to deal with. The deputy boldly put forward a hypothesis. General Nadu thought about it and said, that's also possible. Maybe he only has speed, but not that strong power. The armored man with silver lines on his body that they met before can use a blood red light cone with super high penetrating power. No matter how strong their weapons are, they can't withstand even a single blow. Of course there is another possibility, General Nadu continued, that is, this new individual equipment is not manufactured in large quantities like the previous one. In other words, once the individual weapons this time reach their limit, the invader may have no other options. It is his biggest mistake to dare to invade our base alone. General Nadu's conjecture is not groundless. First of all, whether it is Kamen Rider Faiz or Kamen Rider Kabuto, they did not match any data in the database. This shows that the two types of individual equipment have probably never been popularized or mass-produced on any planet. They should be the exclusive secret technology of a certain force, and generally speaking, the number will not be too large. In fact, Gao Li's performance on the battlefield, when he found that Faiz's drive was used up, also became an important basis for General Nadu's conjecture. Secondly, no matter what kind of mysterious technology this is, it must be impossible to use it continuously if it needs to be accelerated so fast. Otherwise it will overheat and overload. Unless this invention violates physics and physics no longer exists, this situation will definitely occur. The more General Nadu thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense, and even his expression began to get excited. As long as the intruder reappears, and the armor shows signs of overload or damage, we will. Unfortunately, before he could finish, the door of the command room made a loud bang. What? Everyone looked over in surprise, and saw that the steel door had been deformed, with a fist shape protruding inward. This is. Everyone's pupils shrank. No one in their base could make such a terrifying mark, so there was only one possibility. It's an intruder. Impossible. How could he invade here so quickly? General Nadu couldn't believe it. The command room was located in the core hinterland. There were always heavy troops guarding the surroundings, but they didn't hear any battle momentum, nor did they receive any reports of encountering the enemy. Bang! The door made a deafening sound again. This time it was a footprint. Even the door frame began to deform a little, and this kick seemed to kick everyone's heart. Everyone's heart was beating nervously, and General Nadu had already activated the call bell to summon troops for assistance. Bang! The third sound had become a muffled sound, causing everyone in the command room to tremble. Facing the crushing violence, the door was completely dead and kicked open. Here's Johnny with a gloomy tone. Gao Li appeared from behind the broken door frame. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and some even couldn't help screaming. However, after the initial panic, General Nadu felt a sense of humiliation for losing his identity. Anger quickly drove away the panic and calmed him down. Don't panic. The troops will be here soon, and this guy must be at the end of his strength and can't use his acceleration ability at all. Otherwise, we won't see the process of him kicking the door in, and he will come in and kill us before we can react. General Nadu spoke his famous reasoning like a famous detective, and the people around him suddenly realized it and were no longer so panicked. It makes sense. Doesn't this seemingly terrifying way of entering prove that the intruder can no longer use that extreme speed? He was able to break in silently. He must have used the power of acceleration, otherwise he would have been discovered long ago. General Nadu said more and more confidently, this must be the case. At this time, the reinforcement also arrived one after another, giving them more confidence. In response, Gao Li just sighed softly. How stupid. I'm in a bad mood, because my friend is dying. So is there a possibility? Gao Li said word by word. It's not that I can't use it, but I deliberately didn't use it, just to taste your panic just now. What? General Nadu had just opened his mouth, when Gao Li pressed his hand on the side buckle. Clock up. Time up. In an instant, everything slowed down. The acceleration principle of time up is different from the acceleration mode. It is to greatly speed up the particles flowing around itself, making its own time flow faster, so as to achieve an astonishing speed. In Gao Li's eyes, the reinforcement who surrounded them were raising their guns, but their fingers were still on the trigger. In fact, they did intend to pull the trigger. However, the few millimeters between the finger and the trigger became like an insurmountable chasm. Bang! Gao Li walked into the crowd of soldiers who were almost frozen, and with a casual snap, a soldier immediately flew backwards in slow motion. Even the blood in his body did not have time to gush out, and the huge force passed through him and hit the second person, and even the third person, the fourth person, the fifth person, and then slowed down to a level that would not hurt anyone's life. During this period of continuous collisions, Gao Li had shuttled between the troops and created countless flying people. Originally, in the night system of Kamen Rider Kabuto, the automatic stop mechanism of the time up has two main purposes. First, to prevent the wearer from causing physical burden. Second, to prevent the night system from overheating and overloading. Among them, the first point is the main reason. Therefore, after entering the time up for a few seconds, the night system will judge according to the user's physical condition and automatically issue a clock over voice command to stop the time up to prevent excessive burden. In other words, if the physique of the transformer is strong enough, then the duration of the time up determined by the night system will be far longer than that of an ordinary Kamen Rider. It is even possible that the night system will stop when it reaches the overheating and overload limit. This is exactly the case with the transformed Gao Li. Even without using the eternal golden eyes, his physical fitness can be regarded as the most perfect peak human in history, so the duration of the time up is greatly extended. During this period of time, Gao Li is enough to come to clear the field and send all the reinforcement that came to hell. Clock over. Gao Li reappeared, and the soldiers of the surrounding troops seemed to be mixed doubles by Star Platinum and the world, and the time stopped space, and they all flew away at the same time. In just a breath, the command room became empty again. Only the higher level officials of the base headed by General Nadu were left staring at each other, all dumbfounded. What happened? It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the reinforcement they had high hopes for were completely wiped out. Do you understand now? Gao Li laughed amiably and raised the Kabuto Kune in his hand. After a few seconds of silence, one of the staff members finally fell to the ground, unable to bear it. Please spare my life, sir. I won't. Gao Li shot him in the head and had no interest in torturing those small fish and shrimps. He quickly killed everyone except his deputy and General Nadu. General Nadu and his deputy were very different from others just by looking at their military uniforms. They looked more luxurious and high-end and were quite easy to identify. The deputy was so scared that his lips trembled and he couldn't even speak clearly. Looking down again, his lower body was wet and he had urinated directly. Gao Li frowned, knocked him unconscious, and then kicked General Nadu to the ground. You heard it just now. I'm in a bad mood, so tell me some useful information to please me, such as the coordinates of the Supreme Evolution, the strength of the troops, the structure of the spacecraft, the firepower configuration, etc. General Nadu trembled, but still said stubbornly, who would tell you such a small RRRR. Gao Li directly broke his left little finger and continued, I suggest you don't lie, because I will ask your deputy again later. General Nadu trembled and said viciously, the Supreme Evolution will definitely put you. RRRR. He screamed in pain, because Gao Li broke his left thumb again. The more nonsense I listen to, the more irritated I will be. Of course, if I find out that you are lying, I will be extremely irritated. What will happen then? As Gao Li said, he broke General Nadu's right thumb. General Nadu screamed in pain, and his snot and tears gushed out uncontrollably. Although you are not human, you have 10 fingers and 10 toes according to your body structure. You sound so confident, I guess you won't say it until you break them all? Gao Li whispered to himself, and at the same time, broke the little finger of General Nadu's right hand. But it doesn't matter. Even if I break all of them, they are not completely useless. In addition to the pain of fracture, there is another pain of being crushed, right? After all your 10 fingers and 10 toes are broken, I will crush them one by one. Don't worry after I finish them all. You have a lot of bones in your body. Gao Li was like describing something that had nothing to do with him. In the process of telling the story, he broke 7 of General Nadu's fingers. In the middle of the story, General Nadu cried and cursed loudly, but later, General Nadu began to beg. But Gao Li turned a deaf ear to him and stopped only after he broke all of General Nadu's fingers one by one. I'm sorry, I was a little angry just now, and I didn't get enough sleep recently, so I didn't hear what you said clearly. Do you want to say it again? I guess it might be the information I want to know. If I guess wrong, I might be even more unhappy, which will cause me to not hear what you said later. General Nadu was trembling all over. His fear of Gao Li was far greater than his fear of the Supreme Evolution. Demon. The guy in front of him was absolutely a devil. Not only was it the cruel torture method, but more importantly, the tone and attitude. It was as if he was treating him as an experiment in the laboratory, which could never be faked. I'll tell you. General Nadu said weakly, don't torture me anymore. Kill me. Gao Li nodded with satisfaction. After he emptied General Nadu of the information he knew, Gao Li knocked General Nadu unconscious and woke up his deputy. Good morning. I guess with your rank, you must have gone back to the headquarters of the Supreme Evolution with this general many times, right? Can you tell me some information I want to know? Gao Li asked with a smile that made his deputy shudder. In the following continuous wailing, Gao Li asked for all the information he wanted, and there was basically no difference between him and General Nadu. After the authenticity and accuracy were verified, Gao Li granted them the death they wanted and stopped torturing them. Alas, if only they could know the deactivation code of the emergency stop device, but in the end they still had to go to the Supreme Evolution. Gao Li returned to the Leela and sighed tiredly. Although his physical fitness was very strong, enough to maintain the time of the time up far exceeding that of the general Kamen Rider of the same series, he still accumulated a lot of fatigue after using it many times. However, after taking another look at the rocket on the treatment table, Gao Li forced himself to regain his spirits. Set the destination coordinates to the Supreme Evolution's throne, Irita. After a good rest, kill him 7 times in and 7 times out. But the rocket still has some time. Before going there, I will make some preparations first. According to the information Gao Li asked, the level of technology mastered by the Supreme Evolution is not to be underestimated. It would be a big loss to just take the password to release the emergency stop device. Gao Li wants to get more knowledge from him, and it may even make the transformation technology truly perfect. Chapter 85 Shocking Supreme Evolution. The Throne of Evolution, Irita. This giant spaceship of the Supreme Evolution looks like it is made up of multiple geometric bodies nested in each other. But the amazing thing is that, whether it is because the Supreme Evolution is too obsessed with biotechnology, or because it is too arrogant and confident, there are almost no long-range weapons installed on the entire Irita for external shooting. Of course, this does not mean that Irita has no security system. The security of Irita depends entirely on the biological army, the Hell Legion. Each of its members looks like a monster in the Cthulhu mythology, a combination of biological and mechanical monsters, but this also gives them extraordinary strength. Almost all members of the Hell Legion can seamlessly switch between space and surface combat. All of them have the ability to fly and navigate in space, and their own strength has also been greatly increased. It can only be said that the Supreme Evolution is worthy of being the biological master of the Marvel Universe. In terms of combat effectiveness, the Hell Legion he transformed may even surpass Thanos' Vanguard. Gao Li learned the above information from General Nadu, and he naturally arranged the combat plan based on this. Ragushula, you first drive the Lyra to the coordinates of Irita, and after dropping me off, immediately space jump away from there to prevent being besieged by the Hell Legion. Gao Li assigned tasks to the new members of the Lyra. During this month, the Ragushula family did not sit idle, and had already learned how to operate the Lyra. Okay. Ragushula nodded heavily, and then worriedly said, is it really okay for you to go to Irita alone? In his opinion, this is a crazy move, which is tantamount to suicide. Don't worry, Gao Li smiled slightly, I have fully understood their military strength, and I'm familiar with the internal structure of Irita. I can complete the task with the highest efficiency. Besides, you are all implicated by us. I can't let your family fall into danger again. I'm grateful that you can help me with assistance. Ragushula nodded again. He was also a warrior on the Beast Star. He knew that Gao Li had made up his mind, so there was no need to say more at this moment. Take care. After the plan was made, Gao Li took a deep breath and put the force driver on his waist. Since the Leela had just jumped to Irita and left directly after dropping him off, Gao Li still needed a way to enter Irita. He already knew the location of the spaceport in Irita, and among all the equipment Gao Li currently had, there was probably no one more professional than Kamen Rider Faiz when it came to space travel. Rocket, launcher, drill, scissors. Gao Li inserted 4 switches respectively, turned them on one by one, and suddenly raised his right hand during the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Transform. The cosmic energy instantly materialized, and with a jet of air, it enveloped Gao Li's whole body. The next step is, Gao Li walked to the console and personally drove the Leela to jump to Irita. The next moment, a honeycomb-shaped energy spot appeared in front of the Leela, and the black and red shell of Irita was revealed inside one of the grids. Jump. As Gao Li pushed the lever, the Lyra crossed over on the spot, and Gao Li also pushed open the hatch and entered the space. He waved to the back, and Ragushula nodded knowingly, and immediately took over the Lyra to jump away. My lord, there is a UFO approaching Irita. In the control hall of Alita, subordinates were reporting the latest situation to the Supreme Evolution. And, just now, we detected the signal of 89p13 for about 13 seconds. The Supreme Evolution narrowed his eyes and looked at the image of Gao Li captured in the holographic projection. He came from the spacecraft that detected the signal of 89p13. He is probably an accomplice of 89p13. He dared to come here alone. I don't know whether to say it's stupid or courageous. The Supreme Evolution laughed sarcastically and ordered, immediately send the Hell Legion to capture him and interrogate the whereabouts of 89p13. Yes. The Hell Legion quickly came out in full force. At this time, Gao Li had reached a very high speed by relying on the propulsion of the rocket switch. Suddenly, Faiz's night system sounded an alarm in Gao Li's interface. In Kamen Rider Faiz's helmet, Gao Li built a compound eye lens visual sensor with a laminated structure, with a maximum field of view of 300 degrees horizontally and 220 degrees vertically. In addition to a built-in light shield for space activities, it can also sense the light of Pluto, which usually requires a telescope to observe, and captured the approach of the Hell Army at the first time. Is it really not that easy to enter the spaceport? Even though Gao Li had already prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little numb when he saw the Hell Army flying over like a swarm of insects. However, it was precisely because he had anticipated this situation that Gao Li chose this combination of astronomical switches. Launcher on. As Gao Li pressed the switch, the launcher ejected missiles towards the Hell Army, exploding several spreading fireballs in space. If the Hell Army was not completely stopped, and they successfully approached, Gao Li's drill switch and scissor switch would not be vegetarian. The drill switch has a strength that can even increase the power of the special move, while the scissor switch itself has a destructive power comparable to that of an ordinary knight's kick, and can easily cut short even a 5 cm thick steel bar. These two can be described as close combat artifacts, and Gao Li specifically uses them to clean up the Hell Army that dares to approach him. Soon, the missiles of the launcher were all fired. Fortunately, Gao Li made many launcher switches and quickly replaced them. In this way, Gao Li seemed to have turned into a turret with unlimited firepower, and he had the power of an army alone. The explosion never stopped, and the Hell Army came more and more fiercely. Gao Li adopted the tactic of running and fighting, relying on the convenience of the rocket switch to change lanes and fly, walking the Hell Army like walking a dog. If someone watched from a distance, they could see a funnel-shaped monster army hanging behind Gao Li, and they were attacked from a distance from time to time, and their armor began to become dilapidated. Gao Li himself also understood that space guerrilla warfare was not a long-term plan, and he would be overwhelmed by the number of Hell Army sooner or later, so he immediately adjusted his target. Go straight to the spaceport. HMPH. Desperate? How could the leader of the Hell Legion not see Gao Li's intention? But this was just right, a double-sided trap. Not long after, Gao Li watched another team of Hell Legion coming around from the front and blocking the space between him and the spaceport. But Gao Li knew that he couldn't stop, or it should be said that he had no other choice. If he hesitated, he would fall into a worse situation. Whether he could successfully break into Arita depended on this one move. Limit break. Gao Li raised his hand and pulled the lever of the force driver. He immediately used the drill as a spearhead and the rocket as a propulsion, and kicked the whole person towards the Hell Legion that was intercepting in front. The first time he used a big move, the power was naturally extraordinary, and he quickly kicked out several enemies in the lead. However, the soldiers who were replenished in the rear seemed endless. Gao Li knew that this was not enough, so he pulled the lever again. Limit break. This was a special use of the force driver and the astronomical switch, a double-layered limit breaking pursuit. This is a desperate skill at a critical moment, because after it is activated, it will enter an overload state, and the cosmic energy of the astronomical switch will be cut off. After it is used up, the two astronomical switches cannot be turned on temporarily. The next second, Gao Li's rocket components and drill components have changed one after another. Under the massive filling of cosmic energy, each has become extremely huge. The huge rocket component will be super accelerated under the ejection of cosmic energy, and the huge drill component will form a unified state of cosmic energy, and the penetration power will be epically improved. Night rocket drill, big cosmic kick. Boom boom boom. With the blessing of the two giant components, Gao Li's night flying kick has greatly increased its power, and the Hell Legion blocking in front has been smashed to pieces. The barrier formed by the army of Hell was submerged by the explosion flames, but thanks to their blocking, it also gave the Hell Legion chasing behind a chance. They replenished fearlessly, which can be said to be endless, but Gao Li's cosmic energy is about to run out. Damn. I still underestimated the military power of the Supreme Evolution. It's really not realistic to want to single-handedly defeat the Universe Overlord. Seeing that the cosmic energy in the display interface was getting lower and lower, Gao Li's heart sank to the bottom. But he was unwilling to give up. Even if he faced the absolute time point described by Gu Yi, Gao Li would not give up easily, let alone now. Even if he had to use up his last bit of energy, Gao Li would definitely try it. Ha-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Gao Li roared and pulled the lever of the force driver for the third time. Breakthrough for me. Under Gao Li's extreme squeeze, the cosmic energy bottomed out in an instant, but it was still not enough to meet the triple additional limit destruction. This is the cold reality. At the moment, when the force driver ran out of energy, a blue energy suddenly came from nowhere and joined in, supplementing the amount required for the triple limit destruction. Gao Li did not notice the addition of new energy. At this moment, all his mind was focused on the wrestling with the Hell Legion, and the pattern of the Milky Way starry sky appeared behind him. Boom. An unprecedented explosion swept the Hell Legion. In the flames that destroyed everything, Gao Li, wearing a tattered force armor, successfully broke into the spaceport. Gao Li rolled on the ground, stood up and quickly removed the transformation. Before any enemy could come, the armor, insect instrument and the belt were in place at the same time, and the new father of the Hell Legion came. Transform. Cast off. Of course, the Hell Legion was also stationed inside the Yale Tower. However, the first thing they saw when they rushed to the spaceport was armor fragments traveling at a speed of 2000 meters per second. Each armor fragment turned into a kinetic artillery shell at this terrifying speed, directly clearing the leading army. The Hell Legion that came later was not lucky either. They escaped a disaster, and they will face even more terrifying enemies. Change Beetle. Gao Li glanced at them coldly, and patted the side buckle lightly with his hand. Clock up. Everything slowed down immediately, or to be more precise, their speed was still normal, but the speed of the time stream in which Gory lived had increased. This was why Gory was so confident that he dared to attack the Supreme Evolution's base alone. The battle on the planet Vist and the information provided by General Nadu clearly told Gory that they had no power to resist the ultimate speed. This was indeed the case. In Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Kraglin annihilated almost all the Hell Legions that invaded the void with only the ultra-high-speed flying Sentinel arrows. Under the biological transformation of the Supreme Evolution, the Hell Legions were very terrifying in terms of strength, but even the technology of the Supreme Evolution could not speed up their thinking by 1,000 times. If you can't keep up with the speed of your opponent, then no matter how powerful you are, you can only be beaten unilaterally. And, Death Card Pilot, start. Gory activated new skills without stopping for a moment, which was his second trump card. It is true that Gao Li's time-up transformation is basically invincible when facing the army of hell, but the time-up transformation also has its endurance limit, and cannot last forever. If the time-up transformation lasts too long, not to mention that the Kamen Rider system cannot support it, Gao Li's own body cannot withstand such a huge load. But the Supreme Evolution that Gao Li faces has elite soldiers all over the entire Irita. Irita is almost the size of a small planet. It is really hard to imagine how many troops there are. Gao Li is not so stupid as to think that he can sweep away thousands of troops. Therefore, after achieving the goal, the remaining endless troops that may chase him will crash with Irita. The larger the man-made aircraft, the longer it takes for the Death Card Pilot to fully take effect. In terms of the size of the evolution throne Irita, there is enough time for me to find what I want. Gao Li shuttled between the stationary enemy troops like a leisurely walk in the garden, while thinking about the whole action plan. Gao Li, who knew the internal structure of Irita in advance, had a clear goal, and would not take any unnecessary detours. When he passed through the army's position, the Hell Legion was also directly beaten through a bloody road. The real-time monitoring presented to the Supreme Evolution showed that there was no process, only results. It seemed that the Hell Legion did not fight with the enemy at all. When the Supreme Evolution came to its senses, it saw the scene of their annihilation. What on earth was going on? Question mark? What happened in the half second when he just blinked? How is this possible? There are so many technologies that surpass me. The Supreme Evolution widened his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were full of bulging bloodshot, showing how uneasy he was at this moment. With the level of the Supreme Evolution, combined with the detection and slow playback of various instruments, he quickly understood what Gao Li had just done. But because he understood it, the Supreme Evolution didn't understand it even more. He didn't understand how Gao Li could speed up to such an extent. Chapter 86. There is only one reason for your failure. Why did the armor maintain its stable shape and not fall apart when accelerating so fast? Why was there no wind resistance? Why did it not trigger any physical phenomena that should occur at this speed? Why was the wearer's reaction speed able to keep up with the acceleration? Why didn't the wearer's body collapse? Too many questions filled the Supreme Evolution's mind. For the first time in his life, he discovered that there was technology that he could not understand at all. Of course, this was not because the Supreme Evolution was weak. In fact, he was indeed a top scientist. But being able to apply tachyons was even more black technology. My lord, we have found traces of invaders. While the Supreme Evolution was thinking, his subordinates suddenly reported. It was obvious that Gao Li, who had reached the limit of the time up, temporarily withdrew from the extreme speed state. My lord, do you need to send the Hell Legion over again? The Supreme Evolution's face sank, and his fists clenched. He was really a little undecided. Judging from the previous battle, even if the Hell Legion was really sent over, it would only be a meal for the invaders. But then he thought, in his eyes, the Hell Army was just a consumable anyway. Wouldn't it be great if he could use the lives of the Hell Army to try to find out as much information as possible about the invader? Send the Hell Army over and try to entangle him. The Supreme Evolution said in a deep voice, I will deal with the invader myself. The subordinate was surprised and said, but sir, this is too dangerous. It doesn't matter. Although the invader's ability is quite amazing, it is limited to this. My great power can completely restrain him, and even surpass him. The Supreme Evolution raised his head proudly. He was not blindly arrogant, and joked about his own life. After being attacked by a rocket, when he was caught off guard, the Supreme Evolution regarded it as a great shame, so he used the highest technology to completely transform himself. At this point, even gravity succumbed to the control of the Supreme Evolution, and he could control the size and direction at will. In the face of the power of gravity, no matter how fast you are, it is meaningless. After all, as long as gravity is strong enough, it cannot escape even at the speed of light. This is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, and represents the authority of the rules of the world. In the passage, Gao Li was running forward quickly. The emergency stop device unlocking codes of all creatures are included in the database. At the same time, it also summarizes the various scientific and technological achievements of the Supreme Evolution, which can be obtained at the same time. Gao Li sorted out his next actions, suddenly stopped suddenly, and said TSK. Although the database was right in front of him, a large number of Hell Legions suddenly appeared in front of him to intercept him. Grandma once said, although I have no grudges against you, anyone who stands in my way will die. The captain of the Hell Legion was stunned when he heard this. Who is your grandma? She is so domineering. At this time, Gao Li had already grasped the Kabuto Kune sword with his backhand, and a giant iron beam blade was unfolded from the sword body, sweeping past with unstoppable power. Shoot! Shoot! The Hell Legion was not a wooden stake standing there to be beaten, and immediately called on everyone to shoot, but Gao Li was hit several times without dodging, and covered all the enemies within a radius of 10 meters. Avalanche slash. The terrifying destructive power swept everywhere with Gao Li slashing. Although 10 meters may not seem like much, it is much longer than an ordinary classroom, enough to cover the positions of hundreds of enemies. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, the collapse slash shattered everything within the effective attack range, and in the blink of an eye, only a few small fish and shrimps were left in the Hell Army that rushed over. 1, 2, 3. Gao Li would certainly not let them go. He pressed the full speed switch hidden in the armored insect instrument in the order of 1, 2, 3, and after closing the central carapace, he restored the insect horns to the state of the mask form and opened them again. Rider kick. Gao Li's body and the electronic sound started together, leaping high into the air, and the long horns on his head also transformed into waved touch irons and gathered to his right foot. Boom. The knight kicked through, and the remaining Hell army was immediately covered in flames. Hoo. Gao Li took a few breaths and rushed into the database without stopping. Even though he just won a crushing victory, he couldn't use such a high-powered trick continuously, and the knight form's defense power was greatly reduced compared to the mask form. If he took too many shots, he would be defeated. After all, the aliens' technology is more advanced, and their weapons are generally more powerful than Earth's weapons. After holding the on-duty personnel in the database hostage, Gao Li forced them to retrieve the data related to the rocket, and successfully found the release code of the emergency stop device. Gao Li immediately transmitted the information back to the Leela, and the medical AI will automatically run the release program and activate the first aid kit on the rocket. I finally solved the most important thing. Gao Li felt much more relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. The rest is the various research materials. Please help me pack them and retrieve them. Gao Li poked the head of the alien in front of him with the muzzle of the gun. Yes, please don't kill us. Don't worry, Gao Li promised. Grandma once said that I'm the most trustworthy person she has ever seen. If I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. The staff on duty in the data room are all civilians, but they don't have the fearless spirit of the soldiers. In order to save their lives, they hurriedly stuffed the research data of the Supreme Evolution into the save disk brought by Gao Li. Looking at the massive amount of data flowing into his hands, Gao Li couldn't help but get excited. He really didn't know how much unknown knowledge was contained in it. Asshole. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from behind. His intellectual property rights were violated in front of him, which was the most intolerable thing for the Supreme Evolution. With a bang, Gao Li felt an invisible wave sweeping across, and he only had time to protect the save disk he brought. Then Gao Li flew high up and hit the wall hard. Cough. The fierce collision made Gao Li dizzy and pierced through more than a dozen walls in a row, which showed how much hatred the Supreme Evolution had for him. The data room was also destroyed by the power of the Supreme Evolution. The Supreme Evolution had backed up the data inside. As for the civilian staff who helped Gao Li, the Supreme Evolution thought that they had no need to live. Therefore, with one blow, the area within 100 meters was completely crushed, and everyone except Gao Li died. It was a close call. I was almost beaten to death. Gao Li was shocked. You know, even General Nadu didn't mention that the Supreme Evolution was so strong. Or it should be said that General Nadu had never seen the Supreme Evolution after the transformation go all out. If Gao Li's body under the armor was not so strong, and he had just activated the golden pupil to increase his physique, allowing himself to reach the level of Superman, I'm afraid he would be in so much pain that he couldn't even get up. It's you. You little bug who dares to steal my supreme wisdom. The Supreme Evolution had a gloomy face and pointed at Gao Li in the air. I didn't expect it to be so durable that I didn't crush it to death. But this is even better. You will pay the price with endless pain. Faced with a powerful enemy, Gao Li naturally didn't waste words. He immediately tapped the side buckle and entered the time up state. Clock up. Gao Li stepped on the ground and rushed towards the Supreme Evolution, but the next moment another wave of waves burst out from the Supreme Evolution's body. Boom. No matter how fast or slow, facing this super large scale coverage attack, Gao Li couldn't dodge. It can even be said that the gravity of the Supreme Evolution restrains speedsters like Gao Li, because the speed of gravitational waves in space is the speed of light. As long as Gao Li can't reach the speed of light, he will lose all his speed advantages in front of gravity, and he can only be beaten. Oops. Gao Li's pupils shrank, and his body was swept by the gravitational wave and hit the wall behind him in a straight line. Kabuto's armor finally couldn't hold on, and disintegrated in a burst of electric sparks, and Gao Li also exited the time-up state. HMPH. Now tell me, where is 89P13? The Supreme Evolutionary walked over step by step, looking at Gao Li, who was pressed against the wall by the gravitational wave with contempt. After all, he had to find out the whereabouts of 89P13, so the Supreme Evolutionary deliberately slowed down the force of gravity, controlling it to a level that could firmly bind Gao Li, but not kill him. Indeed, I miscalculated and underestimated your strength. Then come here, and I will tell you. Gao Li was breathing hard, but the golden light in his pupils was brighter than ever before. The Supreme Evolution was not stupid. He did not listen to Gao Li's words and approached. He said lightly, I can hear you here. Just say it directly. This way, you can be forgiven of some pain before you die. Gao Li sneered, I don't want to tell you this, but, do you know what the only reason for your defeat is? The reason for defeat. The Supreme Evolution was stunned. What are you talking about? It's obviously you. That's because you didn't kill me decisively at the first time. As soon as the voice fell, a blue insect instrument flew over at a high speed and automatically fell on Gao Li's belt. Transform. It was the Gundam insect instrument. After Gao Li left the Beast planet, he saw that there was still some time left in the rocket. So what he did to prepare was, relying on the mature technology, he made another Kamen Rider Gundam. Gundam and Kabuto are technological products of the same series. Since Gao Li will make several sets of Kamen Rider G3X and Kamen Rider Faiz, there is no reason not to do the same when making Kamen Riders of the same series as Gundam and Kabuto. The only difference is that Kamen Rider G3X has no branch model, and Kamen Rider Faiz is the safest and most stable model in the entire series, so all Gao Li did was simply to copy a few sets of it. However, the Kamen Rider series, that Gangdao and Kabuto belong to, have their own advantages and characteristics, and the insect instrument also has its own intelligence, so of course different Kamen Riders of the same series are created to deal with different situations. What? Supreme Evolution was surprised, and immediately increased the output of gravity. However, unlike the Kamen Rider Kabuto Night form that was just disintegrated by the blow, Kamen Rider Gangdao, who is currently in the masked form, has superb defense power, and withstands the pressure without disintegrating. This gave Gao Li a moment of time, and he immediately controlled the special weapon on Gangdao's shoulders, Gangdao Vulcan Cannon. Bang bang. Before the appearance of the transcendent form and the perfect insect instrument 100 insect sword, this was undoubtedly the strongest firepower of this Kamen Rider. Impossible. How could a great man like me be defeated by a mere? The light of plasma illuminated the pupils of the Supreme Evolution. At this moment, there was only this thought left in his mind. However, the light bullets that filled the space would not give him a chance to react. Before the Supreme Evolution could finish his indignation, he was shot with holes all over his body. After the death of the Supreme Evolution, the terrible gravity disappeared, and Gao Li fell to the ground from the big hole in the wall. As soon as he touched the ground, Gao Li couldn't help but lie down and gasp for air, feeling that his bones were about to fall apart. The steel armor in the mask mode also emitted several sparks, and the appearance was a little concave. The ability to control one of the four basic forces is really terrifying. Fortunately, the Supreme Evolution has super high attack and super low defense, while Gao Li has high attack and high defense. Taking advantage of his negligence, when he thought he had won, he finally caught the flaw. If the Supreme Evolution is given another chance to fight back, it will be hard to say who will lose. My lord? Supreme Evolution. Damn it. How could this happen? He actually killed the great Supreme Evolution. The army in Arita was indeed numerous, and soon new reinforcement came. They saw the body of the Supreme Evolution at first sight. Anger immediately overwhelmed their minds. It was obvious that the culprit was the armored man who slowly stood up on the opposite side. Sure enough, there is no way to kill them all. It seems that launching the death card pilot is really right. Gao Li sighed, endured the pain in his bones, and moved the insect horn of the steel fighter insect instrument. Cast off. Remove armor. Change stag beetle. Stag beetle change. A large number of armor fragments rushed out at a terrifying speed of 2 kilometers per second, turning into kinetic shells to clear a path for Gao Li. Before the remaining Hell Legion could react, Gao Li slapped his side buckle, entered the ascending time state, and left the scene. What Gao Li needs to do now is not to annihilate the endless enemy forces. There are dead pilots, to help him achieve this. He doesn't need to stay and fight. In my current state, the time up can't be maintained for too long. It seems that there is still a tough battle to fight in the middle of the journey. At the same time, the control room of Ireta fell into unprecedented chaos. The quantum propulsion engine suffered abnormal energy feedback, the propulsion system lost balance, and Ireta was rapidly decelerating and deviating from the planned trajectory. What a joke. Find the cause and repair it quickly. Start the secondary energy core emergency immediately. No. The secondary energy core encountered an abnormality. The energy supply dropped sharply, and all detection systems stopped. Report. The environmental control system and the inertial navigation system were interfered with by unknown interference. Ireta's attitude is difficult to stabilize, and the route began to twist. Oh no. The gas regeneration circulator has a disordered error, and the concentration of oxygen and carbon dioxide in Ireta is losing balance at a very fast rate. One piece of bad news after another made everyone pale, and they all realized the same thing. Ireta, it's going to crash. Chapter 87. Goodbye my friend. It happened very suddenly. Suddenly, the faults that usually only occur once in a million or even once in 10 million times all piled up and broke out. And there were so many problems that they couldn't be repaired. Often, just after one fault was repaired, 10 new faults popped up on the other side. Everyone's expression became more and more ugly. They even had an extremely outrageous illusion. The fall of Ireta was inevitable, and now they were just experiencing the process. It was as if there was an invisible big hand, dragging Ireta into the abyss of destruction. The Hell Army was everywhere in Ireta. As soon as Gao Li finished the time up, he was immediately discovered by a team of people. Fierce fighting broke out immediately, and the scene fell into continuous flames. Put on. Gao Li summoned the scattered armor back. Originally, he should be at a disadvantage in the gap, where he could not use the time up, but the firepower of the masked form of Gundao could make up for this. While waiting for the armor to fly back, Gao Li connected the positive blade and negative blade of the double blades of Gangdao and directly cut the attacking enemy. Rider cutting. The explosion soared into the sky, and the spreading energy wave cut off the surrounding objects, and the passage was suddenly full of broken limbs. This bought Gao Li a lot of time, and the armor parts finally flew back, allowing him to return to his masked form. The Gangdao Vulcan cannon returned to its position again, and fired nearly 100 terrifying light bullets per second while rotating, sweeping across the Hell Legion in front of it like a torrent. Bang 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 bang. The screams continued. Gao Li's firepower was a one-man army, and the Hell Legion on the opposite side could not raise its head. However, at this moment, the Hell Legion in other directions had already attacked on a flying vehicle. After all, the Gangdao Vulcan cannon was not a 360-degree attack, and there was no time to return to protect it. Gao Li was not able to dodge completely, and the Steel Fighter Vulcan cannon on one side was directly shot and exploded, but he also used the Steel Fighter double blade to cut off the opponent's waist. Bang! As the firepower was reduced, the Hell Legion immediately gained the upper hand, and in the blink of an eye, Gao Li was hit by another high explosive shell. The terrifying impact force made Gao Li fall dozens of meters away. Even with the armor protection, he was quite dizzy, mainly because he was too damaged by the Supreme Evolution before. But the enemy would not wait for him to relax. The seemingly endless army chased him with overwhelming ammunition. Gao Li could only passively defend for a while. Boom. At this time, the outer cabin of Yale Tower was suddenly exploded. Not only that, the outside attack did not stop until it penetrated the vicinity of the Supreme Gao Li. What's going on? What's going on? Who is it? The Hell Legion looked over in surprise. What happened today? It's okay that there is an enemy who dares to invade Yale Tower alone, but now there is another daring person who dares to directly fire at Yale Tower. Hehe. Supreme Evolution, your Uncle Rocket is here to seek revenge on you. Rocket's arrogant laughter came out from the smoke, and one could tell at once that he had fully recovered. By the way, save my poor, weak friend Gao Li who is in urgent need of care. How do you feel about being rescued by Lord Rocket from afar? Are you so grateful that you want to prostrate yourself in front of him? Rocket's voice was so full of energy that Gao Li was completely relieved. He kicked him with confidence. Rocket screamed ah and was kicked several meters away. Then he got up and glared at Gao Li. Asshole, what are you doing? If I hadn't transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz in advance, I would have been seriously injured by that kick just now. Asshole, don't you think about who took the time to help you fix the Faiz driver? Gao Li snorted coldly, since you have suffered from insufficient protection, I don't believe you dare to come here without transforming this time. Rocket hummed and didn't reply. Of course, he had learned his lesson and must have prepared a full set of protection in advance and then drove the Leela to rescue people, otherwise it would be a mess. No more talking, where is the Supreme Evolution? I won't run away this time, let me beat him up to vent my anger. Gao Li waved his hand. Then you can only go to the underworld to find him. The Supreme Evolution has been killed by me. Huh. Rocket was shocked. The Supreme Evolution, who was like a god in many civilized societies, died so simply? At this time, the Hell Legion on the opposite side was also furious. Do you two think we don't exist? Question mark. I will kill you to avenge the Supreme Evolutionary. The Legion commander ordered Gory, and Rocket walked over to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gory. That can't be helped. I have to thank you for that. You're welcome. After all, this is the first time we've fought side by side. That's right, don't hold me back. Rocket laughed and bumped fists with Gory. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, Gory's Gundam Vulcan cannon and Rocket's launcher components all sprayed out a sky full of artillery fire. The Gundam Vulcan cannon can accumulate plasma fireballs by compressing energy so that it can be like a bomb, and it can set off a large explosion together with the launcher missile. Boom. 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 The fire was extremely fierce and swept everywhere, and Rocket took the opportunity to kill into the enemy camp. He fought very flexibly by constantly switching the astronomical switches. Rocket was a serious weapon master. The Knight system like Kamen Rider Faiz, which could freely arm the limbs, was really suitable for him. Limit break. Rocket's Knight kick once again caused a sky-high flame, and Gao Li's time up was cooled to the point where it could barely be activated. Clock up. Gao Li snapped his side and instantly entered the time up state. Suddenly, the explosion spreading outward became extremely slow. Gao Li could clearly see Rocket fighting, and the hideous bodies and faces of the members of the Hell Legion. Gao Li kept shuttling through the enemy camp and giving them devastating blows. In terms of Kamen Rider's punching and kicking power, he actually couldn't take advantage of the Hell Legion. But Gao Li had a cheat. No matter how strong the enemy was, it was no different from a target in front of Gao Li. Clock over. The ascent time ends. When Gory reappeared, he had already stopped beside Rocket, and around them, there was no Hell Army standing. Although we have successfully cleared the enemy troops around, it is only temporary. They will soon replenish them. Gory spoke from experience, and Rocket also understood it. That's right, let's get on the Lyra and leave here. Gory just raised his foot, paused, and put it back on the ground helplessly. No, you go alone. I can't go to the Lyra with you. What did you say? Rocket asked in disbelief, his tone gradually becoming excited. Why? At such a critical moment, don't joke around. Gory said helplessly, I'm not kidding you. Do you remember that I'm a magician? Just understand that I have cast a magic curse on myself. Any man-made flying vehicle I ride within 24 hours will crash. Rocket opened his mouth and fell silent. Although he really couldn't understand magic, he immediately understood why Gory cast such a curse on himself. Obviously, it was to fight against the army of the Supreme Evolution. However, all this was for him and because of him, so Rocket didn't want to abandon Gao Li and escape. No. I have decided not to escape anymore. Gao Li sighed and advised, you are not escaping, but let's do this. While receiving the scientific research results of the Supreme Evolution, I also checked his database. Although he is currently in a period of idleness in creating civilization, and no new races have been born in Spider-Gwen, there are still some experimental animals. You can spend some time to save them. After all, you were an experimental animal like them in the past, right? You should also feel the same. So you are not running away, you are just going to save lives. Go, Rocket, they need you. Gao Li sent a coordinate to Rocket, but Rocket still lowered his head and was unwilling to leave. Rocket, if you don't leave now, Regosilla and the others won't leave with the ship. Do you want them to be buried with you? Rocket raised his head, then let them go first. Before he could finish, Gory quickly took off Rocket's Force Driver and disarmed his transformation. He was the developer of the Force Driver, so of course he knew how to disarm it as quickly as possible. Rocket was stunned for a moment. Gory, you will only get in my way if you stay here. Go. Gory threw Rocket and the Force Driver towards the Lyra with all his strength. Regosilla was looking over there. Regosilla had just popped his head out to see what was going on when he heard the battle was over. He suddenly caught Rocket and the Force Driver and had no idea what was going on. Let go. Let me go. Rocket struggled hard and Gory shouted at him from a distance. Rocket. Rocket subconsciously looked at him and saw that Gory threw an astronomical switch. When he took it in his hand, he saw that it was the failed composite switch from before. This is a parting gift for you just in case. To be honest, I'm quite embarrassed. Actually, I was somewhat convinced by you in the argument that day, so I secretly synthesized a compound switch at night. At the time of parting, Gao Li's words were also very frank. I'm really sorry that I laughed at you for this later. You are indeed an incredible super genius. I infused magic into it, so you can carry it as a talisman, or keep it as a souvenir. Although the compound switch cannot be used after being enchanted by Gao Li, it has become a small prop that can activate a one-time shield, which can also be regarded as a life guarantee for Rocket. Be careful, don't get hurt again. Goodbye, my friend. Rocket's eyes turned red. Gao Li, I don't want to. Take Rocket away immediately. Gao Li shouted to Regosilla. Regosilla was not familiar with Rocket, but was very familiar with Gao Li, so his first reaction was of course, to obey Gao Li's words. Stop. Rocket was very anxious, but the Beast people were very stubborn and directly took Rocket in and closed the hatch. Seeing the Lyra flying farther and farther, Gao Li sat down and sighed deeply. Next, I have to think about which plan to choose. Gao Li did not fail to customize an escape plan for himself, but he had made a complete set of plans, and even 2 sets of plans. First of all, Gao Li would certainly not look for an escape ship inside Arita, because it was meaningless. Within 24 hours when the dead card pilot continued to be activated, no matter what man-made flying vehicle Gao Li took, it would still crash, and the smaller the crash, the faster it would crash. It was also because of this that Gao Li refused to take the Lyra, otherwise he would pull the Rocket and the Heat Bone Spur to drag his whole family to death. Therefore, Gao Li later thought that he could transform into Kamen Rider Faiz and use the Rocket component to take him away from Arita. Originally, Gao Li rushed into Arita in this way, so it was theoretically feasible to rush out in the same way, but it was quickly rejected by Gao Li. Kamen Rider Faiz is carrying his armor, which has a propulsion device, and the propulsion device is directly controlled by him. Isn't this a man-made flying vehicle? It will still crash. The same reason, even if you let the insect instrument fly on your head, or let the Rocket transform and carry you to fly, they will be judged as vehicles and trigger the crash effect. And judging from their size, they will probably crash as soon as they take off. So Gao Li thought about it for a long time before, and thought of 2 useful, but not proper methods. The first method is to transform into Kamen Rider Wizard Endless style first, then use the connection ability to return to the earth, and then shrink the connection magic circle to the size of the wrist to avoid the subsequent explosion flames. Although the connection magic circle does not allow the entire creature to pass through, it allows the creature to pass through partially. As long as Gao Li has one hand left without passing through the magic circle, it is not considered to have passed all of them. The rest is to rely on the defense of the endless style and try to resist the damage. The disadvantage is that Gao Li is not sure whether he can withstand it. The most powerful part of the endless style is that it is completely immune to magic power. Although it is also good in the field of physical defense, Gao Li is not sure whether it can withstand the explosion when the asteroid-class spacecraft crashes. If the judgment is wrong, Gao Li may lose one hand directly, which is very scary. The second method is that Gao Li first transforms into Kamen Rider Faiz, Kamen Rider Faiz, or Kamen Rider Wizard Endless style. These 3 armors can give Gao Li the ability to survive in outer space. Then Gao Li uses the space street slide to teleport directly to any place in the universe at random, and can even be combined with the first method. For example, after teleporting away, use the connection magic circle to return to the earth, so that the hand does not need to be affected by the impact damage, and then patiently wait for the dead card pilot's skills to expire. Chapter 88. Finally, the universe form. However, there is still uncertainty. First, if Gao Li teleports to a star or even inside a planet, even if he keeps one hand, he will suffer. Second, if the teleportation location is too far away, it is estimated that it will exceed the upper limit of the positioning function. The communicator that Rocket gave Gao Li can not only locate the Lyra, but the Lyra can also reversely locate the location of the communicator. That's how Rocket found Gao Li just now. But even the positioning system of alien technology cannot cover the entire universe. If Rocket fails to find Gao Li, then Gao Li will probably have to float in space forever. No matter which method, there are disadvantages. The first method may cripple the hand, and the second method depends purely on luck. If you are lucky, everyone will be happy. If you are unlucky, the cost will be higher than the first one. Gao Li felt a headache, and could not make up his mind until the last moment. Even thinking in a worse direction, if the cosmic street kid randomly let him enter a black hole, wouldn't he die after trying? On the Lyra, Rocket knelt on the ground powerlessly. Rigusper drove the Lyra for a while before reacting belatedly. Oh, by the way, how is Gao Li going to leave? Did he tell you? Rocket laughed bitterly. Leave? Gao Li can't leave. I know him too well. If he really has a good way to save himself, he will never hide it. He told me a long time ago. Rocket is not an idiot. If Gao Li makes up a reason, he will definitely be seen through. Rocket believes that Gao Li also understands this. But Gao Li didn't say anything. Huh? Ragusilla was shocked. What should we do? Let's fly back to pick him up. Rocket shook his head and said, Gao Li has his reasons for not being able to board the Leela. As long as he doesn't want to, no one can force him to board the ship. Although this is the rational judgment, Rocket's voice is getting lower and lower. His emotions can't accept this result at all. What a joke. It's only been a short time since we met again. It's obviously a close friend that he finally found. Rocket held his head in pain. Ragusilla, Huara and others were at a loss. They didn't dare to get close and didn't know how to comfort Rocket. I ran away again this time. I didn't want to run away. I don't want to let my friends down again. But, what should I do? How can I save him? Gory went to the Supreme Evolution's base camp alone to save him. Now he has been saved, but he can't save Gory. Isn't that a big loss of 1-for-1? Rocket would rather Gory didn't save him. Why did it turn out like this? Why can't he get a happy ending? Exclamation mark. Why is fate so cruel to him? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Rocket hammered the ground hard, again and again. When he came to his senses, his fists were covered in blood and his vision was blurred by tears. Rocket didn't know whether he hated fate or himself. Gory defeated the Supreme Evolution in order to save him. But why was he so powerless when it came to him? Why couldn't he do the same miracle? As Rocket vented his anger, the compound switch was also thrown out, hitting the wall and bouncing back again. Rocket stopped for a moment, staring at the compound switch. Memories of the past came to his mind. They worked together on the Lyra, cheered together when they made breakthroughs, quarreled over scientific research, and rejoiced together when the experiment was successful. They always drank in the Lyra's bar, and they always stood by the porthole to admire the astronomical wonders. Now everything is gone, no longer exists. The more you lose something, the more you can feel its preciousness. Rocket has now deeply realized this. It's a pity that when he realized the friendship, he realized it was too late. Gory, you said I'm a super genius? Rocket murmured. That's not right at all. How can a super genius be as useless as me? How can he be as useless as me? Damn it. Damn it. Tears fell silently to the ground, and the surface of the crystal tears reflected a deep blue light. That was the compound switch given by Gory that was glowing. Rocket looked over blankly, and his heart suddenly felt a call. He didn't know that it was the energy light of the space gem. The magic power and the space gem were both sleeping in Gao Li's soul. Therefore, when Gao Li extracted the magic power from his soul and output it, he would always be more or less stained with the power of the space gem. Just like when the magic power was lent to Rocket, or when the magic power was input into the composite switch. At this moment, Rocket and the composite switch both contained the energy of the space gem, and naturally they would resonate. But this was not a resonance that appeared out of thin air. The bridge of their resonance was the emotion that must be possessed to complete the 40th cosmic switch, friendship. In Kamen Rider Faiz, although the Kamen Rider Club synthesized the 40th astronomical switch with the data of switches 1 to 39, it could not transform successfully because the 40th switch was not yet completed. Until later, the singer Kengo, the son of the singer Midoriro, the developer of the astronomical switch, discovered that the 40th cosmic switch was still missing the last key thing. That was the friendship between Kisaragi Gentaro and every member of the Kamen Rider Club. Therefore, the emotion of friendship is an important part of the astronomical switch technology. Thanks to Rocket's strong emotions, the resonance between the two was successfully triggered. This is, Rocket subconsciously reached out and grabbed the composite switch, and the power of the space gems and the two bodies was instantly connected. With the help of friendship as the framework, it was filled into the composite switch. The space gem is an extremely advanced cosmic energy, which directly acts as the missing energy node, allowing the composite switch to complete the ultimate evolution. But, in an instant, the composite switch glowed brightly, and Rocket and the Regulus family couldn't help but cover their eyes. When the light gradually dimmed, the true appearance of the light source appeared in front of Rocket. It was a new switch with a blue shell like a cosmic cube. How is it possible? Rocket looked at the switch in disbelief. Is it the cosmic switch in the design concept? The switch number 40, which only existed in the design drawing, was now truly displayed in front of Rocket. However, Rocket had no idea how this was done, but he soon reacted and realized that now was not the time to be stunned. No matter where the cosmic switch number 40 came from, as long as it can be used. Wait. Rocket grabbed the cosmic switch. I'm here to save you, Gao Li. One of the major development goals of the astronomical switch is to achieve safe jump navigation using the Force system, and the cosmic switch is its product. Rocket is also one of the developers of the Force driver, so he is very clear about this. The astronomical switch number 40 should be able to achieve the most free jump navigation in the universe. This is much more convenient and simple than the jump and jump of spacecraft. After all, according to the existing technology of interstellar civilization, jumps must be achieved with the help of huge spacecraft. The power of the cosmic switch number 40 can distort space by itself and create artificial wormholes anytime and anywhere. 3, 2, 1. Transform. Rocket transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz without stopping, took a deep breath, and inserted the cosmic switch directly. The cosmic switch suddenly lit up with red and blue light. Rocket opened the lid and pressed the button without hesitation. Cosmic on. Instantly, all the existing astronomical switches in the lyra flew out and merged into Rocket's body. Rocket's body also burst into colorful lights, and with the sound of excitement, a blue knight holding the Balishu unholy sword was born. Kamen Rider Faiz, cosmic form. This is the power of the universe. Rocket clenched his fists. He had never felt such a powerful moment. It was as if the energy of the entire universe was supporting him. The experience was very wonderful. However, Rocket was not addicted to it. The most urgent thing to do now was not completed. Cosmic. Rocket pulled out switch number 40 and inserted it into the bottom of the Balishu unholy sword. Then he raised the Balishu unholy sword forward, and immediately a huge silver-white wormhole opened in front of him, revealing the internal scene of Irita behind the wormhole. Gory. Rocket passed through the wormhole and shouted. Gao Li at the other end of the passage turned back and looked at Rocket in cosmic form with great surprise. Kamen Rider Faiz should be the only one of his kind in the universe. He would never make a mistake. You are Rocket? Gao Li blinked, his eyes full of curiosity. Is this the cosmic form? How did you do it? How did you complete switch 40 without nodes? Rocket said speechlessly. Is this the time to talk about this? Come with me. Where to? Didn't you say that, as long as you board a man-made vehicle, it will cause it to crash? Then you might as well go to a habitable planet. I will open a wormhole to Beast and send you there directly. Gao Li nodded. This method is feasible. Let's go. Rocket opened the wormhole again and transferred to a forest on bust with Gao Li. This ability is really convenient, Gao Li exclaimed sincerely. You can go wherever you want. I wonder if it can send me back to Earth? Rocket shook his head and said, not yet, because I don't know the coordinates of the Earth. If I know it, it will be simple. I can check it when I go back. Hey, can you give it to me? Rocket rolled his eyes. This is a small sized cosmic switch that matches my body size. It is not compatible with your regular force driver. That's true, Gao Li shrugged. By the way, how did you make the cosmic switch? Why didn't I know you had such a trick up your sleeve before? Rocket paused, although he wanted to show off in front of Gao Li, but after thinking about it, he still said honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. Suddenly, the composite switch glowed, and then I held it in my hand, and the cosmic switch was automatically completed. Gao Li scratched his head, confused. Then I'll go back to save the experimental animals first, and I'll meet up with you later. Rocket opened the wormhole again and left, and Gao Li also sat there thinking hard. Why didn't the composite switch change to a cosmic switch when it was in his hands, but immediately rebelled and upgraded to a cosmic switch when it was in Rocket's hands? Does the cosmic switch dislike me? As soon as the duration of the dead pilot was over, Gao Li immediately returned to the Lyra. He couldn't wait to see what the cosmic switch was like. As for the Throne of Evolution, Irita, there were reports of its destruction in interstellar news, so Gao Li no longer cared. His biggest gain from this trip was that he got a lot of research data on the Supreme Evolution, especially in the biological field that the Supreme Evolution was best at. Unfortunately, the data was destroyed by the Supreme Evolution before it was transmitted, which made Gao Li a little regretful. However, it takes a certain amount of time to digest all the scientific research results. Gao Li is currently more interested in the comprehensive inspection of rocket switch number 40. After a series of operation tests, Gao Li fell into deep thought. There is part of the cosmic cube inside, or the energy of the space gem. Where does it come from? Gao Li recalled carefully. It seems that all the operations he had done to infuse energy into it, except for the initial manufacturing of the switch, were to inject magic power into it. But why does my magic have the characteristics of the space gem? Gao Li condensed some magic power again, and after repeated observations, he finally had a vague feeling. Originally, Gao Li was the master of magic in the DC universe, and had a super high sensitivity to magic. If he was still in the DC world, Gao Li would have discovered the abnormality at the first time. But after entering the Marvel universe, Gao Li lost his position as the master of magic, and his perception of magic became like a layer of gauze in front of his eyes, not as real as before. However, even through the gauze, Gao Li could vaguely see that there was a little energy of the space gem mixed in the magic. Damn. Where did this come from? Gao Li was puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he made a bold hypothesis. It is very likely that the missing cosmic cube was not taken away by anyone, but merged with me due to some accident. Did it merge with my body or my soul? Gao Li repeatedly scanned and checked his body with the instrument, but found no changes. Of course, it is also possible that only a trace of energy from the cosmic cube was absorbed by him, which temporarily allowed the magic power to carry some space gem power. Regardless of which possibility it is, Gao Li currently has no means to check the soul, so he can only give up for the time being. Putting the cosmic switch aside first, Gao Li began to study the scientific and technological achievements of the Supreme Evolution. 2 months have passed since this reading, and Gao Li has also gained a lot, and his knowledge level has increased a lot. More importantly, with Gao Li's accumulated knowledge and experience, combined with some research results of the Supreme Evolution, he finally has the confidence to truly perfect the transformation experiment. That is to obtain the physique of Kamen Rider, but without any side effects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. The 1-year period has come. Welcome the Dragon King back to his throne. After Gao Li finished improving the transformation experiment, the first thing he improved was naturally his own body. Rocket's heart knot had been untied at this time, and he had talked to Gao Li about it, so Gao Li didn't have to hide the transformation surgery from him. If everything goes well, other aspects of my body will not change, but my strength, speed, reaction, etc. will soar straight up. In other words, it is equivalent to a large increase in combat power out of thin air. In this way, I don't even need to transform to match the power of ordinary Kamen Rider. I don't have to worry about being easily defeated and killed before I transform. Gao Li made predictions excitedly, and soon wrote an automatic operation program. After repeatedly verifying its reliability and safety, he lay on the treatment table. Just like on Earth, this time the transformation surgery was performed by more advanced alien technology, and Gao Li was reborn in a short while. Thanks to the improved self-healing ability, Gao Li didn't even feel like he had undergone a minimally invasive surgery last time. He hardly needed to rest, and could go directly to the physical fitness test. Punching force 3219 kilograms, pulling force 4428 kilograms, full equipment bench press 5196 kilograms, kicking force 10,573 kilograms, 100 meter sprint 4.87 seconds, a physique that is 7 or 8 times higher than before. Gao Li was amazed at his test results. Now he is a real superhuman body, a Kamen Rider who does not need to transform. At the same time, Gao Li found that the golden eye was also integrated into the night kick. The two have the same purpose in terms of burst, but the golden eye is more concentrated, from the original double increase to 4 times increase. But correspondingly, due to the concentrated explosive power, the maintenance time has also become much shorter, which fits the positioning of the ultimate move. Gao Li named it Golden Night Kick. My god, your data is higher than my cosmic form data. It's outrageous. Rocket also flipped through the report with amazement. Obviously, the cosmic form is the highest peak of Kamen Rider Faiz in theory, but now Gao Li can directly surpass his combat power without transformation. Rocket is so jealous. That can't be compared like that, Gao Li said. The cosmic form is strong in a variety of astronomical switch capabilities, and the punching and kicking power are secondary in comparison. Rocket didn't hesitate much. After traveling in the interstellar for a while, he knew that, now that he could transform into the cosmic form of Kamen Rider Faiz, he could definitely be ranked among the top strong men in the universe in terms of combat power. Of course, this is based on the fact that Rocket didn't know about the supreme existences such as the Celestial God Group and the 5 Great Gods. If he didn't compare them, Rocket would be right to think so. So what are your plans next? I have found the coordinates of the Earth, and can send you back directly. Earth? I've been away for a long time, and I miss home. Gao Li glanced at the starry sky outside the porthole, and then looked at the countdown on the system panel that had ended. That's right, the 1-year period has arrived, and the DC Universe can welcome the return of the Lord of Magic. In human terms, the system has accumulated enough time and space energy, and Gao Li can return to the DC Universe at any time. Then let's go back to Earth first. I just happen to have some things to finish. Earth, the United States. 2 young men met on the street. One was young and handsome, and the other was thin. Bucky, did Rigido call you too? Yeah. Buggy was stunned. Mr. Rigido called you too? Steve nodded. Well, I wonder what he wants to see us about. During this period, in order to reduce the consumption of magic power, Gao Li's clone has become more and more reclusive and rarely meets people. As for the operation of the World Tree Consortium, professional managers have long been hired, and the founder does not need to worry about it at all. So Buggy and Steve really haven't seen Rigido for a long time. When they opened the door of the office, Gao Li, who had just taken back his clone, had a bright look in his eyes. Steve. Bucky. Long time no see. Yes, the last time we met was about 3 weeks ago. Buggy nodded. Gao Li coughed. In fact, he hadn't seen them for several months, and he still needed to adjust his sense of time. Why don't we go out and get together again? Steve suggested. I know a very good bar. Bucky smiled and said, forget about the bar. You get drunk after 1 drink, so you can't enjoy it much. We can talk about the dinner later. I called you here today to ask you what you think. Gory asked Bucky and Steve to sit down in front of him and crossed his hands in front of his nose. This posture of being ready for battle made Bucky and Steve subconsciously nervous. What do you mean? You first, Steve. Gory looked at the thin Steve. Do you still want to join the army now? Steve was stunned and said, as for joining the army, I have no such idea for a long time. It was not you, Rigido, who convinced me. You made me understand that I can't be wishful thinking. On the surface, I'm devoting myself, but it is actually a selfish act, which adds burden to my comrades. So I gave up this idea and changed to volunteer activities and contribute to everyone as a volunteer. It must be said that Steve's 3 views are still very positive and his personality is also very good, which made Gory nodded with satisfaction. In other words, you are not obsessed with joining the army because you want to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy, or you are obsessed with the military. You just want to do good things, so being a volunteer is fine. Is this understanding correct? Steve nodded and said, yes, if possible. I don't want to kill anyone, but I really hope to end the brutality of the Nazis and the pain brought by the war. Very good. Gory turned his gaze to Bucky. What about you? What do you think? Bucky laughed and said, I'm not that great, but my general idea is similar to Steve's. I originally wanted to join the army, but now I don't think so. It was you, Rigido, who made me understand that shining in other fields can make greater contributions than joining the army and can help more people. Just after he finished speaking, Bucky scratched his head in confusion again. Why are you asking us so seriously today? It's like you're conducting ideological censorship. I'm conducting ideological censorship, Gary said openly, because I need to confirm some things in advance and don't want to entrust the wrong person. As he spoke, Gary took out 2 boxes of jelly beans from the cabinet and poured 2 of them onto the table. There are 2 blue jelly beans on the left and 2 red jelly beans on the right. You can choose. Steve and Bucky looked at each other in confusion, but their expressions were also much more serious. Choosing blue jelly beans means that you are very satisfied with what you are doing now. You are already satisfied enough. Then you can pretend that today's conversation never happened. There is no need to disrupt your existing life. Gary pointed at the blue jelly beans and then at the red jelly beans. If you choose the red jelly bean, your peaceful daily life will cease to exist. You may be reborn, or you may encounter something that makes you regret your choice today, so you must consider it carefully. But I have to say that there are not many people who have enough virtue to make me decide to take out the red jelly bean, but I don't want to force you into danger, so I'll leave it to you to choose freely. As soon as Gory finished speaking, he saw Bucky and Steve showing concerned expressions on their faces. You said there would be danger? What danger? Will it harm you? It's not that I'm in danger, Gory said with a smile. I mean that, if you choose the red jelly bean, although you can gain power, there will be more dangers in the future. Steve laughed and picked up the red jelly bean without hesitation. Do I still need to consider it? I've never been afraid of danger. If I have stronger power, I can help more people, but it doesn't mean that I can't do what I'm doing now. It's just that I can do more things, so I can help more people. It's a great thing, but the price is just the possibility of danger, which is worth it. Bucky also picked up the red jelly bean. My choice is the same as Steve's. Bucky. Steve tried to dissuade Bucky. You don't have to choose red, just because I chose red. You are different from me. You can do more than me. Even if you don't pay this price, you can help many people. You kid. Are you too arrogant? Bucky laughed and punched Steve. Who told you that I chose it with you? Steve, don't think too much. I chose the red jelly bean out of my own will. It has nothing to do with you. Steve said dully, is that so? I'm sorry, it's true that I'm too self-centered. I subconsciously think that you are influenced by me. Hearing this, Bucky sighed helplessly. Such an honest admission of fault really made him lose his temper. No matter what danger Steve will encounter in the future, how can he feel at ease without him by his side? Since you have all made a decision, then. Gao Li took out the desired driver and the Polar Fox ID core and placed them on the table. Congratulations. From today on, you are Kamen Riders. Ahem. Sorry, I took the wrong one. This is it. Gao Li coughed and put away the driver and core and took out two belts from under the table. They looked like one was made of red leather and the other was made of white leather, and there was a windmill-like mechanism in the middle. I call them Typhoon number 1 and Typhoon number 2, and they contain a full body armor that is enough to help you resist existing conventional individual weapons and maintain them with the help of wind power generation. The protective armor that Gao Li built this time, because there is no need to consider increasing strength, only focusing on defense, is much lighter and smaller than the G3X armor. If you are willing to become Kamen Rider, then I will perform transformation surgery on you so that you can combine the advantages of other creatures and become superhumans with amazing physiques. Kamen Rider? Buggy asked in confusion. Why is it called Kamen Rider? Because you need to wear a mask. Although you have the protection of a full body armor, so that you are not afraid of attacks from others, your relatives and friends around you are not bulletproof. Gao Li explained. So if you want to use this power, you must conceal your identity and do justice in the name of masked hero. Young man, you don't want your relatives and friends to suffer, do you? Steve nodded in agreement. That makes sense. In any case, I shouldn't let my relatives and friends be in danger. But what is the transformation surgery? Buggy and Steve were equally confused about this. They had never heard of the technology described by Gao Li. This is my unique secret skill, which can give others superhuman power. Gao Li said lightly, but as I said just now, I don't want to entrust it to the wrong person. If this power is mastered by good people, it can benefit the world. On the contrary, if it is mastered by bad people, it will cause countless deaths. Therefore, the transformation surgery is also a secret that you need to keep. Seeing that Gao Li looked serious and didn't seem to be joking with them, Steve and Bucky nodded solemnly. I will protect this secret with my life. I will take this secret to the grave. Gao Li smiled, stood up and took the lead to open the door. You don't have to say it so harshly. You come with me first. The transformation surgery is not done on the spur of the moment. Gao Li also needs to measure their various signs and data in detail and customize and adjust the transformation plan one by one to ensure its safety. During this period, Gao Li also went to the warehouse built in Germany, which was also the temporary base hiding Dr. Erskine. With the help of alien technology, it was easy to take him across the border silently. Erskine, what do you want to do next? If necessary, I can get you an identity. As long as you don't participate in election activities or be investigated by intelligence agencies, it shouldn't be a big problem. Erskine, who was exposed by Gory about the hidden dangers of the super soldier serum, became more indifferent and looked calm. Don't worry, I'm not interested in any election, and I won't do anything that touches the intelligence agencies. I just want to live a peaceful life in the second half of my life. Maybe teach occasionally. I'm tired of dealing with the top leaders of the country. Okay, Gory nodded. I will get it done for you, and your living expenses will also be provided by the World Tree Foundation. If you feel sorry, you can join the research team of the World Tree Foundation. I'll consider it. Erskine stretched. Thank you, Rigido. But I don't want to do anything for the time being. I just want to drink a cup of coffee quietly. After arranging Erskine, Gory began to devote himself to the transformation research of Steve and Bucky wholeheartedly. In Kamatage, far away from the United States, a bald monk meditating in the air opened his eyes. It has appeared again, the source that caused the drastic change in the timeline a few months ago. But the bald monk was confused again. When he noticed the drastic change in the timeline, he couldn't find the source at all. Why did it become so obvious now? PS. Thank you Genius Zyadol for the 1666 points reward. Chapter 90 I'm the victory team. I'm TPC. This person is the Ancient One of this era. As the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One has lived for many years and has long surpassed the upper limit of normal human lifespan. This is due to the power he borrowed from many dark dimensions, and also due to the fact that the Ancient One is very strong. Of course, it is not like cultivating immortals. The stronger the strength, the higher the realm, and the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. But, as long as there is enough power to defeat all the dimensional demons who come to collect debts, it is equivalent to having no creditors. The biggest difference between the Marvel world and the DC world in magic is that there is no debt collection law that even the God King cannot avoid. After all, it is still the one with the bigger fist that has the final say. Although the debtor will be at a disadvantage when facing the creditor, as long as he is strong enough to offset the disadvantage, it is not a big problem. But even if he is as strong as the Ancient One, who can see all the timelines with the eye of Agamotto, he cannot pay attention to the changes in the timelines of all creatures in the universe. There are a lot of interstellar civilizations in the Marvel world, and the population of any one of them is much larger than that of the Earth. The Supreme Sorcerer basically only looks at the Earth. Moreover, if one looks around in the universe and sees some supreme beings that should not be seen, even the Supreme Sorcerer will have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, the Ancient One did not find the source of Gori before. Gori originally had the talent of blurring the timeline. When he first came to this era, the Ancient One did not even find him. Even if the World Tree Consortium was established later, it did not cause much disturbance in the timeline. After all, the Marvel Universe is a world of superheroes and supervillains. Compared with their influence on the timeline, no matter how big the changes in the mortal world are, it is difficult to change the timeline. So later Gori joined Hydra, put the shitpot on Hydra's head, and then took away the space gems. The timeline finally erupted with a huge wave that the Ancient One could not ignore. What will happen to Hydra is easy to say. With the calmness of the Ancient One, he does not care about this change. The Supreme Sorcerer does not see the development of a fixed time. They can only see a large number of future possibilities, just like Doctor Strange saw 14 million developments of the final battle. Therefore, the Ancient One did not think that Hydra was supposed to be like this. If there was a change, it might be one of the possibilities in the future. However, the space gem was different. Although the Infinity Gems were just decorations outside the universe, they were indeed important nodes in their respective universes. When the Ancient One found something unusual and wanted to check, Gori had been teleported to outer space, so he naturally saw nothing. Now that Gori has returned to Earth, it is equivalent to stepping into the territory of the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One immediately realized something. His approximate location should be. The Ancient One pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the eye of Agamotto lit up, searching for Gori's trace with all his strength. Gori was like the fog on the long river of time, covering a large area on the river surface, making it impossible to see anything clearly. But after Gori took away the space gem, it was equivalent to setting off a huge wave somewhere, which could immediately assist the Ancient One in locating it. American New York. The Ancient One landed suddenly and drew a circle in the air with one hand. The specific location has been determined. Although the fog still shrouds it, making it difficult to see the actual appearance, Gao Li believes that he will find the real owner in no time. New York, Brooklyn. In a secret laboratory, Gori made a final confirmation to Steve and Bucky on the operating table. Are you sure? Once the transformation is done, it will be difficult to turn back. Steve said speechlessly, Legido, you have asked this many times. My answer is always the same. Bucky thought for a moment and asked, excuse me, will there be any hidden dangers in the transformed body that you haven't mentioned yet? No. Gori shook his head. That's right. Bucky clapped his hands. All the functions that the body originally possessed are still preserved normally and even enhanced. There is no change in appearance except for the increase in muscle physique. Then why are you still hesitating? Isn't it only good? I can't wait. Okay, then let's start the transformation operation. Gori shrugged and started the automatic program. Just like when he transformed himself, the whole process was completed automatically by the machine, which was convenient and fast without sequelae. When Steve and Buggy both stepped down, they had already turned into two muscular men. In fact, Buggy didn't change much. He was originally a relatively fit and excellent figure. The most exaggerated thing was Steve, who was completely different from the past. Now we are the Kamen Riders you mentioned. Steve touched the muscles on his body, as if in a dream. It felt so unreal. Although in a sense, yes, but, Gao Li paused. Whether you can become a real Kamen Rider depends on your own actions. But I believe you can do it, so I will give you the opportunity to become a Kamen Rider. In this way, you will be the first and second Kamen Riders on Earth besides me. Gao Li came over with two typhoon belts and two red scarves, and handed them to them with a sense of ceremony. So, I grant you the titles of Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2. Don't live up to the name of Kamen Rider. Buggy asked curiously, so you also had a transformation surgery on yourself? Then why aren't you Kamen Rider 1? Gao Li said, because I'm the source of Kamen Rider, so I can be called Kamen Rider 0, not Kamen Rider 1. Hey, I always feel that this title is a bit strange. Gao Li touched his chin and soon stopped struggling. Anyway, he is not a pure shower Kamen Rider. He is also Kamen Rider G3X, Faiz, Force, Wizard, Kabuto, and Gatak. Congratulations. He has gathered more and more Kamen Rider power. By the way, how do I use this typhoon belt? I don't see any buttons. Steve put the typhoon belt on his body, tied a red scarf around himself, and looked at it repeatedly in surprise. After Gao Li asked Buggy to wear the typhoon belt, he stepped back a few steps to demonstrate it. In order to avoid accidental triggering, the typhoon belt requires both voice commands and action commands to appear at the same time to be effective. And the voice command, needless to say, is transform. As for the action command, watch me demonstrate. Takashi performed the classic transformation moves of Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2 in front of them. It was relatively simple and within the acceptable range of the two. Of course, in order to deal with sudden emergencies, it is also equipped with automatic AI to determine whether it is in crisis. If a crisis occurs, you can skip the action and directly shout transform, and the combat suit will pop out urgently. Buggy couldn't help but complain that AI. I think you said before that it is called artificial intelligence. Since there is artificial intelligence to make judgments, why not just let it avoid us from accidentally triggering it? Why do we need to cooperate with action commands? I don't care. Gao Li's neck stiffened. The transformation action is the romance of Kamen Rider. Anyway, a mechanism for dealing with emergencies has been designed. If there is no danger, then you have to do it. Otherwise it won't be interesting. Besides, the combat suit is just a bonus after all. Your great power comes from yourself. You have extremely high combat power without transforming. You are different from other Kamen Riders who are mortals without transformation. What's the matter? Buggy and Steve, although they didn't quite understand what this romance meant, they were very grateful to Gao Li for giving them the opportunity to become stronger and let Gao Li have the final say on the details. Besides the three of us, are there any other Kamen Riders? Steve asked curiously. Can you tell me who they are? Gao Li smiled and said, it's my friend Rocket. You will have a chance to meet him in the future. Steve and Buggy wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly saw Gao Li stunned and stopped them with his hand. You guys go test your strength data first. I have something else to do. Let's talk later. Steve and Buggy looked at each other. Although they were a little confused, since Rigido said so, there must be something important. Okay, then you go and deal with the matter first. The two walked to the test room together. When there was no one around, Gao Li finally couldn't suppress his ecstasy. The new reward arrived. It's an SSS level lottery. After waiting for an unknown period of time, there is finally an SSS level 1. Is it because Captain America and the Winter Soldier are gone and have become Kamen Rider 1 and Kamen Rider 2? Gao Li was overjoyed, but after calming down and thinking about it, this was probably not enough to reach the SSS level. After all, based on Gao Li's understanding of the two's personalities, even without the names of Captain America and the Winter Soldier, it would not affect their chivalry and becoming a hero. Well, maybe the Winter Soldier has changed a lot, but in the final analysis, it's not that the two of them are gone. At most they just changed their names. Thinking carefully, it's probably the death of the Supreme Evolution that has finally fermented thoroughly throughout the universe. The impact of his death, coupled with the changes of Captain America and the Winter Soldier, has reached the SSS level in total. According to Rocket, the Supreme Evolution has created many civilizations so far, and is regarded as a god or creator-like existence on many planets. So now that the Supreme Evolution, the god creator, is dead, it will definitely cause shocks on many planets and shock many alien civilizations. Maybe it accounts for the majority of the SSS level influence. After roughly investigating the reasons, Gao Li will enjoy the long-lost lottery time. The previous SS level allowed Gao Li to get a lot of good things, and the SSS level is even more anticipated. Heaven and earth, please help me. Taishang Laochan, please show your spirit. Let's draw. The magnificent lottery machine started up quickly and stopped under Gao Li's gaze, turning into light spots that flowed into his mind. This time, he drew an SSS level knowledge reward. Perhaps because it was more advanced, even the form of giving was different. In the past, Gao Li received knowledge rewards, which were basically physical development materials, which required Gao Li to spend time studying and absorbing. This time, the SSS level knowledge reward was directly poured into Gao Li's brain, which was similar to the feeling of the giant beast teaching him the secret method of the soul. Gao Li felt that he had learned a lot of technology in a short time, and even saved time for research. This is a summary of the research and development data of the Earth Peace United Organization. In short, it was to pack almost all the scientific research results obtained by the TPC organization in Ultraman Tiger over the years into Gao Li's brain. This is not just as simple as the Victory Hyper Gun, including the Mag's power system that was only developed in the later period. All the technologies used by TPC and the Victory team can be manufactured as long as Gao Li wants. For example, PDI communicator, dunk gun, Victory rifle, Victory Swallow 1, Victory Swallow 2, Texas gun, wing efficient jet engine system, Victory Swallow XJ, Sherlock car, drum car, underground Pippa tank, Dolphin 202, Atreides. Even if the resources are sufficient, Gao Li can even build a huge central facility headquarters like TPC Far East Base. In short, it is a technology collection gift package, very luxurious and outrageous. Don't underestimate the gold content of TPC technology. The Victory Swallow series has enough weapon attack power to hurt monsters, and the Texas gun on it has killed monsters like Gakuma. Not to mention the Max gun, which is more powerful. Although Gao Li is not sure what level of superhero or supervillain the monster corresponds to, it seems that many superheroes and supervillains who are known for their tough skin and thick flesh can hardly say that they can withstand a Max gun without any damage, right? Great. SSS level is really extraordinary. Gao Li felt very satisfied. Although he almost encountered life-threatening danger when he broke into the army alone because he misjudged the power of the Supreme Evolution. Fortunately, everything was worth it. By the way, thinking of the transformation surgery for Steve and Bucky, it must be an important reason for winning the SSS level lottery. Gao Li felt that he was very wise, although he didn't think so much at the beginning. At this time, Steve and Bucky had finished the physical test, each holding the printed report, and returned in amazement. They were ordinary people in the past, especially a weak chicken like Steve, who never dreamed that one day he would become so powerful. All the data are calculated in tons. This is undoubtedly a Superman, right? Masked Superman? Thank you, Ryojido. When he saw Gao Li again, Steve's gratitude was even greater. I finally have the power to strike down the Nazis' arrogance. I promise you that I will definitely use this power to end the war as soon as possible, so that the whole world will no longer have to suffer from war. Don't forget to transform before you go, Bucky said with a smile. After all, it is very important to conceal your identity. If the military sees us, we will definitely have endless troubles in the future. Gory accepted Steve's thanks, but he always felt weird in his heart. Why did he feel like he had turned into 7? Speaking of which, there is actually something I want to tell you. My real name is not Rigido Noah, but before Gory finished speaking, the space in the laboratory suddenly expanded and flipped, expanding outwards crazily in a geometric form. Gory was very familiar with this scene. It was the same mirror space, and it was also in the laboratory. How could it be so similar? Question mark? Be careful. Gory shouted immediately. The old bitch is coming. Chapter 91 Shocked Ancient One. The old man, the Ancient One, came uninvited. Looking at the gradually appearing fire circle in front of them, Gory, Steve and Bucky were all very nervous. Especially Gory was on high alert, and the endless magic power that could transform for the last time was ready to move. Could it be the Ancient One? Or another wizard? If it was another wizard, why did he come here? If it was not the Ancient One, would there be a possibility of negotiation? As Gory guessed, the true face of the Ancient One was finally revealed behind the fire circle. It's really you? How come you are in every era? You are simply haunting me. Gory's expression sank, and the moment the Ancient One saw him, he instantly felt a splitting headache. What is this? The Ancient One covered his painful forehead, and a lot of memories were poured into his mind. The Ancient One immediately understood what was going on. He, who had the Eye of Agamotto, could influence each other to a certain extent with his past and future selves. And this was exactly the early warning spell set by the future Ancient One on the timeline. After fighting with Kamen Rider Kronos transformed by Gory in the modern era, Ancient One could not be sure where Gory had gone. Ran to the next DC universe or something. Even if Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, he could not have such a big imagination. Therefore, his biggest guess was that Gory might have gone to a different time point. In view of Gory's own timeline obstruction, Ancient One could not clearly search where he was, so he could only place a warning spell on his own timeline. Once he encounters Gory Parker at any time, this spell will be automatically triggered, and all the dangers and information of Gory will be instilled into his head at that time. I see. Gory Parker, you hid in this era. Ancient One, who already has the memory of the future, is in a sense like being possessed by the future Ancient One, and his tone and face have become extremely cold. Gory Parker? Who is that? Steve and Bucky were both stunned. Gory quickly said, "That's my real name, and it's what I just wanted to tell you. Lei." Gory, who is this bold monk? Bucky quickly adapted to it. After all, a name is just a title. Whether he is called Lei Judo or Gory, he is still the same person, still their friend. Steve thought so too, and even transformed directly with Bucky. The current situation is an emergency. His name is Ancient One, and he calls himself the Supreme Sorcerer who protects mankind. Then he claims that my existence endangers the entire timeline and is committed to destroying me. But I don't know if what he said is true or false. Gory did not intend to lie to his friends and told them what he knew truthfully. Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, Ancient One also spoke coldly. "This matter has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. The cornerstone of our timeline is called the absolute time point. Once it is modified, the timeline will collapse. And Gory Parker can modify the absolute time point at will, which is a major hidden danger." Bucky retorted, "But he has lived with us for so long, and the world has not been destroyed. Isn't this too much?" Ancient One admitted, "Indeed, the timeline is still safe and sound. However, that is because he has not modified the absolute time point of this era. Everything he has done is still within the changes allowed by the parallel world. Our world is not static. With different choices, it will develop into different timelines. Therefore, there are parallel worlds and multiverses. However, there are very few changes that are absolutely not allowed. Once the timeline begins to perish, even I will be powerless to save the situation, and there is no regret medicine to take. Do you want to take such a huge risk?" Originally, as the longest-lived Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One has been watching the past, present, and future as a bystander. Because as he said just now, the world is constantly changing. No matter how it changes, it is just arriving at a different timeline, which does not conflict with the duties of the Supreme Master. However, Gory's existence is like a time bomb, and there is already a precedent that a parallel world exploded due to the modification of the absolute timeline. Facing a time bomb that will blow up your home, no matter how calm your mind is, you can't turn a blind eye. Indeed, there is also a possibility that a time bomb will short circuit and not explode, but will a normal person bet on it? Of course, there is also a plan to persuade Gory not to touch any absolute time point, but that is like turning a time bomb into a remote controlled bomb, and the detonation button is in Gory's hands. The crisis is still not resolved. Presumably no one would be willing to live under the same roof with a remote controlled bomb in the hands of someone else every day. So as long as the person is not crazy, the first reaction is of course the safest way to dismantle the bomb. Steve and Bucky hesitated. They really wanted to believe Gory. If Gory told them clearly that the Ancient One was just talking nonsense, they would trust Gory without hesitation. However, even Gory's own words were similar to those of the Ancient One. It's just that Gory also said that he was not sure whether it was true or not. It should be fake, right? Steve looked at Bucky hesitantly, and Bucky also smiled bitterly. I hope so too. I really can't imagine the scene of Gory destroying the world. At this moment, Gory's warning voice came to their ears. Be careful. Gory was about to take action, but he was a step too late. After all, no one expected that the Ancient One would choose this time to attack Steve and Bucky. Before this, the Ancient One had always given people the feeling of a hermit, and it didn't seem like he would shamelessly attack. However, the fact is that the two hands behind the Ancient One's back have penetrated the space, one on the left and one on the right, and were imprinted on Steve and Bucky respectively. Just this slight tap, the souls of the two people immediately left their bodies, and their physical bodies collapsed powerlessly. Ancient One, what the hell are you doing? Gory shouted angrily, and the infinite magician ring had already appeared on his hand. Gory Parker, I won't make the mistake of underestimating you again, so I must ensure that there are no accidents. Although the two of them showed hesitation, I can't ignore the possibility that they might attack out of friendship. So it is the best choice to let them leave for the time being. Ancient One said lightly, but I didn't cut off the connection between their souls and bodies, and they will recover slowly on their own. Steve and Bucky's souls were suspended in the air, and they were also shocked when they heard it. This Ancient One can actually knock people's souls out of their bodies with one move. Doesn't that mean that, even if the Ancient One doesn't sneak attack, once the two sides come into contact, they will still be killed by the Ancient One, as long as they are not careful? Any defense is ineffective, no matter how thick the armor is. It's simply invincible. Oh no. What about Gory? How could he be an opponent of such a strong enemy? Exclamation mark. Steve tried hard to swim back to his body, but the surroundings were light and unrestrained. The only thing he and Bucky could do was to look at Gory with great concern. The wizard driver appeared on Gao Li's waist, and he said coldly, then I must say that you still don't value me enough. Next, you will regret not attacking me immediately. Transform. A magic light column as crystal clear as a diamond shot up into the sky, and the whole mirror space was echoing with the low chanting of the spell. Unlimitedness. Please. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, all-encompassing Yanglang. Gu Yi finally showed a look of surprise on his face. He never expected that Gao Li, who was originally a scientist, would become a wizard. When they met again, Gu Yi did not think about shooting Gao Li's soul just now, but when this idea just came up, his sixth sense sent a feeling of uneasiness. Now Gu Yi roughly understood why. Could it be because of this huge strange magic? Gu Yi was right. The endless magic was in Gao Li's soul. Gu Yi's method of shooting the soul was also a magic technique, which would only be directly immune to the endless magic. Gory Parker, you are the one who committed the crime of arrogance. Facing Gory's transformation into Kamen Rider Wizard Infinite style, Ancient One spoke slowly. Although I don't know how you became a wizard, your biggest mistake is to give up the science you are best at and instead want to use magic to deal with me, the Supreme Wizard. This is simply showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Really? Gory sneered. Then you can try it. Ancient One stopped talking nonsense and cast spells with both hands, attacking Gory with overwhelming magic. The entire laboratory in the mirror space was instantly shattered in the explosion. This time, Ancient One went all out, and the ancient spell spread throughout the city like heavenly sound. The buildings in New York began to tremble, the skyscrapers were crumbling, the rivers were rushing and surging, and the stars in the sky seemed to shine brighter because of his existence. Boom. The dazzling beam of light streaked through the night like a meteor, aiming at Gory. The destructive power of the beam was astonishing, and the entire Brooklyn area seemed to be in a doomsday-like collapse. The streets were destroyed, the tall buildings were reduced to ashes, and flames and lightning burned in the night sky, like the embers of hell. Gory. Steve and Bucky both shouted in worry as they watched Gory's figure being submerged in the torrent of destruction. The power of this supreme sorcerer was even more unmatched than they had imagined, and he brought endless destruction with just a wave of his hand. But the Ancient One did not stop, and he would not take anything lightly. I want you not to have even a particle survive. As soon as the voice fell, the foundation of the entire New York began to tremble. Even the reinforced concrete of the skyscrapers far away in Manhattan creaked, the underground sewers boiled, and the brilliant beams of light that swept across everything rose into the sky. At the same time, the Ancient One raised his hand and moved downward, and the magic circle spread to a radius of 100 miles. The next moment, the stars shone brightly, and countless dazzling starlight shells seemed to be pouring down from the starry sky. The fall of the star power tore the air, carrying the power to destroy everything, and the night sky of New York suddenly became as bright as day, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire city. This is not over yet. As Ancient One continued to cast spells, several supergiant magic circles surrounded New York from all directions. A large amount of elemental power was ejected from them, and the collision brought a deafening explosion. Even the distant skyline seemed to tremble at this moment. The power of destruction formed by multiple attacks repeatedly washed over this land over and over again. As long as it was covered, no creature had the ability to survive. As Ancient One said, let alone cells, he would not let Gao Li leave even a particle. Boom. The shock wave of the explosion was unparalleled, and the unmatched flames burst out, completely dyeing half of the sky red. It was as if the sky was shocked by the power of Ancient One. Who? When Ancient One stopped panting, the entire New York City in the mirror space was completely razed to the ground by her. You must know that, because the mirror space expands outward, the New York in it is several times larger than the real New York. Even so, under the full output of the Ancient One, it was still easily wiped off the map. This great power, that changed the world with a wave of his hand, made Steve and Bucky tremble in their hearts. Is this really still a human being? Gory? Where is Gory? Steve asked subconsciously, but like Bucky, he no longer had hope in his heart. No one could survive such a devastating attack. Not even God. Fortunately, in order not to affect himself, the Ancient One was in this place, which was the only place in New York that survived, and the bodies of the two of them who lost their souls were here. Otherwise, the Ancient One's super large range of destructive blows alone would have destroyed their bodies long ago without leaving any residue. However, the two of them were still in a heavy mood. It was meaningless to be happy. Gory was the main target of the Ancient One, and now he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. You are indeed the supreme sorcerer. If it weren't for the game props that entangled you in a power battle when you transformed into Kronos last time, Kronos would be far inferior to you in terms of destructive power. Suddenly, Gory's voice came from the center of destruction. Ancient One's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked up in disbelief. He saw Gory standing in the magma that looked like a hell scene, clapping his hands calmly. How is it possible? Ancient One muttered uncontrollably, with shock written all over his face. Not only did he not kill Gory, it even looked like he didn't cause him any damage at all. He still spoke with such vigor, proving that Gory was not only unharmed on the outside, but also had no internal injuries on the inside. Gory? My god. Steve and Bucky in their soul state were both surprised and happy. They were happy that Gory survived, but also surprised that Gory could survive. And he looked so alive. The previous attacks that easily changed the terrain were like a breeze blowing on Gao Li, and they didn't hurt him at all. What other tricks do you have? Show me. Gao Li said calmly, like a teacher testing a student. Let me teach you who is the one who is guilty of arrogance and overestimating his own abilities. Chapter 92. Explanation of Ancient One. Since everyone has some questions about the Ancient One, I will explain it here. Because chapter comments over 1000 words will be charged, I split it into two answers. 1. What version of the Ancient One is this? Answer. Generally, when writing Marvel fan fiction, referring to the worldview that does not involve the X-Men, it is basically assumed that the most famous Marvel Cinematic Universe, or at least the main body, is the image of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and then some comic settings are added on this basis. It's like when Marvel fan fiction starts with Tony Stark, everyone's first reaction is Robert Downey Jr.'s face, right? I don't think there are any books that will specifically state at the beginning that this is the Iron Man of such and such universe. Even if there are, they are very rare. Therefore, this book is also mainly based on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and a few comic settings are added. The Ancient One is generally the Ancient One of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and then it is slightly modified according to the Ancient One in other Marvel works too. Does the absolute time point exist? Answer. At least in the eyes of the Ancient One, it does exist. The setting of the absolute time point comes from the Marvel series What If, in which the Ancient One believes that once the absolute time point is modified, the universe will collapse and perish, and Doctor Strange in the series did cause the universe to perish after modifying the absolute time point. In addition, the show gives the perspective and lines of the observer, indicating that from the perspective of the observer's level of existence, the setting of the absolute time point also exists. So this is not a concept I made up to deliberately discredit the Ancient One. It is normal for me to use the original setting when writing fanfiction. If you think that the setting of the absolute time point is not good, it is also Marvel's problem. In fact, American comics do often have various confusing and even fighting settings. 3. Will the Ancient One's character insist on killing people because of the absolute time point? Answer. In the series What If, after the Ancient One found that he could not change Doctor Strange's mind, he directly attacked Doctor Strange, very decisively and without hesitation. The magic attack he launched caused a big explosion. The strength of the wizard's body was still mortal flesh and blood except for the spell, which was definitely enough to kill people. If he didn't want to kill Doctor Strange, but just wanted to restrain him, why didn't the Ancient One use a binding spell? So the Ancient One would kill people because of the absolute time point. He would not show mercy even to Doctor Strange, let alone Gory, and since the Ancient One felt that modifying the absolute time point would lead to the destruction of the universe, and the Time Stone could not reverse this destruction, why didn't he, as the Sorcerer Supreme, take action to solve this problem? Is the duty of the Sorcerer Supreme to watch the show all the way? I don't quite understand why many people think that the Ancient One's character doesn't care about anything, and no reason will make him really want to take action. As the Sorcerer Supreme, his duty is to eliminate factors that threaten humanity, otherwise the Ancient One would be derelict in his duty. Chapter 93, Explanation of Ancient One. 4. Shouldn't the character of the Ancient One be calm and composed, and have a high state of mind? Answer. For issues that do not involve absolute time points, the Ancient One is indeed calm and composed, and does not intervene at all. For example, Gory has been in the Marvel Universe for so many years, and the Ancient One did not intervene before the absolute time point issue occurred. There was also the changes during World War II, and the Ancient One did not participate at all. But when it comes to key issues such as absolute time points, the Ancient One is not a piece of wood, and he will definitely care more. The Ancient One is a human being, but he lives longer, and is more indifferent to his own life and death. He is not a robot without emotions. Just like the metaphor in the article, facing a time bomb that is about to blow up his home at any time, the Ancient One used all kinds of means to dismantle the bomb. If he does not even have the slightest anxiety and irritability at this time, then he may be a super Ancient One, without any emotions. For example, the Ancient One who attacked Doctor Strange in What If and the Ancient One who first received Doctor Strange. Are there no changes in his thoughts and emotions in these two times? It is impossible that the Ancient One decided to kill Doctor Strange without any inner fluctuations, right? 5. The strength of the Ancient One. Answer. As mentioned before, the Ancient One in this book is mainly based on the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Ancient One in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is indeed not that powerful, and it all depends on everyone's imagination to increase its prestige. The Ancient One in the book has been given an epic enhancement. The Ancient One in the movie can't destroy New York, which is several times the size, with just a few moves. 6. Is the Ancient One not even as good as Kang? Answer. According to the role positioning given to him by the Marvel movies, he is not as good as Kang. Kang is the final boss of an entire stage, and the Ancient One is just a mentor to the protagonist in a movie. There are a lot of infinity gems in the TVA founded by Kang, while the Ancient One only guards the time gem of a single universe. Obviously, in the official view of Marvel, Kang's positioning is higher than that of the Ancient One. Chapter 94, Endless Style Crushing. Although Gao Li did not reply, his extremely gloomy expression had already replaced the answer. Gao Li really never dreamed that Gao Li would be so difficult. He was already very difficult last time, but it turned out to be more and more difficult each time. But he didn't believe it. There is no absolutely invincible power in the world. It is impossible that you will not be harmed at all. Gu Yi's eyes were deep, and the whole person was suspended in the air, and mysterious runes flashed around him. Suddenly, he pinched the magic formula with his hands, and a flash of lightning broke through the night sky and fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. The thunder became more and more in the blink of an eye, gathering into a flying dragon, hitting Gao Li fiercely. Gao Li did not dodge, but just chuckled, and took the thunder dragon. Bang! The loud sound of thunder ripped the tranquility of the ruins, as if the world was trembling. The dazzling lightning arcs flew like thousands of troops galloping, but Gao Li in the center did not move. No way. Gu Yi increased his magic output in disbelief. It must be that the destructive power is not enough. His eyes flashed with determination and firmness, and he devoted all his body and mind to controlling the power of thunder and lightning. The spreading lightning turned the remaining ruins into ashes. At this time, Gu Yi was like a god above the world, mastering the mysterious power of ultimate destruction. It's too ugly, Supreme Mage. Gao Li finally moved. He gathered endless magic power with both hands and gently patted the lightning column. With a crisp snap, the lightning that had illuminated the entire New York sinkhole disappeared on the spot. What? Gu Yi looked at this scene in infinite shock, and his brain felt blank. Just now that was. He forcibly erased the power of magic. Question mark? So, the reason why Gao Li was unharmed just now was because, how could there be such an outrageous ability in the world? Exclamation mark. It can be said to be the natural enemy of the mage. But Gu Yi is Gu Yi after all. He has a long life and a very stable mentality. The shock just now was only a matter of time, and was quickly calmed down by Gu Yi. No wonder you are so confident, then. Gu Yi drew a circle of fire quickly, and it was unclear what he wanted to do, but Gao Li obviously would not give him another chance. Almost at the same time, the light connected to the magic circle lit up beside Gao Li, and one hand directly passed through the space and slapped it, breaking the fire circle. As soon as it touched it, Gu Yi retreated dozens of meters according to his combat experience, to prevent Gao Li's follow-up pursuit, but Gao Li stood there calmly and did nothing. You don't think that I only have outstanding defense, right? No way, no way. Gao Li laughed. Now even the most convenient space magic has been cracked by me. How do you feel? Gu Yi took a deep breath and said, Gao Li Parker, I have to admit that you are really the strongest enemy I have faced so far. But there is a way to crack it. You seem to be completely immune to the damage caused by magic. So what about the secondary damage caused by magic? Gao Li raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It must be said that Gu Yi is indeed experienced. The accumulation of having dealt with so many dimensional demon gods is not fake. Gu Yi quickly saw through the essence and found a way to crack it in an instant. But Gory's achievements in magic are no less than his. Want to know what will happen? Sure. Then it's my turn to attack next. You will soon experience the answer yourself. Endless style does not mean that you can only use the endless magician ring. All the night magic of Gory in the past can still be condensed. Gu Yi immediately prepared for battle. He has regarded Gory as the most difficult enemy in his life. And Gory began to attack. His figure shuttled like lightning, and the magic that came with it was full of the power of fire and wind. After a loud bang, a blazing fire dragon emerged in the sky. It opened its huge mouth and spit out raging flames, trying to devour Gu Yi. Get up. Gu Yi immediately mobilized the energy of the earth, causing the surface of the Xiankang to suddenly crack, forming a solid rock barrier to block the attack of the fire dragon. Of course, he would not be satisfied with defense. The next second, Gu Yi controlled the rock barrier and threw the huge rocks in it to Gory. These boulders are pure physical damage, not condensed by magic. Gu Yi bets that Gao Li is not immune. The boulders cut through the air like meteors, and the speed was too fast to produce dazzling sparks. Their power should not be underestimated. Gao Li calmly condensed the water ring and the barrier ring, and blue ripples were released from his hands, slowing down and blocking the boulders with the water flow. It is so. Gu Yi's eyes lit up, and he pointed his finger at Gao Li through the air. The surface of the ground began to tremble, and the rocks under the ground suddenly surged, forming a rock wave that overturned everything and rolled towards Gao Li. What does it matter if you know? Facing me, you are always so powerless. Gao Li snorted coldly, and his body turned into a ray of light, directly passing through the rock wave, and his hand knife flashing with deadly electric light stabbed Gu Yi. Gu Yi knew that magic defense would definitely be useless. After using the substitute magic to blow Gao Li's body into a butterfly, he instantly appeared on the other side, and the surrounding magic triggered a powerful storm surrounding Gao Li. These storms were also not formed directly by magic, but natural hurricanes formed by Ancient One's magic power guiding the air. Sure, thunder and lightning were raging in the storm, and Gori used the sky-piercing thunder sword to cut through the storm and slashed at Ancient One with the remaining power. In a hurry, Ancient One instinctively condensed a magic circle defense, but was chopped on the spot, and the shockwave made him fall out with blood spitting out of his mouth. Damn. He can attack me directly with magic, but I have to work hard to use magic to trigger natural attacks from the side, which is simply overwhelming. Ancient One wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and climbed up with a trembling body. The situation is already very clear. Although Gori's magic power is not as exaggerated as his, it is higher than the secondary damage guided by Ancient One. What's more, if Ancient One cannot use magic to attack directly, it will be difficult for him to exert a power that is higher than Gori's magic. With this kind of strength and weakness, it is a foregone conclusion that Ancient One will fall into a disadvantage. We can only use the last resort. The moonlight sprinkled on Ancient One. His eyes were full of determination. The monk's robe danced in the wind, highlighting the solemnity and mystery of his bronze pendant. He can't be immune to the power of the time stone anymore, right? After Ancient One barely avoided the next wave of pursuit from Gori, he pinched his hands and the eye of Agamotto opened immediately. The time stone inside emitted a magical light, like a star falling to the earth. But the night wind hummed, the scene froze instantly, and time was stopped at this moment. Stephen Bucky in the soul state became still in his magical power. Ancient One took a deep breath and looked at Gori with some trepidation. Please, time must be stopped. If even the time stone is ineffective against Gori, then Ancient One really doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, Gori in the distance did stop moving. This made Ancient One breathe a sigh of relief, and he regained his spirit and began to chant the ancient forbidden spell. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Gao Li was fixed, Gu Yi wanted to trigger a secondary chain attack to the greatest extent and completely wipe out Gao Li. The magic power began to stir crazily, and Gu Yi's voice was as clear as a bell, passing through the barrier of time and reaching the depths of the universe. However, at this moment, Gu Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. No, 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 it won't be like this. He murmured to himself in disbelief, just because in Gu Yi's vision, Gao Li actually moved slowly. Just now, Gao Li was not completely motionless, but he moved too slowly, which gave Gu Yi a temporary illusion. How could this be? This shouldn't be. After a brief moment of doubt, Gu Yi's powerful state of mind allowed him to calm down quickly, and a terrible guess appeared in his mind. Gao Li is indeed not immune to the power of the time stone, but Gu Yi uses more than just the power of the time stone. The time stone is built into the eye of Agamotto, and is essentially made into a magical artifact. Gu Yi cannot use the time stone directly. All his means of using the time stone are essentially the time magic of controlling the eye of Agamotto. As long as it is magic and affects Gori, he will be immune to it. Therefore, the time stone did work, but because it was mixed with magic and magic, the eye of Agamotto could not completely stop Gori's time. The part about magic and magic was eliminated by Gori, and the remaining power of the time stone made his time extremely slow. Calm down. Even if he can move, so what? Ancient One quickly sorted out his mood. Such slow moving movements like a turtle are no different from being stopped in time. Just as Ancient One thought of this, Gori, who was moving his arms with difficulty, had already reached the position he wanted. He wanted to place the infinite magician ring on the wizard driver on his waist. Unlimitedness. The magnificent spell chanting sounded, and Gori used the basic ability of the infinite style, adjusting his own time flow. Although his time was indeed slowed down by the time stone, it didn't matter. As long as Gori speeded up his own time flow, it would be fine. After the increase and decrease, the fast and slow offset each other. Although Gori did not enter the extreme speed state, he successfully restored his movements to normal speed. Ancient One, what other means do you have? You've run out of options, right? Gory's words, spoken at a normal pace, sounded to Ancient One like the whispers of a demon from the depths of hell, making him feel as if he was falling into an icy cave. This made Ancient One shudder more than the cold wind of the netherworld, and he felt cold and frightened from the depths of his soul. Ancient One was not an emotionless machine, but his emotions were very restrained. His ability to control them was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his state of mind was even more amazing. But this did not mean that Ancient One would never be shocked, surprised, afraid, or panicked. After all, he was a human with normal emotions. At this time, all his means were useless against Gory, and Ancient One finally felt an emotion that he had never experienced before when facing countless dimensional demons. Despair. It's over. Welcome your end. Gory stretched out his hand to Ancient One, and suddenly found that Ancient One's figure was gradually fading. Gory Parker, you are stronger now, but what if it's not now? Ancient One left only the last sentence and disappeared completely. After all, Gao Li is that Gao Li, the top powerhouse that many dimensional demons hate, but have no way to deal with him. After the initial panic, the rich experience of dealing with various demons made Gao Li suddenly think of the final method. Indeed, Gory's ability to be completely immune to magic, and magic is simply the ultimate nemesis for a mage. It is an invincible power that can make a mage fall into despair. Even Gao Li's strongest method, the Eye of Agamotto, can be offset to a certain extent by Gory, just because he used time magic to affect Gory. In other words, even the type that is not a direct attack, but the effect will affect Gory, will still be erased by Gory's ability. Isn't this impossible to defeat? No, it's not. Gao Li suddenly thought, what if I use magic on myself? What if the effect doesn't even spread to Gory? Then Gory will definitely not be able to stop him. The next problem to be solved is the diamond-like Kamen Rider. As long as I cast a spell on myself and let myself travel through the timeline to the past, when Gory Parker had not transformed, I can really kill him. Even though the method was despicable, Ancient One had no other choice. So, which time point should I choose? Ancient One stood on the long river of time and looked towards the general direction of Gory's location. As always, he could not see the details of Gory on the timeline, but Ancient One could use the Eye of Agamotto to detect the degree of danger contained in each possibility. Let me see. Ancient One closed his eyes and felt it. It seemed that the further the time point went forward, the greater the sense of crisis it brought to Ancient One. Because at that time, Gory still had the magic power to transform into the endless style of Kamen Rider Wizard more than once, which naturally made Ancient One feel more dangerous. And between the very dangerous time point and the not so dangerous time point, there was a period of time gap, and Ancient One could not even find where Gory was. Because Gory was in the universe during that time, Ancient One could not check the timelines of everyone in the universe, and it was difficult to accurately locate Gory at that time. It was not until Gory returned to Earth, the base camp of the Supreme Mage, that Ancient One felt more clearly. It seems that the danger will not decrease from now until the battle just now. We can only choose this period. Ancient One opened his eyes and plunged into the long river of time. He only needed to hide and find an opportunity to attack Gory directly when Gory in the past had not transformed. Soon, Ancient One found Gory in a cafe in Queens. Gory in the past was drinking coffee and looked like a normal person without any Kamen Rider armor. Good opportunity. Ancient One took a deep breath, and his heart, which had always been calm, felt a little nervous. Whether he could successfully defeat Gory, success or failure depended on this one move. Chapter 95. Hyper Kabuto. As for how to attack Gory, the first method that Ancient One thought of was to shoot out the soul silently. If a highly lethal spell was used, it might cause too much magic power to be noticed by Gory, who was already a wizard, but slapping the soul did not require such a big movement. Of course, this was just an attempt by Ancient One. With the Eye of Agamotto, he could travel through time repeatedly, and seeing that Gory did not catch up, it was obvious that Gory did not have similar abilities at this time. In other words, Ancient One had absolute freedom in this regard. If he failed once, he could try again, and even repeat it countless times, until he succeeded. Although Ancient One gave up attacking Gory due to the inappropriate feeling in his spiritual perception when he first attacked Steve and Bucky, no one could be sure about premonitions. Ancient One guessed that it was probably because he sensed the danger of Gory as a wizard that he had such a crisis for knowledge, rather than that he could not use this trick on Gory. No matter what the truth is, you have to try it to know. Ugh, such terrible coffee. I'll have tea next time. Gao Li put the coffee cup on the table, not noticing a figure approaching in the crowd. Gu Yi had used magic with the smallest fluctuations possible to completely disguise himself. The moment he passed behind Gao Li, he suddenly attacked him. Bang! A figure smashed the glass in the store and flew to the main road outside. Looking more closely, it was Gu Yi. His magic power is not in his body, but in his soul. Gu Yi stood up in surprise and could feel the terrifying magic power being automatically stimulated by his attack. Gao Li had already stood up unscathed and an endless magician ring condensed on his finger. It's not that easy to succeed. Fortunately, it's only the first time. Gu Yi didn't plan to entangle with Gao Li, who was about to transform. The key was that he couldn't win in a head-on battle. But if he fled without a fight, Gu Yi was confident that with his level, Gao Li couldn't stop him. As Ancient One made a spell, the Eye of Agamotto opened, and he disappeared again, traveling through the timeline. A faint fluctuation flashed across the space, and Ancient One appeared on the sidewalk a few minutes ago. Although people were coming and going around him, he did not attract anyone's attention. This time, let's try to attack his physical body. Ancient One began to cast the spell quietly, and a truck on the road suddenly lost control and tilted into the coffee shop, and the front of the truck was aimed at Gao Li. Suddenly, the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Gao Li, who was caught off guard, was hit head-on by the truck. However, after contacting him, the truck quickly slowed down and stopped completely after sliding for only 2 or 3 meters. What did he do? This result was once again beyond Ancient One's expectations. He quickly drew a space fire circle and stepped over to check, and immediately frowned. He saw that the front of the truck had sunk into a big pit, and in the center of the pit was Gao Li's hand. Gao Li actually stopped the out-of-control truck with just his body strength. It seems that after the first battle, he has really changed a lot. Not only has he become the natural enemy of the mage, but his physical fitness has also become so strong. Ancient One's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Gory to be so difficult. What's going on? Gory also felt something was wrong. It's like he's coming straight at me. Without waiting for Gory to find him, Ancient One once again used the magic formula of time magic and controlled the Eye of Agamotto to send him into the timeline. The second attempt failed. He is almost invulnerable from soul to body, Ancient One thought, but using magic attacks may make him immune. What should I do? Maybe I should try the power of ordinary people and use the technology that Gory Parker is best at to kill Gory Parker himself. Suddenly, Ancient One came up with a new method. He could use the most powerful sniper rifle of mankind and aim at Gory Parker's head to kill him remotely. Presumably, even if the body is strong, it is difficult to resist the anti-material sniper cannon, right? If it doesn't work, Ancient One also thought of burying bombs in advance. In short, if there are countless chances to start over, there are too many ways to kill a person. Then let's start the third time, huh? Just as Gu Yi was about to enter the long river of time, a thick beam of light suddenly shot out from nowhere in the distance. This attack was too hard to defend against. Even with Gu Yi's rich combat experience, he didn't have time to dodge completely, and his right arm was completely melted under the light cannon. But Gu Yi's inner shock was far greater than his pain. What's going on? Someone is sniping me on the timeline? Unexpectedly, just as he was about to snipe Gao Li, Gu Yi himself was sniped by an unknown mysterious existence. Seeing that the second cannon was about to be fired, Gu Yi had to rush into the timeline and could no longer be silent. With a pop, Gu Yi, covered in blood, fell on the street, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Are you okay? Do you need to call an ambulance? Police. Police. After the initial shock of the surrounding people, several people tried to help Gu Yi, but they were all pushed away by Ancient One roughly, staggering to their feet and casting space magic. Ancient One knew that it was not suitable to stay here for long, but it was too late. Ancient One, it's you. Gao Li in the cafe had already noticed him, and when he stood up, he condensed the infinite magician ring and wizard driver. Transform. Unlimitedness. Please. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. All-encompassing Yinglang. The magic light beam as bright as a diamond shot up into the sky. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Gao Li transformed into Kamen Rider Wizard Infinite style. Ancient One panted and looked at him, revealing a smile. Although I can't do it again, but the result is not bad. The timeline cannot be visited for the time being. It is very likely that the mysterious sniper will come directly as soon as Ancient One shows up. Entering the long river of time now is almost like committing suicide. This is like someone holding a gun and aiming at a window, waiting for Ancient One to show up in that window. It is simply taking advantage, and Ancient One can't compete with him in reaction speed. But who is Ancient One? He is almost the strongest supreme sorcerer in history. He owes debts to countless dimensional demons, but can always get away with it. He is a real super old timer. Even in such a disadvantage, Ancient One still came up with a new strategy that can also meet the needs of defeating Gory. From the danger perceived on the timeline, Gory, when the danger is the lowest, can probably only transform into this form of immune magic once, otherwise it must be more than this danger. In other words, as long as Gory's transformation is consumed in advance, he in the future will not be able to transform into this form again. Future me, this time I will send you a message. Although he can't go to the timeline himself, Ancient One can contact himself in the future time and space, like he received memories before. After all, memories and information are illusory, and no matter how powerful the mysterious man is, he can't snipe them. Gory on the opposite side has already attacked, and Ancient One is fighting with him, while contacting the modern Ancient One. The modern Ancient One was sitting on Kamatage, and suddenly felt a pain in his right arm. He turned his head, and found that his arm was gone. At the same time, a memory that is happening appeared in his mind. The reason why it is said to be happening is that this memory is in a very strange state. It belongs to the memories of the modern Ancient One, but when the modern Ancient One looks at them, it seems like watching a live broadcast, and he can't recall the things that happened later in advance. My history is being changed in real time. That's why this happens. The modern Ancient One pondered. Is it because of Gory Parker? Gory Parker can easily modify the absolute time point when his strength is not strong, and it seems that he also has the power to change the past reality directly by action, rather than developing a parallel time and space. Then, the communication of the past Ancient One contacted him, and there was only one content in it. Go to the era when the past Ancient One fought Gory Parker, and kill Gory who has lost his endless style. The modern Ancient One and the past Ancient One are the same person. Based on the newly appeared memories, he immediately understood his thoughts. If the past Ancient One consumes the transformation of the past Gory, then because the past is affecting the future in real time, the future Gory will lose the ability to transform into this troublesome form. But what should you do? The modern Ancient One sent back a question. If you are killed in the past, it will also affect me, and I will disappear directly due to the time paradox. The past Ancient One seemed to have a very difficult fight, and it took a long time before he sent back a reply. It doesn't matter. I can't beat him in a fight, but it's still okay to escape. I'll find a chance to escape later, so that his transformation this time is in vain. It's not impossible, but if I travel through the timeline. The modern Ancient One frowned. According to my memory, isn't there a sniper targeting me on the timeline? The past Ancient One replied very quickly. The sniper is probably aimed at me in this time. The river of time is so wide that, no matter who it is impossible to target all time points at the same time. You won't be discovered by him. The modern Ancient One thought for a while, and felt that what he said made sense. He pinched the spell of time magic with one hand. In the green light of the Eye of Agamotto, the Ancient One made all preparations and carefully entered the timeline. As expected, he did not receive any sniper attacks. But if it were to be a while later, Ancient One was not sure if the other party would be able to react. So he hurriedly found the time he wanted to go and sneaked in. Mirror space, New York's sinkhole. Gao Li looked at the place where Ancient One disappeared, and his brows furrowed tightly. At the moment when Ancient One disappeared, a brand new memory appeared in his mind. Gao Li remembered that he was drinking coffee in a cafe at that time, and suddenly someone patted his back, and then endless magic power automatically burst out. Did Ancient One attack me? Gao Li just thought of this, and suddenly reacted. No, I shouldn't have met Ancient One before. What happened to this past experience? Then, another new memory appeared in Gao Li's mind. It was still that day, Gao Li was still drinking coffee in a cafe, and suddenly there was a serious traffic accident. The out-of-control truck hit him for some reason. Fortunately, Gao Li's body was comparable to Kamen Rider, and even stronger than many Kamen Riders in terms of data. He stopped the truck directly with his hands and feet. Now thinking back, the traffic accident was somewhat strange. Perhaps it was also evidence of Ancient One's action. No. Gao Li shook his head. I didn't experience such a thing, but this memory appeared, and their time is completely overlapping. The next moment, the third memory, that happened at the same time in his impression, jumped into his mind, and this time Gao Li was surprised. Because in the memory, just as he put down the coffee cup in his hand, he found that there was a commotion on the street opposite the coffee shop. Gao Li would certainly not miss the ready-made fun. After all, who doesn't like to watch the excitement? So he looked intently, but was surprised to find out, damn, it's Ancient One. In order to prevent Ancient One from using some magic that is hard to defend against, Gao Li immediately transformed into Kamen Rider Wizard and started a battle with Ancient One. As for the result of the battle, Gao Li pinched his eyebrows and couldn't remember anything, as if the end of the battle had not yet appeared. This was contradictory in time logic, which made Gao Li feel very confused, so that he realized something after a few seconds. I actually pinched my own forehead? Gao Li looked at his hands in surprise. He could see human palms instead of endless style armor. Where is my endless style transformation? Exclamation mark. By the way, if I have fought with Ancient One in the past, it means I have already transformed. Gao Li slowly reacted. His history was being overwritten, which affected him now, causing him to lose the endless style transformation of Kamen Rider Wizard. That's right, now is your death. Ancient One's cold words came from the sky. It was Ancient One from modern time and space, who traveled through time and appeared on the battlefield. Seeing Gao Li in human form, Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. Gao Li in this state was just a turtle in a jar. Gao Li looked at him steadily, but couldn't help laughing out loud, and Ancient One's face darkened when he heard it. What are you laughing at? Gao Li said lightly, seeing you reminded me of something, or it gave me an idea. You and the Ancient One who just fought with me are not the Ancient Ones at the same time. Since you can do this, why can't I? As he spoke, Gao Li tied a new belt on himself with his left hand and grabbed the air with his right hand. Today is the day I die. That may not be the case. As long as I don't die today, my thoughts will become reality in the future. You, Ancient One subconsciously felt that something was wrong and immediately launched a magic attack, but was smashed apart by two flying mechanical beetles in mid-air. Then, the red beetle automatically flew onto the belt, and the silver beetle went straight into Gao Li's hands. Now I have even grabbed tomorrow. Transform. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Hyper Super Upgrade Time. 100 Insect Sword, Perfect Insect Instrument. Gao Li did not lie, his inspiration did come from Ancient One. If Ancient One can connect the past and the future to fight like this, then there is no reason why Gao Li can't do it. Yes, Gao Li has this confidence. He is confident that he has obtained the Kamen Rider system that applies fast particles and has successfully developed Kamen Rider Kabuto. There is no reason why he cannot go further in the future. Gao Li is confident that with his talent and ability, he will definitely be able to develop the pinnacle of this Kamen Rider system in the future, the Beyond Insect Instrument. And when Gao Li has this idea, the future will move towards this development. The power from the future, the Beyond Insect Instrument, will surely play the ability to travel through time and space and go to his hands. Gao Li is just gambling that he has this talent. Fortunately, he won the bet. Feeling the touch of the Beyond Insect instrument in his hand, Gao Li smiled and quickly put it on the side buckle. Hyper cast off. Gao Li pressed the insect corner of the Beyond Insect instrument, and the scattered high-speed explosive armor turned into an offensive without dead ends, interrupting the next pursuit of Ancient One. Change. Hyper Beetle. Transcend Beetle transformation. I saw that Kamen Rider Kabuto, who was transformed by Gory, changed his appearance. The chest, back, shoulders and limbs of the armor were greatly expanded, and the super energy superluminal particles overflowed to release aurora-like light. Kamen Rider Kabuto, transcendent form. What is this? Ancient One's lips trembled, and his calm mentality finally showed signs of collapse. Why? Why no matter how many strategies he made, this Gory Parker always came up with some strange things to deal with. Exclamation mark. Calm down. The current priority is to kill Gory Parker, who is no longer immune to magic. Ancient One took several deep breaths to calm his mind, and warned himself in his heart. No matter what new Kamen Rider he becomes, what I should do will not change. Steve and Buggy on the battlefield were completely dumbfounded. Although their souls returned to their own bodies after a period of time, they found that they could not help at all. The battle situation is really changing too fast. So what's going on? Why can't I understand? What on earth happened? They only saw that Ancient One suddenly disappeared, and then Gao Li's transformation suddenly ended. Then another Ancient One appeared, and Gao Li turned into a Kamen Rider they had never seen before. Can someone come to help them explain it? But even if no one explained it, they could see that Gao Li's newly transformed transcendent form was in a state of readiness. Originally, if it was just transformed into the transcendent form, it would not overflow so many superluminal particles, but if the transcendent form wanted to use extremely high power moves, it had to enter this heat dissipation mode. Obviously, Gao Li wanted to fight Ancient One in his strongest state. Hyper clock up. Gao Li slapped the transcendent insect meter, and his body instantly disappeared on the spot. After being stunned for a moment, Ancient One immediately reacted and controlled the Eye of Agamotto to chase after him. Gao Li understood that the transcendent form was not immune to time stop, so he had to change the battlefield and could not give the Ancient One a chance to stop his own time. Although the super ascending time cannot resist the time stop, the super ascending time can transcend time and space and go to the past and the future at will. Therefore, the battlefield chosen by Gao Li is very clear. The long river of time in the Marvel Universe. Gao Li is not afraid that the Ancient One will not chase him over. If the Ancient One does not chase him, then he can also learn from the despicable operation of the Ancient One before, and go directly to the past to wipe out the Ancient One. As long as the Ancient One is not stupid, he will definitely think of this, and must chase him no matter what. When the Ancient One arrived here, Gao Li completed his unavoidable conspiracy. Even the Time Stone cannot stop the entire long river of time, which is equivalent to completely abolishing the Ancient One's ability to stop time. However, this is not without cost. The super ascending time can achieve an acceleration of dozens of times that of the conventional ascending time, but it cannot be used on the long river of time, resulting in Gao Li not being able to crush the Ancient One at a very fast speed. This is not because the long river of time has any restraining effect on super ascending time, but because Gao Li is already in the state of super ascending time, so he can jump out of the timeline and come to the long river of time. Gao Li can't activate super ascending time in super ascending time, so he and Gu Yi have lost their strongest means, which is equivalent to cancelling each other out. The rest depends on pure combat power. Come here. Royal Bee, Thunder Dragonfly, Sword Scorpion, and the perfect insect instrument, the 100 Insect Sword. Gao Li waved his hand on the timeline, and the 100 Insect Sword carrying the 3 insect instruments of Royal Bee, Thunder Dragonfly, and Sword Scorpion traveled through time and space, and came to his hands. Sure enough, the future self also developed the insect instruments of Royal Bee, Thunder Dragonfly, and Sword Scorpion and the 100 Insect Sword. After all, they are the same as the core technologies used by Kabuto and Gang Dao, and there is no difficulty in research and development. Gao Li Parker, what tricks do you have? Gu Yi chased after him. His face was extremely ugly. Looking at your expression, haven't you guessed it? Gao Li smiled slightly. Of course there is one more thing, that is, if we start a war here, I can use my power recklessly without worrying about causing too much damage. Gu Yi laughed in anger. Too much damage? After seeing me destroy New York, that is several times the size, you dare to compete with me in this? Unfortunately, I'm also good at this. Gao Li took off the armored insect instrument and placed it on the 100 insect sword. Suddenly, the flashing lightning wrapped around the 100 insect sword, as if it was the horn of war. Without saying anything, Gao Li and Gu Yi moved at the same time, each using their own methods. As Gu Yi chanted in a low voice, his eyes seemed to contain the light of stars, as bright as a star. Huge energy gathered around his body, forming a terrifying magic vortex, and the overwhelming magic array was also condensed with the magic formula. The Supreme Mage closed his eyes, just standing there, like a god, commanding the power of destruction and creation. At this moment, Gu Yi's mind and magic power merged into one. He was no longer immortal, but the embodiment of magic. No, it should even be said that he was the synonym of destroying the world. And Gao Li's movements were not slow. He folded the 100 insect sword into the 100 insect gun and pressed the 4 color buttons on the perfect insect instrument in turn. Kabuto power. Kabuto power. The bee power. The bee power. Drake power. Drake power. Sasword power. Sasword power. As Gao Li finished clicking, the logos of the 4 insect instruments emerged like a projection and rotated around the gun body of the 100 insect gun. All sector combine. All member combine. A large number of tachyons were gathered into the muzzle of the gun, like a vortex sucking in light, and a pair of jet light wings also unfolded behind Gao Li. The next second, he aimed at Gu Yi and pulled the trigger. Maximum hypercyclone. Extreme hypercyclone. At the same time, Gu Yi also swung a deadly stream of light at Gao Li. The destructive magic that was created for destruction was so huge that it was like a supernova exploding, swallowing everything in its light. The two collided in the long river of time, and the deafening thunder instantly resounded throughout the entire timeline. It was as if the heart of the universe was beating, and the residual power that turned everything into nothingness spread out and swept to every corner. When the extremely terrifying aftermath dissipated, the surrounding scene turned into the New York sinkhole in the mirror space again. The overly violent explosion blew both of them back to the timeline from the long river of time. However, Gao Li was still safe and sound, but Gu Yi was trembling, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices uncontrollably. I actually lost. Gu Yi reached out to wipe his facial features in disbelief, but only got his hands full of blood, and he couldn't even stop it. Impossible, Gu Yi muttered hoarsely. How is this possible? Originally, when fighting Kamen Rider Kronos, Gao Li surpassed him in the speed of launching his ability. Then, when fighting Kamen Rider Wizard's Infinite Style, Gori directly restrained him, and he couldn't even fight him. Now that they can finally compete head-on, Gu Yi can finally gather his highest output destructive magic and hit him hard. In the end, not to mention successfully venting his anger, he was simply defeated miserably in a head-on confrontation. Gu Yi really didn't want to believe this ending. You can destroy New York, which has been magnified several times, in one fell swoop. It's really amazing, but that's what you can do with the continuous superposition of 3 magics. And Gori raised the 100 insect gun. I'm not bad either. The destructive range of the Extreme Transcendence Tornado is a full 100 kilometers. And when it is activated, the Transcendence Insect Meter will be charged up, endlessly absorbing the super energy of space and time, superluminal particles. In other words, when Gori activates his ultimate move, he will transform into a super cannon with unlimited energy in a short period of time. With the energy supply of infinite tachyons, everything within 100 kilometers can be completely penetrated. As long as Gao Li swept it casually, whether it was to flatten the mountains or to cut through the magnified New York, it was completely possible. Gao Li's words woke Ancient One up from a dream. He pinched the spell with his shaking hands, and the Eye of Agamotto emitted a green light. Oh, now that he has returned to the timeline, he can use the time stop magic. However, Gao Li did not talk to Ancient One in vain. He was waiting for the heat dissipation of the transcendent form and the 100 insect sword so that he could seamlessly connect to the next attack. How can I let you complete the magic? The supervision of the transcendent Kabuto that could even notice the timeline allowed Gao Li to see Ancient One's small movements at once, and he pulled the trigger again without hesitation. Maximum Hyper Cyclone. The tornado-like super-huge energy wave rushed straight towards Ancient One, and the irresistible terrible power hit him directly. Boom. The explosion and fire shot up into the sky, and the entire New York cemetery was shaking, but Ancient One did not turn to ashes. Gory was slightly stunned, and then he looked again. Because the Ancient One was casting time magic at the time, making the Eye of Agamotto float up, the first place the Tachyon energy cannon hit was not the Ancient One's body, but the time gem in the Eye of Agamotto. Oops. Could it be? The faces of the Ancient One and Gory changed drastically at the same time, recalling the bad experience before. Went to completely different systems that both involved time collide violently, then time and space will be torn apart on the spot. As expected, a sphere like a black hole immediately appeared at the center of the collision. The closest Ancient One did not have time to escape this time, and was sucked in. Even with Gory's speed that surpassed Kabuto, he only had time to slap the side button. Hyperclock up. Gory successfully entered the hyperclocking, and just as he was about to accelerate to escape, he didn't expect that the diffusion speed of the black hole was as fast as the gravitational wave, which was as fast as the speed of light. Almost in the blink of an eye, Gory was also swallowed up, followed by Steve and Bucky who were farther away. Crack. The mirror space began to break, the New York sinkhole disappeared, and returned to the laboratory in the real world. However, the laboratory was now empty. Modern New York. In a forest in the suburbs, a large hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and Gao Li fell out. Because he was able to ride the Tachyon flow, he was the only one who could control his body more freely in the space-time transmission, so he struggled and returned to the real world. Now as Gao Li got up and looked around, there was no need to check his mobile phone watch. The power of the Super Kabuto that was enough to see the time axis helped him determine the time point, which surprised Gao Li slightly. It turned out to be the time after I fought with the Ancient One for the first time and went to the DC world. Although it was not possible to be too sure at that time, it was definitely the same time of the same day. When Gao Li escaped from the space-time shuttle, he did not choose where to go, but he happened to come to this time. Could it be a coincidence? Gao Li touched his chin and fell into deep thought and suddenly had a guess. At first, Ancient One told Takashi that the technology of Kamen Rider was only found in this timeline. In other words, there may not be the possibility of a parallel world in Takashi, and he is unique in the multiverse. This uniqueness means that there cannot be two Takashis in the same time and space at the same time. Takashi thinks that the more direct evidence is the transcendental insect meter. When Takashi had the idea of borrowing the power of transcendence from the future, it was not the future Takashi who transformed into the transcendental form of Kamen Rider Kabuto to come to help, but the future Takashi who sent the transcendental insect meter and the 100 insect sword over. By the way, I wonder where Ancient One went. Takashi thought for a while and decided to solve the current top priority first. He waited for the transcendental form to dissipate heat, and then he slapped the side button and re-entered the hyperclock up. Hyperclock up. Takashi jumped deep and came to the river of time again, looking down to check. If Ancient One doesn't show up again, then I'll have to go to the past and kill him. The next moment, the scene that appeared in the timeline made Takashi stunned. Chapter 97, The End of Ancient One, Return to DC. Gao Li was checking the timeline of Gao Li along the long river of time, but he found that he could see the end at a glance. The end of the timeline represents the death of this person, and that time point was not far from the time when Gao Li was just now. It happened almost on the same day. What happened? Who killed Gao Li? Gao Li looked carefully with the ability to check the timeline. Could it be that this indicates that his future self killed Gao Li? Does this mean that Gao Li can check his future at will? Originally, Gao Li's own timeline shielding was also effective for him, so that Gao Li could not see what his future would look like. However, the end of Gao Li's time was very clear. Ahem. Under Gao Li's observation, Gao Li at this time point appeared in Tampa, a tourist city in Florida. He coughed up blood and his body was limp and powerless. It was obviously not the landing place he chose, but he just came here randomly. Then Gao Li pinched the magic formula, and the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened. The experience after that seemed to be blocked by Gao Li with the Eye of Agamotto, and even Gao Li could not see it clearly. Gory frowned, and like clicking a jump button, he jumped directly to the place where the time stone's shielding ended. As the sky gradually darkened, Ancient One staggered forward holding onto the electric pole, but the Eye of Agamotto he was wearing had disappeared. Gory was stunned. Where did the Eye of Agamotto go? Did Ancient One deal with the Eye of Agamotto during the shielding experience just now? How could this look a bit like dealing with the aftermath? Suddenly, something strange happened. The time and space around Ancient One twisted, and he fell into another dimension. Hehe. Supreme Sorcerer. Isn't this the Supreme Sorcerer? Ancient One. It's Ancient One, right? You have come to this day too? Ha 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 ha. The dignified Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One can actually be so embarrassed. Several tall figures appeared around Ancient One and surrounded him from all sides. They all seemed to contain endless power, and the rich energy overflowed like a burning flame. Gao Li looked at their appearance again. Some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, some had green faces and fangs, and some had sharp teeth and claws. In short, they didn't look like humans. Dimensional Demon. Ancient One panted. I expected you would come to my door. The red-skinned demon grinned. From the moment you borrowed our power and didn't return it, you should have expected this outcome. Your soul, your flesh, you said to repay your debt. The green-faced and fanged demon also laughed heartily. These dimensional demons that Ancient One borrowed and didn't return were all evil gods that leaned towards the dark dimension. It was common for them to eat people and suck souls. The winged demon on his back smiled playfully. Ancient One, you shouldn't have provoked us. With the help of the power of the dark dimension, you can live longer. Ancient One looked normal, and there was no fear of death at all. My mission has indeed ended a little early, but it's not much of a few years away. I hope the future will develop as expected. Are you still thinking about what will happen in a few years? The sharp-toothed demon sneered. There is no other Supreme Sorcerer on Earth except you now, right? In other words, the Earth is equivalent to being defenseless. Do you still expect your disciples and grandchildren, those shrimp soldiers and crab generals of Kamatage, to stop us? After that, the dimensional demons laughed together, mocking the Ancient One wantonly. The existing wizards of Kamatage are indeed incapable of stopping you, and the new generation of Supreme Sorcerers has not yet been born. It is not yet time for him to appear, the Ancient One said indifferently, without any worry. But, I don't have to worry about this anymore. There is a Chinese saying that goes, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Aren't you curious about why I'm so seriously injured? The dimensional demons were stunned when they heard this and subconsciously stopped laughing. Just now, they found that the Ancient One, whom they hated so much, was in an unprecedented weak state, and they were immediately overjoyed. Because of their excessive ecstasy, they could not calm down and think about the cause and effect. Yes. Who beat the Ancient One like this? The Ancient One smiled and continued. It seems that you have realized that there must be a strong man on Earth, and I lost to him, which led to this desperate situation. Therefore, even if I'm not there, he is not someone you can provoke. You can't even do anything to me, and he who can defeat me is 100 times more terrifying than me. The dimensional demons looked at each other and saw a hint of hesitation in each other's eyes. As the Ancient One said, it is not that there are no strong people on Earth now. Perhaps that strong man is different from the Supreme Sorcerer and has no responsibility to protect mankind, but once he encounters a dimensional invasion, he will inevitably be affected. At that time, he will definitely take action and use the terrifying power that can severely damage the Ancient One on them. An Ancient One can almost ride on their heads and act arrogantly, let alone the peerless master who almost killed Ancient One. How strong is he? How about, let's wait a little longer? The red-skinned demon said hesitantly, and the green-faced demon immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, I heard that Dormammu is ready, and will start invading the Earth in a few years. We can see his situation, and make a decision. The other dimensional demons thought this made sense and temporarily gave up the idea of invading the Earth, waiting for Dormammu to be the vanguard. However, the Ancient One who has fallen into their hands should still be enjoyed. When Gao Li saw this, the timeline of the Ancient One was completely interrupted. Obviously, the Ancient One had died at the hands of several dimensional demons at this time. For a moment, Gao Li's mood was a little complicated. Although it was a hostile relationship and the two sides were fighting for life and death, the Ancient One did not lie. As the Supreme Sorcerer, he was indeed the guardian of mankind. This indifference to his own death is also something that Gao Li cannot do now. Gao Li must have hoped that he could see this ending. He was telling Gao Li through what happened at the end of the timeline that it was up to him to protect humanity before the new generation of Supreme Sorcerers was born. Fortunately, the dimensional demons were also successfully frightened by Gao Li, and they would not have the idea of invading the Earth for at least a few years. The Gao Li who fought with me in the past. Gao Li did not need to look at the past timeline, because the memories in his mind were happening in real time. The Gao Li in the past was fighting with the Gao Li in the past, casting all kinds of magic to find opportunities to escape from the battlefield as much as possible. As long as he could escape successfully, there would be no time and space paradox between him and the modern Gao Li. However, at this moment, the Gao Li in the past was stunned. He was the only Gao Li in the timeline who maintained super time and space contact with the modern Gao Li, so the Gao Li in the past could also clearly perceive the situation of the modern Gao Li through this connection. As for the Gao Li at other time points, because the experience of the modern Gao Li was related to Gao Li, he was covered in Gao Li's fog and could not be seen clearly. Bang! The magic attack that could have been avoided was not avoided by the Ancient One because of his distraction, and he was hit head on. The Ancient One vomited blood on the spot and flew to the next street with broken bones. Seeing this, the Ancient One was stunned and was a little puzzled as to why the Ancient One was distracted during the battle. However, after landing, the Ancient One did not fight back, but took this opportunity to cast a spell to open the Eye of Agamotto. The Time Stone helped him enter the long river of time, but this time he did not suffer any sniping. So that's how it is. As expected, the Ancient One seemed to understand something and sighed. Is this the last message you want to leave me before you die in the future? While sighing, the Ancient One's eyes became cold and indifferent. He truly felt the death of his future self, but the Ancient One's heart was not disturbed at all. Gory Parker, it is you who sniped me from the future time point to the past time point. I guess you relied on that transcendent form, right? Now that you are not attacking me anymore, it means that there is no need. Indeed, there is no point in fighting now. Unfortunately, I just realized this, and it is too late. Ancient One shook his head slightly, as if talking to himself. His thoughts agreed with the dead modern Ancient One. Before the birth of a new generation of Supreme Sorcerers, the guardian of mankind will be gory temporarily. Facing foreign invasion, mankind needs a tall person to stand in front. It's just, I didn't expect that Gory has grown so tall after not seeing him for such a long time. But now that Gory has grown fast and tall enough, Ancient One can feel more at ease. Next, I should clean up the mess I caused and deal with the troubles for the new guardian. Ancient One re-entered the timeline and came to the time point before the battle with Gory. At this time, Gory was sitting in a cafe drinking coffee and lamenting that the coffee was so bad. This is the fourth time that Ancient One has entered the same time period, but this time, Ancient One silently looked at Gao Li but did nothing. Time passed by minute, and soon Gao Li got up to pay the bill, left the cafe and went home. The new reality covered the history. Today was calm and nothing happened. The New York Magic War that shocked the whole United States no longer existed. Ahem. Seeing this, the seriously injured Ancient One felt relieved and sat down against the wall, unable to support himself. He looked in the direction of Kamatage and thought that there was still a self in this era. That was Ancient One who knew nothing for the time being. It's time for me to leave. Ancient One struggled to get up, activated the Eye of Agamotto, and returned to his era. But the landing point was not in New York, but in Kamatage. The history that happens in the future must remain the same, so that Gory Parker can become as strong as he is now, and become a new guardian whose strength surpasses mine. I must maintain this cause and effect relationship. Ancient One thought secretly. He believed that, if the dimensional demon really invaded the earth, Gori would never sit idly by, but would fight back. After all, Ancient One did not attack Gori because of his bad character, but simply because Gori could change the identity of the time bomb at the absolute time point, so he planned to dismantle the time bomb, that is, to erase him. The memory of the modern Ancient One who had observed Gori for so many years was also instilled into the mind of the current Ancient One, allowing him to be more certain of Gori's character. So what needs to be done at this time is very clear. Gori Parker, I know that with your power, you can already see through time, so you are looking at me, right? Ancient One said softly, as if talking to himself, or as if talking to the void. Please watch carefully. I will take the responsibility of a loser, accept future death. However, from now to the future, the earth still needs my protection. Therefore, I will modify all my memories of today and change it to a battle with the dimensional demon god that caused me to be seriously injured. In this way, when I recover from my injuries, the cause and effect cycle in the future can also be achieved. After that, Gao Li waved the spell, allowing the magic circle to completely cover himself, and began to clear and modify his own memory. Gao Li finished reading the second half through the timeline and was filled with emotion. When Gao Li entered that time period for the fourth time, he actually wanted to talk to Gao Li. But just now, Gao Li tried it, and the super time transformation could not enter this time point. This just proved Gao Li's previous guess, that there could not be two of him at the same time. Alas. After this, let's go find where Steve and Bucky are. Gao Li also checked the history of Steve and Bucky being sucked in, but it was not that he was not anxious to worry about his friend's safety, but that there was no need. For him who can travel back and forth between the past and the future at will, there is no difference between looking for it earlier and later. But now Gao Li also knows a limitation, that is, he cannot go to the past or future where he exists. It seems that it is better for me not to enter the timeline for the time being. Gao Li pondered. As long as he does not enter the timeline, it is equivalent to not existing in the timeline, and he can go wherever he wants. Once he enters the timeline, it will constitute Gao Li's history, and he will not be able to enter this history. Let me see. Gao Li began to investigate where Steve and Bucky appeared. Looking all the way to the future, it was shrouded in fog again. My talent for covering the timeline is really disgusting. Gao Li felt a little annoyed. Although when I was weak, it could protect me from being spied on by the big guys, but when I have the ability to explore the timeline, even I will be affected by it. However, Gao Li was temporarily relieved. If the future of Steve and Bucky was covered by his fog, it meant that they would definitely meet him in the future. Since I won't enter the timeline for the time being, then let's go back to the DC universe first. Gao Li had this idea. When he became stronger in the DC universe, he could also deal with the crisis that might come in the future. At the very least, he should replenish his endless magic power first, right? And now he is in the long river of time, which is a relatively safe place for Gao Li to put his body. With this in mind, Gao Li gave an order in a deep voice. Travel, start. Chapter 98 Jaya Memory. Gao Li traveled back to the DC universe and felt the familiar deep sea immersion again. As the light gradually brightened in front of him, Gao Li woke up in the life support cabin of the Hidden Corporation. I have been in the Marvel universe for more than a year, and the time here has passed. Gao Li looked at the clock in the safe house. About 15 minutes. That's not too long. I wonder if there are any changes in the system. Gao Li checked the system panel and was surprised to find that there was a new reward. And it was an SSS level lottery. It seems that the Ancient One is really a heavyweight figure. His death can actually bring such a wide impact. However, Gao Li thought about it and felt that it was normal. The Ancient One at least involved many dimensional demons, plus the changes to the future, so it is normal to have an SSS level. What Gao Li didn't know was that not only the future of Doctor Strange was affected, but also the future of the Avengers, who were originally going to come to borrow the Time Stone during the final battle, was also affected. Everything was shrouded in the fog of the unknown. All these combined, the influence directly reached the SSS level. Gao Li didn't say much and started to draw. Let's just pray to God this time. After all, God is the greatest in the DC universe. Gao Li prayed not so devoutly and ordered the lottery machine to start turning. When the golden SSS level lottery machine stopped, another piece of knowledge type memory was poured into Gao Li's brain. However, Gao Li was stunned on the spot after a brief recollection. Is this the reward that the SSS level should give? Isn't it S level or SS level? Because the new knowledge that appeared in Gao Li's mind was about the development data of the Tita Jaya memory and the bilateral drive and the lost drive. This is the basic standard of Kamen Rider W, and it should be classified as S level. However, Gao Li calmed down and thought that this is the next generation Jaya memory of the T2 version, so the situation is completely different. Whether it is the limit representing the final form, or the eternity whose combat power can match the final form, its manufacturing method is included in the research and development data of the Tita Jaya memory. It is not surprising from this point of view. Since it contains knowledge that matches the final form, it is indeed SSS level knowledge. However, as Gao Li carefully savored this vast ocean of knowledge, he immediately realized a problem. The well of the earth is needed to make Jaya memory, otherwise the concept of the earth cannot be extracted. Where is my well of the earth? Is there a well of the earth in the DC world? Gao Li fell into deep thought. Maybe there is, maybe not. Anyway, he doesn't know where there is one for the time being. In any case, Jaya memory is a very sci-fi technology after all, and it is even more sci-fi than astronomical switch technology, photon blood technology, and touch ion application technology to some extent. It is simply going straight to fantasy. Therefore, Gao Li is still very interested. No matter whether there is a well of the earth, he will study it first. Let's go to the laboratory. After arriving at the secret laboratory of the hidden group that belongs to Gao Li immediately planned experiments and purchased equipment. The original facilities were a little insufficient, and the new ones would have to wait for a while before they could be delivered, so Gao Li sat in the laboratory to rest for a while. After all, he had just fought a great battle across time with the Supreme Sorcerer. Although Gao Li in the DC universe was not tired physically, his heart was still very tired. Oh, by the way, I have another project that I'm very interested in. While half leaning to rest, Gory suddenly remembered something. It was mainly because he had spent more than a year in the Marvel universe, and the time span in his memory was quite long, which caused Gory to almost forget it. Just now, he saw a certain device from the corner of his eye, and Gory remembered it belatedly. That device was the Phantom Maker that was moved from Wayne Manor. After this Phantom Maker produced phantoms that were specifically used to produce magic stones, it was basically sealed and not used. After all, Gory had achieved his goal and had a source of magic stone production. He had no plans to create the phantom race in the future. The reason was also very simple. Just as Gory answered Zatanna and Constantine that day, phantoms born of despair are evil by nature. If Gory created them, it would be very likely to harm the world. But this time was different. Because Gory remembered that he still had a portion of phantom raw materials, the god origin given by the giant ferocious beast. This god's origin, which was completely reversed by the giant beast, was originally condensed by him for the purpose of making phantoms. It can be said that it is 100% suitable for the creation of phantoms. Throughout the multiverse, there is absolutely no raw material more suitable for making phantoms than this. Although the giant beast was interrupted by God's handshake when it was halfway through, but Gao Li is really curious. What will the phantom born from the purest power of light look like? Gao Li has always had a clear self-assessment of his abilities, so as to avoid wasting time on research that he is temporarily unable to do. For example, whether Gao Li Wayne appeared by coincidence or was arranged by someone, whether God intervened in the major event of the rise of darkness. Gao Li thought about these things for a while and then threw them behind his mind. The reason is very simple, because Gao Li understands that he is not capable enough to touch these things now. Similarly, he was only slightly curious about the principle of Gao Li's system, and he didn't think about it anymore. His knowledge level is accumulated slowly from weak to strong. The system is Gao Li's most important source of knowledge. He will only start to study it when he feels that he can really crack the secret. At present, making a phantom is obviously within Gao Li's ability. Even if a bad phantom appears in the end, with the magic immunity of my magic master, it is enough to suppress the phantom. It shouldn't be a big problem. Gao Li thought secretly. No matter what, the phantom is still a product of the knight's magic system, and it must not be immune to his magic immunity. You know, the magic immunity of the endless style can be effective against the power of the giant beast. And the new phantom is only part of the origin of the giant beast. There is no reason to surpass the giant beast. Besides this, there is probably no other hidden danger. Gao Li checked in his mind. If God didn't want to see the birth of the phantom, he would have confiscated this power directly at the beginning. God is infinitely close to omniscience and omnipotence in the DC universe, which makes Gao Li feel more at ease. Because he certainly can't do what an omniscient and omnipotent being doesn't want him to do. So Gao Li doesn't have to worry about his successful behavior angering the omniscient and omnipotent being. Now that everything has been thought through, Gao Li will start working immediately. Gao Li turned on the Phantom Demon Maker, carefully guided out the god's origin in his body, and injected it into the Phantom Demon Maker as raw material. Since Gao Li had already put his own mark on it, it was quite easy for him to control this ball of God's origin. From the outside, it seemed that Gao Li injected the milky white energy that was as viscous as liquid directly into the machine. After all the work was ready, Gao Li pressed the start button without hesitation. The rest is waiting. According to the last experience, it takes about 10 days for a phantom demon to be born. Gao Li nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the facilities and equipment he ordered had been delivered one after another, and he could basically seamlessly connect to the next research. However, it was late, and Gao Li had nothing to worry about, so he was not in a hurry to advance the research so quickly. Having just returned from the Marvel Universe, Gao Li decided to take a day off today and have a good sleep. After all, as soon as the thought of staying up late came up, Alfred's old face would appear in Gao Li's mind. Hungry. Sure enough, I was brainwashed by Alfred's magic sound. The next day, Gao Li, who had slept refreshed, came to the laboratory, but when he saw the progress data on the computer, he was stunned. The progress in 12 hours is 0.01%. Damn, how long will it take to finish this? If the original Phantom Demon had taken so long, the progress would at least be able to advance by 5%, right? At this rate, it will take a full 5,000 days for the progress to reach 100%. Gao Li roughly estimated that, if his lifespan was about the same as that of a normal human, then he would see results after living about 1/7 of his age. In other words, it would take more than 13 years for the light Phantom Demon to be born. What's going on? I shouldn't have made any mistakes, right? Gao Li checked from the beginning and found that he had no problems. The problem must be with this ball of God's origin. Maybe the energy level of God's origin is too high, so the processing speed is so slow. Gao Li thought for a long time and felt that this was probably the case. But it doesn't matter, he really plans to use it. Anyway, he has no use for this God's origin at the moment, so it's better to put it aside. Gao Li was suddenly stunned. I wonder if I can use Jia memory to extract the concept of God's origin? If it is possible, then the technical prospects of Jia memory are amazing. With such expectations, Gao Li started to study and make Jia memory without stopping. Finally, when the progress of the Phantom Demon reached 0.3%, Gao Li successfully made the first blank Jia memory. The next step is to extract the concept of energy. If someone else were to do this, it would be extremely difficult. But if Gao Li wants to do this with this ball of God's origin, he has a unique and absolute advantage. Because Gao Li is the Lord of Magic Power, and he also put his mark on this ball of God's origin. Can others do it? The Lord of Magic Power is not a cabbage, and has amazing authority over the energy with his mark. Gao Li just hooked his finger at the God's origin, and suddenly a white filament-like energy thread floated out of the God's origin. This did not even interrupt the progress of its magic transformation. The energy thread seduced by Gao Li was quickly introduced into the blank Jia memory through the pipeline. Gao Li held his breath and watched this scene. Success or failure depends on this one move. Pop. The Jia memory first turned white for half a second and then exploded on the spot, turning into fragments all over the ground. The god's origin energy thread that had entered it also escaped directly and automatically returned to the main body and the magic manufacturing machine. This. Gao Li glanced at the monitoring data on the screen, roughly understood what was going on, and immediately felt deeply regretful. God is indeed the strongest in the DC universe. The energy level of his origin power is so high that Jaya's memory can't even carry it. If Gao Li guessed correctly, the energy level of God's origin should be higher than the anti-crisis energy that the giant beast mentioned to him. Anti-crisis energy is the 7 creation forces that make up the universe that Gao Li is currently in. In mythology, the god who is said to be able to create the world, his energy level should not be lower than the 7 creation forces in any case. There is no other way. Let God's origin continue to consume it in the illusion-making machine. Gao Li sighed and turned to make a new blank Jaya memory. It's not that he is getting more and more courageous and wants to try to challenge God's power, but Gao Li has another idea that has not yet been realized. If the energy level of God's origin is too high, resulting in the inability of Jaya's memory to carry it, then his night magic power should not exceed the carrying limit of Jaya's memory, right? Everyone has the power of Kamen Rider, so they should be at the same level. As new blank Jaya memory was produced, Gao Li's conjecture was also confirmed. Gao Li exerted his control over the master of night magic and introduced night magic into Jaya memory. Sure enough, changes occurred. Jaya memory loading was completed, and the concept of Kamen Rider Wizard's flame style was obtained. The results of the experiment made Gao Li happy, but looking at the Jaya memory in front of him, he always felt a little familiar and couldn't help but ponder. By the way, isn't this the legendary night memory series sold by Bandai? Shaking his head, Gao Li threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. The previous generation brother was trying to get my property every day, and he often stole glow color. Shit. It must be said that the birth of this Kamen Rider Wizard Jaya memory is of great significance to Gao Li. This means that in addition to lending the other party night magic, there is a new way to make others transform. But Jaya memory is very particular about adaptability. If the adaptability is not good enough, it may not even be used. It seems that there are limitations. And if someone is very compatible with Kamen Rider Wizard's Jaya memory, then if he directly becomes a night wizard, will he be stronger? Gao Li touched his chin and thought carefully about the conditions for using Jaya memory. It can only be said that compared with direct lending, each has its advantages and disadvantages. At least Gao Li has one more method. After finishing a day's research, Gao Li walked out of the laboratory and stretched. Holly came towards him with a mobile phone in her hand and reported, "Boss, your friend Zatanna Zatara called this afternoon, but because you ordered not to disturb her, so." "Got it," Gao Li interrupted. "Please call back for me." He took the phone and called Zatanna. As soon as he heard the voice, it was Zatanna's apology. "Gao Li, I'm so sorry." Chapter 99, Fame, Supreme Being. Gao Li was confused. "What did you do to me? What happened during the time I was in the Marvel universe?" "No. Actually, only 15 minutes had passed in the DC universe. The rest of the time was Gao Li's time studying the drive." Zatanna then stammered out the reason. Gory, do you remember what you asked me to do after you showed your power in hell?" "To show your power in hell?" Gory frowned. "When did I show my power? Why don't I remember?" Zatanna said, "Compared with Ghost and the God King of Naboo, you have already shown your power. At least the magic world thinks so." "Oh, I said it accidentally. Is it not good to say so behind their backs? I wonder if they will sense it." Gory scratched his head. "I don't pay much attention to the affairs of the magic world. In fact, I haven't even been in contact with the magic world. The only magicians I know are you, Madame Shangdu and a few others, plus the magic masters I met before. Is there any legend about me in the magic world?" "Of course," Zatanna said excitedly. "The name of the Lord of the Endless has now exploded in the magic world. Almost everyone knows it. Especially even the Ghost and the God of Naboo. Ahem. I dare not say much. Anyway, with the comparison, everyone generally believes that you are at least a supreme being. After all, your ability is recognized by the Ultimate Darkness himself. What's more, as the Lord of Magic, it is absolutely no problem to call you the Supreme in terms of status. Gao Li felt a little happy when he heard it, but he remembered the business after all. Okay, if I continue, I'll go off topic. So why did you apologize, and what do you want from me? Zatanna paused and said, let's go back to what happened just now. I asked my father to teleport you back to the material world from hell. I had no choice at the time. Although I didn't reveal who you are, I revealed the fact that I knew the Lord of the Endless. I had repeatedly told him to keep it a secret, but, according to my father's own account, after getting drunk one time, he boasted about this matter casually. As a result, many magic masters knew about it, and I scolded him. Gori said magnanimously, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it was me who asked you to ask your father to teleport me, so I had expected this situation to happen. On the contrary, you need to be more careful now that people know about the Lord of the Endless. I don't know if anyone will attack you because of this. Zatanna said coolly, don't underestimate my strength, Gori. I'm very close to the realm of Magic Master, and ordinary people can't get close to me at all. Gao Li thought about it, and it made sense. The combat power of irony magic was extremely strong, so there was no need to worry too much. This is what I want to apologize for, but I'm looking for you because of this matter, Zatanna continued. To be precise, it's not me who's looking for you, but the magic masters you met before who asked me to contact you. They hope that the Lord of the Endless can stand on their side in something in the future, or should I say, on the side of humans, rather than other forces. In this way, the human side will have a strong ally, and they can feel a lot more at ease. But everything depends on your thoughts. I'm just helping them convey the message. Gao Li was confused. The more you talk, the more confused I get. Is this a big deal? It seems to involve all of humanity? Zatanna explained. Because you don't have much contact with the magic world, it's normal that you don't know. In fact, this is the most important event in the magic world in recent years. According to my father, at the time, when they learned that the giant beast was about to revive, a prophecy came out of hell. It is said that it was engraved on a stone tablet. What is written on it is, after the winter solstice, nature and supernatural will combine to give birth to a new generation of holy sons. The holy sons will be able to heal this land. This matter has caused a sensation in the magic world. Before, no one knew what healing this land meant. Now it seems that the Son of God has the ability to calm the elemental chaos brought by the giant beast. Winter solstice? Gori looked at the calendar on his phone. Which country's winter solstice do you mean? Zatanna said, of course it is the winter solstice in the Roman calendar, which is December 25th. To put it in an appropriate way, this is a prophecy about the birth of Jesus in modern times. Gori suddenly realized that the Son of God refers to the Son of God. That is indeed a big event. Considering that God is the #1 big brother in the DC universe, the status of the Son of God related to him must be extremely special and absolutely very important in the DC universe. What Gori didn't know was that the original 3 major events of Infinite Earth Crisis, Darkness Rising and the Coming of the Son of God were interlocking and mutually causal, and were linked together. However, because Gori broke into the one giant, i.e., the major event of Darkness Rising, was triggered in advance, so the time of the coming of the Son of God related to it was also advanced. I roughly understand, Gori said, but there is still one thing I don't quite understand. What does the appearance of the second generation Son of God have to do with the Magic Masters? Why do the Magic Masters want me to take a stand when the Son of God comes? How is this so closely related to the human race? Zatanna thought for a while and said, in fact, I don't know the details, so I can only tell you briefly, and it may not be accurate. The birth of the first generation Son of God, Jesus, has a very strong and special meaning. It represents the rule of heaven over mankind. It can be said to be a kind of authority. Therefore, with the return of the Son of God this time, the human wizards headed by the God King of Naboo hope to take the initiative in the hands of mankind, and allow all mankind to enjoy freedom in the future. Is that so? Gori thought for a while. So the world today is a world ruled by heaven? To be honest, the presence of heaven is not strong. There are even 2 sects that are as large as it. Zatanna said helplessly, to be honest, I don't quite understand the difference. Maybe this is a great ambition that only the God King understands. I'm only responsible for passing on the message. Gao Li groaned. Then I understand, but I need to think about it. After all, this may offend heaven, and I'm not rich enough to provoke heaven at will. Okay, then don't force it. Zatanna said at last. Anyway, I just said it, and you just listened to it. It's enough for me to complete the task they asked me to do. After hanging up the phone, Gao Li fell into deep thought. In fact, offending heaven and provoking heaven are just Gao Li's excuses. After all, if you think about it, you will know that even the magic masters dare to intervene in this matter, proving that heaven's attitude in the advent of the Son of God incident is mostly to let nature take its course. The magic masters are not afraid of offending heaven, let alone Gao Li. It is said that the reason why Satan Lucifer of hell rebelled against heaven was because God ordered the archangels to kneel down to the Son of God Jesus. It is possible that the archangels generally do not like the Son of God. However, for such a big thing, Gao Li must not listen to only one side of the story, so he dialed another number. Congratulations, Big Star. Why did you think of looking for me? I thought you were going to break up with me unilaterally after the last time. Constantine's lazy voice came from the other end. Gory asked knowingly, what Big Star? It's the Lord of Infinity mentioned by the giant beast himself. He is famous in the magic world. Even the swamp monster expressed his concern to me when he left, and hoped that I would say a good word to you. Gory had heard the first half from Zatanna, but he was not sure about the second half. The swamp monster seems to be the plant god you mentioned before. Why is he worried? Constantine said, didn't he attack you accidentally before? Although the target was not you, you were affected after all. The swamp monster is afraid that the big shots are narrow-minded, and one day they will remember this matter and get angrier and angrier. He will come to kill him, or even destroy the entire Life Council or something. Because for Gory, the battle to wipe out the evil witch group was more than a year ago, he almost forgot about it, and was a little speechless when he heard it. He didn't know I was in there at the time, not to mention that we were all trying to kill the evil witch group. How could I be so petty? Constantine smiled and said, that's what you say, but who can control themselves from having wild thoughts when facing a big shot who can even withstand the attack of a giant beast? Okay, let's not talk too much. Gao Li interrupted, I have something to ask you. Do you know the prophecy of the coming of the Son of God on the winter solstice? Constantine was stunned for a moment and said, of course I know this. In fact, the troublesome matter I wanted to ask you before was the event of the second coming of the Son of God. But I'm still confident that I can handle this matter, so I haven't told you yet. Entrusting you in advance is just to take insurance for this matter. This time it was Gao Li who was surprised and asked, John, it's not that I underestimate you, but such a big thing involves heaven. Where do you get the courage to say that you are sure to handle it? Constantine said proudly, it's very simple. No matter how the Son of God comes, he still needs a mother, right? Although Jesus is so awesome, he also has the Virgin Mary. And I found the contemporary Saint Zed, and Zed is already my girlfriend. As long as the saint is gone, the second generation of saints will never come out. Huh? Gao Li was shocked. Is there such a thing? I can only say that Constantine is really amazing with women. No wonder such a scumbag still has many girlfriends. Will heaven not care about this? Constantine said, heaven is full of hypocritical villains. The coming of the Son of God is essentially a declaration that heaven will enslave mankind again, so the angels will not directly intervene in this matter. After all, heaven still has to have its face and reputation. So the essence of the coming of the Son of God is that humans, gods, and demons are secretly competing with each other, and everyone uses their own methods. Gory asked, I know the human side, which is probably the human wizards headed by God King Nabu. How come there are also demons involved? Constantine explained, the demon side refers to hell. The prophecy of the coming of the Son of God came from the stone slab dug out from hell, so it cannot be hidden from hell. Of course, hell doesn't want a new Son of God to appear. Although I haven't fully investigated the details, it is said that in order to prevent the coming of the Son of God, hell sent a demon army called the Legion of Eternal Punishment. The heaven side definitely wants Zed, and the hell side definitely wants to kill Zed. Gory frowned, John, you are attacked from both sides. Constantine chuckled and said, I have no problem at all. Dealing with demons is a common thing. As for the forces under heaven that are involved in this matter, well, I'm still investigating. It seems to be called the Holy Crusade. But according to the information we know now, the Holy Crusade will not be a difficult opponent to deal with. Okay, since you said so, then maybe it's really not a big problem. Gao Li hung up the phone directly. Constantine said even worse, saying that heaven is using this incident to re-establish its position of enslaving humans, and in general, it is consistent with the magic masters. Although he claimed to be very confident, Gao Li still kept a watchful eye in case this bastard suddenly turned over and was really killed. After all, even if Constantine is really a pit in the pit, he is at least a friend of Gao Li. Alfred, send someone to keep an eye on John Constantine's movements. Also, help me investigate the information of the Holy Crusade and the Eternal Punishment Legion. Gory called Alfred. Although he didn't expect Wayne Industries to find out too much information about the magic world, it was better than nothing. Understood, Master Gory. Alfred was still so polite. When will you come back to Wayne Manor to take a look? Sometime later. I'm busy with the research recently. After the call ended, Gory always felt guilty for perfunctorily treating the empty nest elderly people who stayed at home alone. But Gory soon adjusted his mentality. He did plan to go back to Gotham to visit the empty nest elderly people after the research was over. He was not fooling Alfred. It was better than his cheap brother Bruce Wayne, who had been out fooling around for so many years and didn't come home, right? Gory continued to immerse himself in the production of The Lost Drive. Just a few days later, he received the documents transmitted by Alfred. The Eternal Punishment Legion didn't find out much information, but the Holy Crusade could already figure out what kind of organization it was. The Holy Crusade is indeed, as Constantine said, a fundamentalist missionary organization with few experts. There will be no one so strong that he cannot fight against it. In essence, it is just a traditional church organization that expands its influence by raising funds among the rich. Gao Li is relieved now. Constantine should not be in great danger. At the same time, Constantine, who was still full of vigor and vitality a few days ago, now looks lost and wanders the streets like a zombie. No. Why is it like this again? Chapter 100 Game Over. A few days later, after a day of research, Gory returned exhausted to his magnificent luxury villa. The villa is located on a small hillside in the suburbs, enjoying a wide view. The moonlight shines through the large windows onto the floor, reflecting the exquisite furniture and artworks in the villa. Gory likes to relax in this unique environment, away from the noise and worries of the city, and lie on the comfortable sofa to enjoy the stars twinkling in the sky at night. But tonight, a star seems to be getting closer and closer to him. Gory blinked. He looked closely and found that it was Clark, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Well, it's just that Gory hasn't seen him for a long time, but for Clark, the beating he received in Smallville is still fresh in his memory. Clark at this time looks different from before. Judging from his appearance, except for his slightly younger face, he is almost the same as the legendary superhero in the future. He is wearing the iconic blue tights, the red cape fluttering in the breeze, and his blue eyes are deep and firm, which is much less mature than before. Clark came in, stood in front of the villa, and rang the doorbell. Mr. Wayne, are you there? Gory opened the door for Clark and pointed inside. Come in and sit down. You don't want to stand at the door and talk, do you? Clark nodded, and walked in behind Gory with his head held high. After both of them sat down, Clark enjoyed the quiet time, while brewing the deep gratitude in his heart. He came here this time to express his excitement to Gory. Go ahead, Clark. Gory spoke first. What do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Wayne, I want to say thank you. Clark's voice was full of sincerity and gratitude. Oh, what do you mean? Gory looked at Clark with a smile. He knew that Clark had a lot to say. I want to express my sincerest gratitude to you, Clark continued, his eyes revealing sincerity. Thank you for telling me about the Fortress of Solitude. Well, of course, it's not actually called the Fortress of Solitude, and I don't know why you call it that. It's actually an exploration ship from my planet. But I also think the name of the Fortress of Solitude is very appropriate. If you don't mind, I would like to continue using this name. Is that okay? Clark was a teenager after all, and he got a little off topic while thanking him. Of course. But Gory didn't say much, just nodded encouragingly, motioning for him to continue. Clark also came back to his senses and blushed slightly. Sorry, what I actually wanted to say is, this changed my life, and made me understand my origins. In the process, I learned a lot. Not only about myself, but also about the world. I learned to fly, became stronger, and more confident than before. I also understand the meaning of my existence, and understand my mission. I have grown a lot, and many changes have occurred. Clark finished speaking in one breath, and then looked at Gao Li with great expectation, not knowing how to hide his emotions at all. Gao Li laughed dumbly. Why does this feel like a child who has just achieved something, showing off to an adult he respects? Deep down, Clark may hope that Gao Li can recognize him, so he can't wait to come to Gao Li at the first time. For Clark, who is still relatively innocent, Gao Li certainly poured chicken soup for the soul. Clark, I can see that you are no longer that confused and anxious child, but a confident man who knows what he wants to do. Your progress is amazing, and you don't need to hide your strength like you did when you were a child. Gao Li's eyes were shining with praise and encouragement. He gently patted Clark's shoulder to show his understanding and support. Clark, you are an extraordinary existence. Your inner kindness, wisdom, and courage are unparalleled. I recognize you, not only because of your strength, but also because of your character and determination. Your existence has a profound meaning for this world, and you will influence the future of mankind in your own way. Come on, I believe in you. Clark felt extremely warm and encouraged when he listened to Gao Li's words. He knew that he could be here now, with unprecedented confidence and strength, all because of Gao Li's help. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Clark showed a childlike happy expression on his face. I will use my own power to protect this world. My determination and efforts will not let you down. Gory said gently. Clark, you will definitely become a great hero, bringing justice and hope. No matter what difficulties you face, I will always support you. Clark was even more moved. Just as he was about to continue talking, he heard Gory's cell phone ringing. Gory answered the phone and Alfred's voice came from the other end. Master Gory, John Constantine, who you asked Wayne Industries to keep an eye on some time ago, has had a new incident. I think it's better to inform you. What happened to him? Gory frowned. Alfred said, according to the information investigated by the police station and the hospital, Mr. John seemed to have jumped off the train for no reason and fell into a serious injury. If you have anything to ask him, then I suggest you go there as soon as possible. I heard that Mr. John was seriously injured, and I don't know when he will leave the world. As soon as Alfred finished speaking, a coordinate was sent to Gory's cell phone. I see. Thank you, Alfred. After Gory hung up the phone, his brows furrowed even more. Constantine jumped off the train? Why did he jump off the train? Although Constantine was an expert in exorcism, his body was still mortal, and he had not undergone any transformation surgery. In this case, how could he get away with jumping off a speeding train? So he might have been fighting with someone on the train, and was forced to jump off? The more Gory thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely. If so, maybe Constantine's enemies were still chasing him, and it would be bad when they found Constantine, who was seriously injured, in the hospital. Constantine must have no power to resist at this time. Although he was an ultimate pit, Gory could not sit idly by and watch him suffer fatal danger. At this point, Gory looked at Clark. Clark, can I ask you for a favor? Clark was stunned. Just as he subconsciously wanted to ask what was going on, his super brain, which was usually rusty, reacted. It must be related to the John Constantine mentioned on the phone. Clark didn't eavesdrop on Gao Li's conversation on purpose. It was just that his super hearing was too good. You can fly in the sky faster than any other means of transportation. Can you please take me to this coordinate? Let's go now. Gao Li pressed the location on his phone to call up the map navigation, and Clark stood up without thinking. Of course, no problem. I will escort you there as soon as possible, Mr. Wayne. Soon, Clark took Gao Li to the sky. Gao Li looked at the way Clark hugged him and fell into silence. It was actually a princess hug. Stop, can you change the way you carry me? Ah. Clark was stunned. Oh, okay. Then it changed to carrying a sack on his shoulder. Gao Li. I said stop, try a more normal way. Clark followed suit, and this time he carried Gao Li on his back, which was finally not so inconsistent. But after carrying him for a while, Gao Li felt like an old man who was being carried home by his strong son. Fortunately, Clark was very fast and brought Gao Li to the vicinity of the hospital in a short time, ending Gao Li's embarrassing journey. Mr. Wayne, is this the private general hospital? Gao Li confirmed the location and nodded, and suddenly his expression froze. Clark, put me down first. I have to deal with some uninvited guests. What uninvited guests? Clark said eagerly. Do you need my help? Gao Li glanced at him and said, it's not impossible. Then why don't you try first? Then I can save myself the trouble. Clark excitedly waved his fist. Leave it to me. Mr. Wayne, who are we going to fight today? Gao Li couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Has this Superman been led astray by him? Shaking his head to throw away the messy thoughts, Gao Li said, the opponent you are going to deal with, if I'm not mistaken, is the devil from hell. Gao Li regained the status of the Lord of Magic in the DC universe, and his perception of magic is very delicate. As soon as he approached the hospital, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. The magic power was very similar to those demons he had killed in hell. Ah, demons from hell. Clark was shocked. Does this really exist? Gary smiled and said, of course it exists. I'm a magician, so what's so strange about demons from hell? Not to mention demons, I have even been to hell myself. Clark's pupils trembled, and he was shocked. For him, who was still a young man in a small town not long ago, what Gary said was like a myth happening around him. Mr. Wayne, you are so amazing. Clark said with great admiration, his tone full of true feelings. You can even climb back after going to hell. Gary. No, can you talk? Gary glared at Clark fiercely and pointed to the corner of the street. Stop talking nonsense. Your target is there. It's you, Clark. Come on. Clark scratched his hair, put Gary down, and walked towards there. Sure enough, behind the corner were many non-human creatures that could be seen at a glance as non-humans. Most of them were bare-chested and barefoot, strong and sturdy, with long sharp teeth and claws, and sharp horns on their heads. Human. Yes, human. You are dressed so strangely, but it should be edible, right? The demons laughed sinisterly, and Clark looked at their twisted bodies and bloodthirsty faces, and his face immediately became gloomy. You actually still want to eat people? No wonder Mr. Wayne asked me to beat you. It seems that he can't let you go. Although Clark has the concept of not killing, even for the later Superman, this concept of not killing is only limited to humans. For non-human creatures with strange shapes like demons, Superman's concept of not killing has never been applicable. Watch this. Clark approached quickly without hesitation and kicked down one of the hell demons. With a bang, the demon flew backwards in the airwave, and then Clark grabbed the arm of another demon and threw him to the ground. Suddenly, the whole street seemed to have an earthquake. Oh no, the noise is too loud. Gao Li took out the magician's ring and cast a spell to cover the battlefield here, to prevent people who heard the noise from seeing it. So strong? The hell demons were also shocked. How could a guy in strange clothes be so powerful? They tried to attack Clark with fire, but his reaction speed was beyond the imagination of the demons. He dodged all the attacks with a few random steps. On the contrary, Clark's fist fell like lightning, hitting the hell demons quickly and powerfully. Bang! Another demon was beaten by Clark, bleeding from the mouth and nose, and his chest collapsed. His strength was so strong and his speed was so fast that the hell demons could hardly fight back. However, the hell demons were not vegetarians. After being crushed in the early stage of the encounter, they soon saw Clark's weakness of lack of combat experience. Immediately, several demons cast hell magic, turned themselves into mist-like existences, and went to Clark's side to entangle him. Clark threw several punches at them fiercely, but his punches hit the air and achieved nothing except a sonic boom. The airflow that was pushed away only slightly dispersed the mist demons, and then they gathered again. It's useless no matter how I fight. Clark had never fought against demons before, and he couldn't help but panic when he saw this. After all, he was not the experienced Superman of later generations. Seeing that the speed and strength he relied on had lost their effects, he couldn't help but look at Gao Li subconsciously, his eyes full of help. Gao Li was a little amused when he saw this. Obviously not long ago, Clark was still talking to him about how he had grown and improved. It can't be said that Clark didn't make any progress. At least after learning to fly, it was as if a switch of Kryptonians was turned on, which made Clark's physical fitness suddenly improve a lot. And Clark's mentality and willpower have indeed improved a lot. If it were normal, Gao Li would let Clark experience the experience of this group of hell demons. But now he is very busy and in a hurry, and he doesn't intend to waste time here. The game is over. Gao Li appeared leisurely, and he had already condensed the endless ring. Transform. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.